In the dead of night, a hooded figure and a small child arrive at the gates of the Tungtoon shelter. A guard inside is immediately annoyed, wondering who the hell is knocking at this hour. He marches to the gate and tells them to get lost, claiming the shelter is completely full. The hooded guardian pleads, their voice trembling as they explain they have nowhere else to go. As a last resort, they present a strange silver medallion, begging him to just hear them out. The guard's dismissive attitude instantly evaporates the moment he sees the crest. He recognizes the emblem on the medallion. These aren't just any ordinary refugees. Without another word, the gate swings open as he simply tells them to follow him inside. The little white-haired boy looks up, a bit startled but relieved, as his guardian takes his hand. They step into the darkness of the shelter, the heavy gate closing ominously behind them. Deep in the snowy woods, the shelter stands as their only bastion against the cold night. The guard shows them to a sparse room, stating that any talk of rules and fees can wait until morning. He gives them a final, dismissive look before announcing his departure for the night. As he leaves, the elderly guardian bows her head, repeatedly thanking him for his mercy. She gently guides the boy to sit on the bed, a small moment of respite after their long journey. Looking down at him, she remarks on how tough it must have been for such a young child. Finally feeling safe, the boy looks up with his big, innocent eyes and asks where his mom and dad are. The guardian freezes, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as the heart-wrenching question hangs in the air. Forcing a gentle smile, she lies, telling him his parents will be here soon if he just gets some sleep. The boy, completely trusting her, gives a small, hopeful smile and agrees to rest. As the boy sleeps, the elderly guardian watches over him, but a violent cough racks her body. She looks down at her hand, realizing she's covered in her own blood. Her time is running out. With her last breath, she prays that this child, at least, gets to be happy. Her strength finally gives out, and she collapses silently onto the edge of his bed. A short while later, our boy stirs from his sleep, sensing that something is terribly wrong. He sits up and gently tries to wake the guardian, asking if she's fallen asleep. But as he touches her, he feels something wet and looks down at his own hand in confusion. His eyes widen in horror as he sees her blood on his palm, the grim reality crashing down on him. He desperately shakes her, screaming her name, but there's no response from her lifeless body. In the silent aftermath of his grief, a strange, ethereal light begins to fill the air. The boy's cries attract some unwelcome attention as a man and woman appear in the doorway, looking utterly unimpressed. The man just scoffs, complaining about the sheer inconvenience of someone dying in his shelter, while his wife wonders what to do with the kid. His eyes land on a young woman named Pauline, and he gets a trash tier idea. Since their hair is similar, he'll just dump the kid on her. And just like that, our boy is reassigned, ordered to start working alongside Pauline from this day forward. As the couple walks away, the woman grumbles that this isn't a charity, but her husband just sees a new source of income. Turns out this royal charity shelter is a complete sham, a wicked place that exploits children for profit while pocketing government funds. Pauline looks over at the silent boy, her eyes reflecting his small, lonely figure. She approaches him gently, trying to break the heavy silence by asking for his name. She introduces herself as Pauline, bluntly stating that from now on, he'll be coming with her. Our boy just looks up, still too lost in his grief to respond, his entire world having crumbled in a single night. Pauline looks at the broken child, her expression hardening with resolve. She sits beside him, admitting she can't imagine his pain, but one thing is certain: his only mission from now on is to survive, no matter what this hellhole throws at him. She promises that if he can just endure, a chance for happiness will eventually come. With a gentle smile, she holds out her hand, offering him a new beginning. After a moment of hesitation, our boy finally takes it, his first small step out of despair. And so began his new life, begging on the streets with Pauline posing as his mother. Even though their bond was created for begging, she looked after him with genuine care. She became his fierce protector, shielding him from bullies and the dangers of the streets. With Pauline always by his side, our boy finally felt like he wasn't alone in the world anymore. 5 years flash by in an instant, and we find a more mature Pauline waiting on a park bench. She's waiting for our boy, who now affectionately calls her Pauline Mom. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out her name. It's our boy, now an 8-year-old named Rowan. They share a tender moment on the bench, both telling each other they worked hard today. But the peaceful atmosphere shatters when Pauline reveals that she'll be leaving soon. She explains she's found a job as a maid in a noble's mansion, a real shot at a better life. Rowan, trying to be brave for her, just smiles and says he's relieved, confident she'll do well anywhere. Pauline can't help but playfully mess up his hair, telling him to worry about himself for once. With a bittersweet smile, she thanks him for the past 5 years they've spent together. Rowan's mind floods with memories of how she always protected him, his one and only shield against the world. He tries to convince himself that he should be happy for her, but the tears just won't stop falling. The dam breaks as he realizes everyone he's ever cared for has left him, and now she's leaving too. Pauline suddenly grabs his face, snapping him out of his despair and forcing him to look at her. She tells him that just because no one is physically there doesn't mean he's truly alone. Placing a hand on his chest, she explains that real loneliness only comes when your heart is empty. She urges him to keep everyone he's lost inside his heart and remember how much they loved him. With a tear rolling down her cheek, she promises that she will always be with him in that special place. And just like that, sometime later, our boy stands alone as he recalls that his Pauline mom has left. He remembers her parting words, her advice to look into his heart whenever he felt abandoned. Taking a deep breath, he places a hand on his chest, determined to open the eyes of the heart and feel her presence once more. And as he focuses, a swirling vortex of blue energy gathers within him. He finally achieves it, entering the profound state known as the eyes of the heart. His perception shifts, and his spiritual eyes burst open to a brand new world. He's dumbfounded, realizing he can see everything even without his physical sight. It's a beautiful, cosmic scene, and for the first time, he can feel the flow of the world itself. Reaching out, he can sense the lingering presence of his mom, dad, Helen, and Pauline. A wave of relief hits him as he finally understands that he was never truly alone. With tears of pure gratitude, he thanks his Pauline mom, promising to never forget her. But life moves on, and a new day at the shelter begins with the usual harsh wake-up call. A full year has passed since Pauline left, and our boy continues to endure. Our boy Rowan sits alone, wondering how his Pauline mom is doing since he hasn't heard from her in a year. Life goes on, and he's been assigned to the best begging spot, Zone 1, because he brings in the most cash. A man named Blake claps him on the shoulder, telling him to do his best and not to worry. Turns out, this is Blake, the zone supervisor, who took a special interest in Rowan after hearing his tragic story. He was even the one who first told Rowan that the glowing lights he sees are actually mana. Rowan, desperate for a kind figure in his life, smiles and says he'll be counting on his new Hyung. But with his spiritual eyes, Rowan sees something else. Blake is a swordsman whose mana is unsettlingly dark and murky. Mana, he learned, is the very source of all life and energy in the world. It's a beautiful, invisible force that everyone breathes, unknowingly affecting the flow of the world. Blake warned him it was dangerous, but for Rowan, who can see it plain as day, ignoring it is impossible. And so, our boy Rowan's new life as a beggar begins, his small cup slowly filling with coins. He puts on his most charming face, thanking the kind ladies for their generosity. The women are absolutely smitten by the adorable, white-haired boy. But Rowan is secretly training, trying to get used to seeing both the physical world and the flow of mana at once. With his eyes, the bustling street transforms into a chaotic dance of multicolored energy signatures. He thinks to himself that while it was difficult at first, he's finally getting the hang of it. Still, the constant overlapping visuals make him dizzy, and he has to take a moment to recover when Blake calls his name. Blake crouches down, dumbfounded at how much money Rowan managed to collect in such a short time. Rowan just smiles shyly, saying it's all thanks to the kind people he's met. But Blake cuts through the optimism, warning him that there are plenty of trash-tier people who can't stand to see others succeed. Blake tells our boy to report anything suspicious right away, and Rowan quietly agrees. As Blake waves goodbye and heads off, Rowan decides it's probably better not to say anything. Turns out, he's actually been seeing some very strange things with his new eyes. He recalls spotting two mysterious figures whose mana was as bright and dense as Blake's. From a distance, he remembers being struck by how vibrant their energy signatures were. They had been watching him from the crowd before leaping over buildings and disappearing in a flash. He didn't feel any danger from them, but he knows if they find out he can see mana, has screwed. His train of thought is broken by the clink of another coin dropping into his collection tin. Looking down, he sees the container is almost full and decides it's time to head back to base camp. With his day's work done, our boy quickly makes his way through the city's back alleys. But just as he's about to relax, our boy freezes, his eyes picking up a familiar glow. He looks up to see that same golden mana signature on a rooftop. It's them again. A cold dread washes over him as he realizes they aren't just watching anymore, they're chasing him. He ducks into an alley, his mind racing, wondering why they're being so open now. His special eyes confirm the worst. He's completely surrounded, with one behind and two flanking him. Clutching his earnings, he knows his only chance is to make it back to the shelter, no matter what. He bolts down the narrow street, the cloaked figures hot on his heels. His only hope is to find Blake, thinking the zone supervisor might be able to save him. But as he glances up, he sees them leaping effortlessly across the rooftops, cutting him off. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing at this rate, he's completely and utterly screwed. Just as he's about to be caught, a voice roars his name from down the street. It's Blake, sprinting at full speed towards the commotion. He lands with a heavy thud, kicking up dust as he closes the distance in an instant. With another powerful push, he launches himself into the air. Rowan is dumbfounded but relieved to see his Hyung has come to save him. Blake scoops our boy up in one fluid motion, telling him to hold on tight. In a jaw-dropping display of power, he leaps clear over the buildings, soaring through the sky. He glances back, realizing those cloaked pursuers are already on their tail. Blake decides their only option is to make a beeline for the shelter. Even in this chaos, he reminds Rowan not to drop his coin can, because if he does, he won't eat. Blake lands safely but notices our boy Rowan is completely zoned out, wondering what's wrong with him. He quickly ushers Rowan towards the shelter, telling him to head inside first. Blake explains that due to a safety issue, all the kids are being recalled, so Rowan just needs to rest. Seeing Rowan is still in a daze, he gives him a little tap on the head to snap him out of it. He reassures the kid that the pursuers won't come this far and tells him to pull himself together. But as the door closes, Rowan isn't scared, he's absolutely dumbfounded. He covers his mouth, his mind reeling from the unbelievable sight he just witnessed. It all clicks into place for our boy. He finally understands what he saw. With his eyes of the heart, he saw exactly how mana circulated through Blake's body as he moved. He witnessed how concentrating that raw power into his limbs allowed for those explosive, superhuman leaps. It wasn't just raw power. Our boy saw the intricate pathways the mana took, like lightning through a body. He recalls how Blake's explosive leaps were fueled by this very energy, a secret now laid bare before him. A spark of determination ignites in his eyes. If Blake can do it, then maybe he can too. Standing alone, Rowan decides to try and replicate what he saw, starting by breathing in the mana around him. He focuses, pulling the shimmering energy into his body, and beginning to circulate it just like he witnessed. The goal is to condense this power, storing it within himself to be unleashed when needed. With his eyes closed, a wave of understanding washes over him. He's absolutely sure of it now. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes he's just figured out the basics of using mana. He can barely contain his excitement, eager to test out this newfound power as soon as possible. Suddenly, two other kids appear, confused about why everyone was called back, but Rowan can only shrug, equally in the dark. The shelter manager bursts in, slamming the door and yelling for quiet. He tells the kids not to worry, explaining the sudden recall is nothing serious. They're just to wait in their dorms until an inspection is over, though no one knows how long that'll take. But then, his eyes lock onto one person in the crowd, calling out Rowan's name. With a dead serious expression, the manager orders him to pack his things. He's being moved. A short time later, our boy silently follows the manager, clutching the few possessions he owns. They arrive at a massive stone gate, where the manager tells him to wait by the side. The manager then meets with another official, handing over some papers, and speaking in hushed tones. Rowan watches from a distance, completely clueless about what's being decided for his future. Deciding he can't just stand by, he closes his eyes and activates his mana vision to see what's really going on. Through his mana vision, our boy overhears the official asking if he's the kid who does street fundraising. The manager confirms, adding that the director seems to favor Rowan, possibly because of his looks. The conversation then shifts to an incident in Zone 1 involving the Union and two runners. Rowan's ears perk up at the mention of two runners. His mind immediately flashes back to the people he helped escape. He puts two and two together, realizing with a jolt that they must be talking about them. Suddenly, the official spots him and calls him over, snapping Rowan out of his thoughts. The man gestures for Rowan to follow him, his face completely unreadable. Without a word, our boy follows the official through the pristine corridors of the main building. They head up a grand staircase, the silence only adding to Rowan's growing anxiety. Finally, they stop in front of a large, ornate door, leaving our boy to wonder what lies behind it. The official pushes the door open, calling out a name as he guides a nervous Rowan inside. They enter a lavish office where a stern-looking woman sits behind a large desk, clearly expecting them. The official tells our boy to greet her, explaining that she'll be the one managing him from now on. He formally introduces the woman as Amy, and then introduces Rowan, adding that the kid probably can't even read. With the handover complete, the official promptly leaves Rowan alone with the intimidating woman. Amy cuts right to the chase, asking his age. When Rowan says he's almost 10, she seems shocked he's illiterate. Our boy admits he never learned, and Amy scoffs, saying that's just what you'd expect from a trash-tier dorm kid. But then she leans in, telling him she'll teach him to read, and that while he must call her teacher in class, he can call her Nuna outside of it. Rowan is completely dumbfounded by this sudden offer of kindness, and asks why on earth he needs to learn to read. Amy is shocked he doesn't even know about the reading recital, realizing she has to explain the entire situation from scratch. Amy explains that reading recitals are a fancy hobby for high-class folks like authors and nobles. Our boy asks if they do that here, and she confirms they perform for the sponsors. She then reveals the ultimate prize, a special recital for a single kid, which is a one-way ticket to getting adopted. Leaning in close, she's surprised to see this kid doesn't even flinch, thinking he's not easily intimidated. In a shockingly gentle move, she pats his head, leaving Rowan completely stunned by the kindness. With the lesson over, she simply tells him to follow her. She leads him into a room with other kids, introducing him as Rowan, and warning him to get along with everyone. Pointing to a corner, she tells him that's his new spot. Before leaving, She gives him one last command to stay quiet, then shuts the door behind her. As Rowan marvels at having his own wardrobe, one of the other boys quietly approaches him from behind. The kid asks if Rowan really came from the dorms, completely shocked when our boy confirms it. He introduces himself as Theo, admitting it's his first time ever seeing someone from the dorms, and starts introducing his friends. He points out the rest of the crew, Noah, Hayden, and Lilia. Seeing Rowan's guarded stance, Theo reassures him they aren't like the other kids and won't hurt him. He explains that in this room, they don't have to do street fundraising. Their job is to manage the library. The word books hits Rowan like a lightning bolt, and the group gives him a warm welcome. Later that night, the orphanage is quiet under the starry sky. But our boy is wide awake in his new bed, his mind racing. Hess remembering a time with Pauline, when she told him that books hold all the world's knowledge. She had said his curious nature would make him love reading, sparking a deep desire in him to finally discover what a book really was. Drifting off to sleep, our boy whispers that his wish finally came true, all thanks to Pauline. Time passes, the seasons change, and Rowan's life is about to take another turn. Just like in the stories he's now reading, a new chapter of his life begins. Suddenly, someone calls his name, snapping him out of his book in the library's Zone 1. It's his supervisor, Amy, who tells him to bring over the book he just finished. She reads the titles of the fairy tales he's been devouring, and her expression is less than impressed. Rowan catches a glimpse of her face and thinks he sees a flicker of something strange, almost like disappointment. But she just tells him he's done a good job and can now move on from fairy tales to the novels in Zone 2. Absolutely buzzing with excitement, Rowan asks if he can read a little more before bed, and she gives him the nod. He can't believe it, he's finally getting to read the books for adults in Zone 2, imagining all the amazing stories waiting for him. Our boy is like a kid in a candy store, overwhelmed by all the exciting new books in Zone 2. While browsing, his eyes lock onto a particularly thick, important-looking volume. The title mentions the Grafton Kingdom, and something called the Union, which sounds vaguely familiar. He opens it to a map and is stunned to see just how small and remote his own corner of the world really is. Flipping through the pages, he learns about a great war that ended with the world being organized into 6 autonomous kingdoms. To maintain peace, a king founded the Union, an organization that's apparently kept the world stable for over 200 years. This makes Rowan wonder if they're the good guys, but then he remembers Blake from the Union fleeing the shelter. He realizes one thing is certain, the shelter and the Union are on terrible terms, and the shelter is hiding the truth about that day. A dark thought consumes him as he clutches the book. What exactly are they so desperate to keep secret? As his determination to find the truth solidifies, a brilliant teal mana begins to flare up from his hand. Our boy Rowan is getting a handle on his power, feeling the mana swirl around him as he practices in the library. He takes a deep breath, satisfied with his progress after putting a book back on the shelf. He knows it's not a complete mastery yet, but he's proud that he can now circulate mana while moving. He remembers his trash tier days as a beggar, when he could only sit still to breathe in mana. But the situation has changed, and he's been grinding hard to circulate mana even while reading. Still, he's hit a wall. The mana density isn't increasing, but he resolves to just take it one step at a time. Suddenly, all the children are called to assemble, with Amy and the shelter manager's wife standing at the front. The two women exchange a knowing, almost sinister look, ready to begin whatever this is. The manager's wife scans the crowd of kids, coldly assessing their condition to decide who gets picked. She finally calls out 3 names, Theo, Lilia, and Noah, leaving the other children dumbfounded. And then, to his complete surprise, the manager's wife calls out our boy Rowan's name. She leans in close, telling him he's not actually good enough for the reading recital since he's just a beginner. But, she adds with a creepy smile, his pretty face will make the event look nice, so his only job is to observe. Playing along, Rowan just bows his head and thanks her for the backhanded consideration. Amy then claps her hands, ordering the 10 chosen kids to get changed and head to the reception hall. As you'd expect, some of the other boys are seething with jealousy, muttering about how unfair it is. But all that saltiness vanishes when Rowan walks out in his new suit. Even Theo has to admit he looks amazing. Our boy thanks him for the compliment before Amy, with a smug look, points him to his designated seat. The 10 kids are all seated at a long, fancy table, looking less like readers and more like items on display. Just as they're getting settled, Amy announces that the guests have arrived, and the real show is about to begin. The doors swing open, and in walk the noble patrons, with the shelter manager's wife ready to kiss some serious butt. But as they look over the children, one of the ladies, a blonde noblewoman, stops dead in her tracks, completely dumbfounded. Her mind flashes back to a cold day and a beggar's bowl filling with coins. She remembers a small, hooded boy with piercing teal eyes thanking her for her kindness. It was our boy, Rowan, back in his trash-tier street days, and she'd been moved by his sincerity. Snapping back to the present, Rowan stands up and greets her with a beaming smile, genuinely thrilled to see the woman who helped him. The manager's wife is floored that Lady Caroline knows this orphan, but the noblewoman just explains she saw him begging once. Lady Caroline gushes over how lovely Rowan has become, and the manager's wife shamelessly takes all the credit for his transformation. Falling for the act, the noblewoman excitedly asks if Rowan could read for them, not knowing he was supposed to be a silent decoration. The manager's wife, caught in her own lie, quickly pivots and suggests Rowan could read just a little, and Lady Caroline is absolutely delighted by the idea. Lady Caroline reflects on the strange twist of fate, never expecting to meet that beggar boy again. Our boy Rowan is just as confused, wondering why seeing her again stirred up emotions he'd tried to ignore. It was an impulse he couldn't control. His heart just took over before he could think. Now standing before the guests, book in hand, he decides to roll with it. He looks up with a charming smile and begins his reading with a simple, heartfelt confession. The noble ladies are completely floored, swooning over his innocent and direct approach. Turns out, our boy is secretly transferring mana through his voice, and it's hitting the mark perfectly, leaving a girl named Verdi utterly speechless. But his enhanced senses don't stop there. He can hear absolutely everything. He perceives her quiet sighs, the sound of her tears, her nervous lip biting, and even the frantic rhythm of her heart. Meanwhile, Lady Caroline is blissfully unaware, thinking this is just a wonderfully blessed and beautiful recital. Rowan plays the part of the humble prodigy, while Lady Caroline and the director's wife are so charmed they're already begging for an encore tomorrow. With the performance over, our boy slips away to the second library, his real work just beginning. He reflects on his performance, realizing that even with his special eyes, controlling mana flow is still limited by his trash-tier physical body. To fix that, he's not reading fairy tales. He's diving into complex books on the laws of movement and the human body. While searching for another text that might give him an edge, he stumbles upon a peculiar red book. Suddenly, Blake appears out of nowhere, teasing him for reading a book about understanding the sacred. Blake thinks our boy is just acting cool, saying it's normal for kids his age to be curious about this stuff, but Rowan is genuinely dumbfounded. Turns out, Blake just heard about the recital and felt bad for missing it, so he came to check in on him. Rowan notes that Blake must have been on duty, but Blake admits he's just been swamped with other things lately. Crouching down, he gets serious, revealing that the thugs who used to bully Rowan are causing trouble again, and he's been busy dealing with them. Blake just melts, saying it's a shame Hell missed the recital, but Rowan's concern really lifts his spirits. But our boy's mind is racing. According to a book he read, someone like Blake is probably a bad person. He's completely torn, because this guy has only ever been kind to him. So does that make him a good person after all? The confusion melts away as Blake gives him a good old-fashioned head pat, and Rowan can't help but feel a little warm inside. He tells Blake not to worry about the recital, feeling confident that there will be plenty more chances in the future. As they part ways, Rowan genuinely warns him to be careful out there, but Blake just brushes it off with a casual, "You do your best, kid." He gives Rowan one last piece of advice. Read that weird book when he's not busy and not to overwork himself. And with a final click of the door, Blake is gone, leaving Rowan alone with his thoughts. His mind immediately flashes to what Blake said about the thugs, connecting him to a shady organization known as the Union. Staring out the window, Rowan can't help but wonder what a real, all-out battle between two mana users would actually look like. Our boy is lost in thought, a single question burning in his mind about his own capabilities. He wonders just how strong he's become and if he could even hold a candle to monsters like Blake or that Union thug. Deciding to test it out, he takes a deep breath and channels his mana directly into the mysterious red book. An intense surge of power flows from his hands, causing the ancient symbols on the cover to blaze with an eerie light. But the book clearly wasn't built for that kind of juice, and with a sudden rip, it tears clean in half. Rowan just kneels there, dumbfounded, thinking what a complete and utter waste that was. Just then, a knock echoes from a nearby door, and the vice principal's voice calls for him to enter. He walks in and politely asks why she summoned him, looking a little confused. The shelter manager's wife sits at her desk, hesitating for a moment before explaining the situation. Meanwhile, a trio of jealous girls are already gossiping about the fact that Rowan was chosen to be the main reader for the recital. Turns out, the other girls were throwing a fit, demanding that the reader perform solo because they didn't want any other noisy voices. The shelter manager's wife was clearly stressed by their demands but steels herself, promising to do her best. Back in the present, she asks Rowan if he can handle it, and our boy confidently agrees, telling her not to worry. Later, she gathers all the children, clapping to get their attention before announcing the special reader for the day. But in a shocking twist, she calls out the name Theo, leaving everyone, especially the blue-haired boy, completely stunned. Theo is dumbfounded, pointing to himself in disbelief as the woman confirms the selection and tells everyone to congratulate him. Despite expecting to be chosen himself, Rowan graciously claps and congratulates a thankful Theo. Theo blushes, telling Rowan that since he's so good at reading, he'll surely be sent to a good place soon. And just like that, Theo is escorted away by a man in a suit, heading towards a bright, uncertain future. Rowan watches from the window, thinking it's a bit of a shame since Theo was a nice kid, but that feeling of disappointment wouldn't last long. It turns out Rowan's reading skills were so captivating that he became a local celebrity. He was constantly booked to read for noble ladies, leaving him with barely any time to himself. His schedule got so packed that the vice principal had to book him for both morning and afternoon sessions. She admits it's a tough gig, but his talent is just too high in demand to turn anyone away. Our boy, ever the professional, just smiles and says he's grateful that everyone enjoys his work so much. But then he cleverly plays the part of an exhausted artist, asking if he can get some fresh air during his break. The vice principal agrees but sternly warns him not to wander beyond the backyard, which he happily accepts. The second he steps outside into the sunlight, however, his real motive comes to light. This wasn't about resting. It was a precious, stolen moment to secretly practice circulating his mana. With his eyes now glowing with power, he focuses, using every spare second to hone his newfound abilities. He visualizes his own body, mapping out every muscle and joint to draw a perfect path for his energy. With his core as the epicenter, he forces raw mana to flow through these newly imagined vessels. He knows it's all about willpower. Pure, unadulterated intent is needed to command the mana. A brilliant flash of light erupts from him as he successfully completes a full circulation. Our boy opens his eyes, the raw power still crackling in the air around him. He lets out a sigh, realizing the only issue left is his low mana density, and he thinks his own body is the bottleneck. But he quickly checks himself, remembering that building a flawless foundation is more important than a reckless rush for power. His mind flashes back to the day Blake had to carry his broken body all the way to the shelter. He recalls how even the Union members chasing them were losing steam, revealing a weakness in using stored mana. This memory triggers a new line of thought, and he begins to ponder the nature of accumulated mana. He remembers repelling external mana with his voice, and wonders if he could actually control it. Picking up a leaf, he theorizes that if mana has form or weight, it should be possible. He focuses his will, reaching out to the ambient mana in the air around him, and just like that, the leaf floats in his palm. He knew it was possible. The scene shifts, and an announcer declares that today's special reader will be a girl named Lilia. The other orphans offer their congratulations, but the mood feels strangely somber. Lilia nervously approaches Rowan, stammering, clearly wanting to say something to him. She's flustered, admitting that while it's nice to be chosen, the whole situation feels strange. The other kids are just as confused, wondering why Rowan, their best reader, was suddenly overlooked. But one of the boys, Hayden, connects the dots. The principal is treating Rowan like a golden goose, saving him for more profitable gigs. Lilia tries to get Rowan's attention, her face a mask of worry, but our boy was lost in thought and asks her to repeat herself, causing her to get flustered and run off. Her friends immediately swarm her in celebration, leaving Rowan completely dumbfounded by the sudden commotion. Turns out, the other kids are teasing her, saying her face is beet red because being chosen means she'll be sent to a good family. Rowan, however, is thinking on a different level, contemplating how leaving could lead to new books and maybe even a clue about mana accumulation. The next day, he's back on his grind, practicing his mana control by spinning 2 pencils in midair. He muses to himself that this level of fine control has become almost trivially easy for him now. But his concentration is shattered when he senses a presence and looks up to see a familiar face on the roof. His mind flashes back to the day he arrived. It's Blake, the dorm supervisor who brought him here. Snapping back to reality, he watches Blake collapse in agony, and at the same moment, feels the ambient mana around him mysteriously fading away. Rowan rushes over to the collapsed supervisor, asking if he's all right. Blake just grits his teeth, clearly in no shape to answer. As another man helps him up, Blake curses under his breath, wondering what's going on and blaming some Union bastards. The word Union echoes in Rowan's mind as the man helping Blake turns to face him. The man sternly tells our boy to pretend he saw nothing and head back inside immediately. Rowan agrees, but his gut is screaming that something is seriously wrong here. Suddenly, Amy bursts into the main hall, announcing that the afternoon garden reading is canceled. She orders all the children back to their dorms, explaining that even the sponsors have been sent home. The other kids are completely baffled. This has never happened before, and they wonder what could be going on. But amidst the chaos, Amy grabs Rowan by the shoulders, telling him specifically to get ready for something. It clicks for Rowan. He's not just any reader. He's the special reader. Without another word, he's whisked away to get changed into a much more formal outfit. As he puts on his coat, he can't shake the uneasy feeling Amy's words gave him. He remembers her telling him to prepare, calling him the special recitation, her expression far too serious for comfort. His mind flashes back to the injured supervisor, connecting the dots. The Union's attack is definitely why everything was canceled. He's then led down a quiet hallway, the sound of his own footsteps echoing nervously. Amy turns back to him, a strange look on her face as she leads the way. Startled, our boy calls out to her, realizing they aren't heading back to the dorms at all. He asks if they're going directly to the sponsor, his gut screaming that something is terribly wrong at this shelter. His direct question seems to catch Amy completely off guard, her composure faltering for just a second. She dodges the question, simply telling him to follow her, her face as cold as stone. Trying another angle, Rowan asks if the kind Lady Caroline requested the adoption, but Amy flatly denies it. When he asks who it is then, she just goes completely silent, refusing to look at him. Without another word, she leads him out of the main building and down a secluded, overgrown path. They finally arrive at a grim, fortress-like building labeled the Shelter Annex, and Amy announces they're here. The moment he gets close, our boy's eyes of the heart go wild. The entire building is practically drowning in dark, murky mana. The massive doors creak open, revealing a man who welcomes Rowan by name, rushing them to come inside. As the man places a hand on his shoulder, Rowan glances back, his mind racing as he tries to decipher Amy's unreadable expression. The heavy doors slam shut behind them, plunging the entryway into shadow and sealing their fate. Rowan immediately realizes the place has no windows, the darkness inside far more oppressive than he could have ever imagined. From the darkness, Rowan overhears hushed, panicked voices, one of which he recognizes as the assistant director's. They're talking about some kind of spell and a necessary retreat, but first, he just needs to sit in a chair and read. His eyes land on an ornate book placed on a small table. This must be what they were talking about. With a heavy heart, our boy sits down, placing the mysterious book on his lap, his gut screaming at him to run. He activates his eyes of the heart, trying to get a read on the suffocating mana flowing through this cursed place. His gaze falls upon a gaping, dark hole in the floor, swirling with an unnatural purple energy that makes his skin crawl. Hess stunned. It's the largest, most condensed mass of mana he has ever seen, just as the manager's voice commands him to begin. Taking a deep breath, Rowan announces he will start the recitation, and begins reading the first passage aloud. As he reads, he feels an invisible, enormous pressure from the hole, its ominous mana washing over him. The words on the page are more than just a story. They're filling him with a sudden, overwhelming torrent of emotions. He's hit with a wave of emotions from the hole: loneliness, anger, sorrow, and even pity. It clicks in his head. The massive blob of mana is actually listening to his recitation. But the more he reads, the more he feels his own life force being drained away into the abyss. He panics, realizing he can't let this thing steal all of his mana or he's a goner. While the annex manager watches from the door, our boy tells himself to just hold on, hoping the union will show up soon. He steels his resolve, telling himself he has to focus and get a grip on the situation. His plan is simple but risky: absorb the ambient mana in the room to control the flow. With a surge of will, he starts pulling in all the loose mana around him. His own bright blue energy clashes violently with the dark, corrupting mana from the hole. In a flash, he creates a protective barrier, shielding himself from the relentless drain. Our boy pulls it off, perfectly controlling the mana flow and realizing all he has to do now is stall. Using his mana sense, he scans the area but feels a pit in his stomach. The union hasn't even reached the building yet. His only option is to drag out this recitation for as long as humanly possible. Meanwhile, the annex manager and his wife are getting suspicious, wondering why the reading is taking so damn long. They agree that the fruit should be ripe by now and decide they have to go check on him. With his eyes closed, Rowan's senses flare up as he feels the headmistress and her group start to move. He wonders if he's bought enough time, but a sudden surge of mana tells him something is wrong. His eyes snap open as he realizes with a jolt they're here. Turns out it's the annex manager, desperately trying to force open the massive sealed door to the ritual room. He curses the stupid things blocking his path and runs off in a panic. Our boy feels the mana signatures vanish, realizing they've all gone underground. He stares down into the darkness, wondering what kind of messed up secret they're hiding down there. Meanwhile, the annex manager gets his face absolutely rocked by a brutal backhand. An elder furiously demands to know what the couple did wrong, accusing them of trying to hide something. As the two are dragged away, Rowan follows the sinister trail of dark mana down a spiral staircase. His gaze is locked onto the strange energy, which seems to be pulling him deeper into the annex. He finally arrives in a massive chamber, and is left speechless by a grotesque statue made of suffering souls. But as he looks closer, he realizes with dawning horror that it's not a tree, it's something else entirely. At the center of the horrific monument is the petrified form of Pauline, impaled by a glowing sword. Rowan is completely shattered, understanding that the seal on the sword has been released from his mother figure. Just as Rowan is reeling, a union supervisor grabs him, furiously calling him a little rat. Blake suddenly appears, demanding to know what in the world is happening here. The supervisor just scoffs, telling Blake that the dead bodies were just a result of some failed tricks. Blake then presents a shriveled, dead fruit, explaining he followed the culprits who ran off. Turns out, they were ordered to make one more fruit and brought Rowan, but their plan went sideways. A flashback reveals the gut-wrenching truth. It was Blake who approached the horrific statue. With a grunt, he was the one who pulled the cursed sword from Pauline's petrified chest. The sight triggers a memory in Rowan, a time when he innocently asked Blake where his examiner's sword was. Blake had just smiled and lied, saying he had to use it somewhere else for a moment. But the reality is far more sinister, as Blake is shown holding the now blood-soaked, corrupted blade. Blake's companion pats Rowan's head, trying to calm him down now that the truth is out. But for our boy, the world turns blood red as the agonizing memory of Pauline's sacrifice consumes him. Blake, still holding the cursed blade, is suddenly caught off guard by a strange pressure. His smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock as a terrifying aura begins to build. A colossal pillar of raw, untamed mana erupts from Rowan, leaving Blake completely dumbfounded. Blake recalls admiring the corrupted sword, thinking he'd finally obtained the ultimate power for himself. But the power he's witnessing now is on a completely different level, something he can't even comprehend. The sheer force of Rowan's awakening sends a violent shockwave through the entire chamber. His companion is thrown to the ground amidst the bodies of the other Union members, all instantly incapacitated. Blake can only stare in awe, realizing Rowan's bloodline is no joke, and that our boy can now wield mana. Blake can only watch, dumbfounded, as our boy ignores him and walks calmly toward the statues of his fallen friends. With his eyes of the heart, Rowan sees the tormented souls of the children, their silent screams echoing from their stone prisons. A memory flashes through his mind, a gentle hand reaching out to him in his darkest hour. He remembers the warmth of the old guardian who took him in, the only person who ever showed him true kindness. In that memory, he feels her hand on his chest, a final, loving gift of her own life force. Fueled by love and rage, Rowan unleashes that power, and a brilliant light of purification engulfs the petrified orphans. The dark magic shatters under the overwhelming force as the stone casing around Pauline begins to crack and fall away. But as his power surges, his mind is suddenly flooded with horrifying visions of a burning city and a bandaged child crying in despair. He sees a mysterious figure standing amidst the carnage, a man who looks disturbingly familiar. The man turns, a flicker of confusion on his face, as if he's just woken up to the hell he's standing in, leaving Rowan completely lost. Rowan is left wondering if this vision is a glimpse of his past, or a terrible future he's destined to create. He snaps back to the present, his young mind completely overwhelmed by the apocalyptic scene he just witnessed. The power surge becomes too much, and he feels his consciousness slipping away, desperately trying to hang on for just a little longer. But just as he's about to fade, a warm and familiar mana begins to flow into him, a feeling he's longed for. Suddenly, a forgotten memory surfaces the face of the woman who was like a mother to him. He remembers her gentle touch, and realizes he had completely forgotten the source of this warmth. Her final lesson echoes in his mind. As long as he keeps the departed in his heart, he will never be truly alone. She had taught him that if he just looked inside himself, he would understand how much he was truly loved. He recalls her simple instructions to close his eyes, feel, and look inside his own heart. And now, he finally understands. The mana she left him is a constant reminder to protect what's precious. He remembers her warm hand in his, a promise of protection that he had long forgotten. In his heart, he recalls a time when he and Pauline walked together, believing their bond was eternal. But reality crashes back in, as Blake presses a sword to his neck, sarcastically asking if the tearful reunion is over. The supervisor admits he only waited because he sees potential in our boy, believing him to be smarter than he looks. He blames the other grunts for messing things up. But now he's here to make a direct offer. Blake looks him dead in the eye and asks if Rowan will come with him willingly. The choice is simple: join him, or die right here, though he admits it'd be a waste of talent. Blake explains he'll be sent to another farm to manage children who are turned into trees, learning the ropes under him. To put it simply, he's being offered a membership in an organization called Lutel. Blake reveals Lutel is a group that uses black magic to change the world, and Rowan is being recruited to serve their leader. Rowan connects the dots, asking if Blake's brother is the mastermind behind the horrifying trees. Blake scoffs at his fierce expression, revealing his own job is merely to supervise the creations of the high priests. He demands an answer, but our boy looks him dead in the eye and flatly refuses to go anywhere with him. With his patience worn thin, Blake decides if he can't be recruited, he'll be eliminated. He lunges forward, swinging his blade to cut Rowan down for his defiance. But an insane surge of mana erupts from our boy, and the tormented souls of the other children manifest behind him. Blake is dumbfounded, realizing with pure shock that his sword is completely frozen in midair. Rowan grabs the blade with his bare hand and asks the one question that matters. Did Blake kill his mother? Instead of promising revenge, he makes a cold threat. If Blake did it, then his precious brother won't live either. The supervisor is utterly stunned, completely blindsided by the kid's calculated declaration of war. Without waiting for an answer, Rowan lashes out with a whip of pure mana, telling the downed supervisor he should have been faster. The attack slams into Blake, and our boy coldly tells him not to hold a grudge. He clarifies that all this pain is his own brother's fault for getting involved in the first place. With his face hardened by resolve, Rowan makes a silent vow to himself. He will never forgive those who prey on the weak, and the spirits of the dead children rise behind him in furious agreement. His point made, the terrifying aura recedes, and the mana blade floats calmly beside him. But just as the dust settles, his eyes dart to the side. He senses he's not alone anymore. Suddenly, footsteps echo from the stairs as a squad of uniformed men descends, their leader ordering a full sweep of the area. This is no small-time goon. It's the vice commander of the Union's enforcement unit, a man named Oscar. Oscar sizes up the scene, intrigued by Rowan's power, and asks if he learned his telekinesis from someone named Lutel. Rowan calmly denies having learned magic from anyone, especially not some guy named Lutel, stating he figured it all out himself. Oscar internally scoffs at the ridiculous claim, but the kid's eyes are so sincere that he can't sense a single lie. The vice commander formally introduces himself and demands to know the boy's name. Our boy coolly gives his name, Rowan, then flexes his own knowledge about the enforcement unit and Oscar's seeker rank. Oscar is completely dumbfounded by the sheer amount of mana radiating from a 10-year-old, just as one of his men arrives with a report. The subordinate whispers that the trees are less than 2 years old, but for some reason, the spell on them has been released. Released? Oscar is confused, wondering if a high priest was involved, but there are no traces of such powerful magic. His man continues, pointing out the disturbing state of the fruit and stressing that they need to figure out what happened here. Rowan looks at the petrified bodies of his friends, silently apologizing to Theo for not spending more time with him. His heart aches with regret for not being kinder to another friend, Lily, before he turns to ask Oscar if he's ever seen trees like this before. Oscar is stunned when Rowan calmly asks if he'll be visiting other farms like this one. The vice commander notes the kid's ice-cold voice, admitting that rooting out these hellholes is indeed the Union's mission. With a fire in his eyes, Rowan makes an insane request. He wants Oscar to take him with them. Oscar sees through the tough exterior, realizing this kid isn't emotionless. He's just burying his pain deep down. He tells Rowan that the investigation comes first, but for now, the boy can follow him. Our boy trails the vice commander through the candlelit room, the air thick with death. He stops in front of a covered body, recognizing the green dress of the annex manager's wife. Rowan picks up a strange monocle from her cold hand, turning to Oscar and declaring he's ready to go. Outside, a subordinate reports that the Faith Division's building is completely untouched by the chaos. The full report comes in. A total of 16 confirmed dead, with 2 high-value targets still on the run. The report concludes, the cause of the spatial collapse is a mystery, but we get a glimpse of a sinister, blindfolded mage pulling the strings. With the grim update finished, Oscar turns to Rowan, asking where in this godforsaken place he actually felt at ease. Our boy answers without a single hesitation, the archive. Intrigued, Oscar tells him they'd better get a move on. The vice commander lets the kid lead the way, a flicker of a smile on his face as he follows. Inside the archive, Oscar immediately senses something is wrong. There are absolutely no books on mana cultivation or magic. He puts 2 and 2 together and asks Rowan how in the world he managed to learn everything on his own. Rowan, with a completely straight face, just says it's because he's very smart, as the monocle he found floats eerily beside him. Oscar isn't buying the simple answer, but he plays along, telling the boy he already knows he's a smart kid who doesn't lie. Leaning in, his tone shifts to dead serious, urging Rowan to tell him everything that's happened to him so far. Our boy is struck silent, dumbfounded that an adult is finally asking him to tell the whole, unfiltered truth. Taking a deep breath, Rowan finally begins to tell his story, starting from the day he first set foot in that hellish shelter. He lays out the whole tragic tale for Oscar, who listens intently from across the large table, not interrupting once. The heavy story hangs in the air, filling the silence of the grand, empty archive. Rowan concludes that he believes his strange powers must be a final gift from Pauline, the girl who was like a mother to him. Oscar nods along, but his mind is racing. The kid's story is heartfelt, but it doesn't explain the sheer absurdity of his power. He recalls the reports. Blake was a skilled mana user he personally knew of, yet this untrained kid wiped the floor with him. Even now, the boy uses high-level telekinesis like it's breathing, showing no fatigue, a talent so immense it's impossible it went unnoticed. Seeing the vice commander deep in thought, Rowan flips the script and asks what the tree the villains mentioned really is. Oscar's expression turns grim as he explains it's the core of a dark magic ritual, a horrific mechanism fueled by human life. The tree absorbs the life force and mana from its victims to create a crystal called the fruit, a cursed condensation of life itself. Oscar presents the shriveled, grotesque fruit, telling Rowan this is the one he started but didn't finish. He explains this cursed item is a mana booster, a hot commodity on the black market for mages desperate for power. Rowan then asks why the villains even needed his recitals, and Oscar theorizes it was a condition to stabilize the tree and improve the fruit's quality. A memory flashes in Rowan's mind. During his recitations, the tree itself seemed to listen, just as captivated as the audience. He realizes the tree stabilized because it was made of people, and his words must have soothed their trapped souls. Oscar is genuinely impressed by this insight, admitting it's the exact angle the Union has been investigating. He then gestures to the crystal Rowan is levitating, finally giving the boy's power a name: telekinesis, a type of magic. Our boy is dumbfounded, realizing he's been using magic all along, and Oscar notes his control is extraordinary for a beginner. After confirming Rowan's age, Oscar pivots, reminding him that he wanted to join their cause. But he cuts deep, asking why Rowan would ever trust the Union after being so brutally betrayed by the very people who pretended to care for him. Rowan admits he doesn't trust the Union completely, but there's something else at play. He explains that his gut tells him Oscar is a good person, someone who seems bright and clear. The vice commander is completely dumbfounded, questioning if that's really his only reason for trusting them. He gets serious, stating that joining their ranks isn't a simple decision, and they can't just let an outsider in. Rowan immediately thinks it's about his powers, but Oscar cuts him off, insisting there are things more important than ability. Our boy's ears practically droop with disappointment, looking utterly dejected by the rejection. Seeing his reaction, Oscar quickly tries to clarify that it's not that there's something wrong with him. The real issue, he explains, is that making exceptions isn't easy, and Rowan is simply too young for this line of work. But Rowan's eyes harden, challenging him on whether age is truly more important than what he can actually do. Oscar internally concedes the point. The kid's talent is exceptional, and he did defeat Blake, but that's a separate issue entirely. Oscar explains that in the Union, countless decisions are made based on experience, something that only comes with age. Rowan immediately challenges him, asking if Hez calling his judgment immature, but Oscar backpedals, saying they've only just met. Looking stressed, Oscar decides to change tactics and treat this as a mock interview to test the kid's character. He asks why Rowan killed the supervisor, and our boy explains it was self-defense, since the man was about to crush his head just like he did to others. Oscar presses him, questioning if his judgment was clouded by anger, reminding him that he still killed 2 people. Rowan admits he won't deny his actions, but reveals his anger actually gave him clarity, showing him the countless other children that Monster had already victimized. He continues with cold resolve, stating that he doesn't have the right to decide if a man like that should be given a second chance. Oscar's gaze narrows, posing a sharp question. If he can't grant a second chance, what gave him the right to kill? Our boy's logic is simple and brutal. The man took lives, so it was only fair he lost his, and Rowan just happened to have the power to deliver that justice. But he covers his face in a moment of vulnerability, admitting that he still acted on his own judgment and would accept any consequences without complaint. Oscar leans in, pressing one final time. Was killing the supervisor truly the only option? Our boy's voice cuts through the silence, declaring that someone simply had to do it. With his mana-filled eyes glowing, Rowan flips the question, asking if that isn't the very reason the Union was created. The vice commander is completely dumbfounded, stunned by the sheer weight and logic of the kid's comeback. He reflects on the Union's stated purpose: to uphold the highest values and achieve its essential mission. But the true ideal was always simpler: to create a peaceful world where the next generation could have hope. Oscar admits to himself that the boy's insight is impressive, but it's a chilling maturity for someone so young. He changes the subject, revealing a shadowy organization called Grave, and confirming that Rettel was one of them. Oscar explains the Union is currently fighting this threat, hinting that Rowan's help could make all the difference. Seeing our boy's confusion, he cuts to the chase with a direct order: go to the Union. Oscar lays down the terms. If Rowan wants to be accepted, he's got to prove he's not some trash-tier kid. Without another word, he leads our boy to a grand gate where a unit of Union agents is already waiting. The vice commander's eyes are sharp and focused as he prepares to address his troops. The unit is full of hardened faces, including a stoic woman with the distinct pointed ears of an elf. Oscar gives a speech, declaring the Dunster shelter was a den of black magic and human sacrifice that the Union has now purged. With their mission laid bare, he gives the order to move out at dawn before calling out for someone named Sienna. The elf-like woman steps forward, her body already swirling with a faint blue mana as she answers her commander's call. Using his eyes of the heart, Rowan is completely mesmerized, seeing her mana flow like a mystical, rippling mist. Oscar officially assigns Sienna her new mission: escort Rowan, a key witness from the incident, safely to the Union. Sienna introduces herself as a runner of conviction, telling Rowan it's a 2-week trip, but he just replies that he has nothing to pack. Sienna gives our boy one last chance to ask questions, so Rowan immediately asks if she's an elf, only for her to clarify she's a dark elf. Rowan is dumbfounded, blurting out that she seems so bright, unlike the gloomy image he had of her kind. He quickly apologizes for his rudeness, explaining that he finds her more mystical than ominous. Sienna seems unfazed, suggesting that his unique perception is probably because of his own special bloodline. With the pleasantries over, Oscar lifts Rowan onto a horse with Sienna, bidding him farewell until they meet again at the Union. Our boy, ever the formal gentleman, wishes the entire unit a safe journey, getting a hearty laugh out of the hardened soldiers. And with that, Sienna and Rowan ride off into the moonlit night, beginning their long 2-week journey. After some time, they make camp for the night, settling down by a warm fire in the quiet woods. Sienna suddenly holds something out to Rowan, catching his attention as he stares at the object in her hand. Turns out, she noticed his blade was unsheathed and decided to give him a proper leather sheath for it. Rowan thanks Sienna for the thoughtful gift, but admits calling her by her title, Runner, feels a bit strange. He then throws out the idea of calling her sister, which she immediately shoots down as being a bit too much. Our boy is just trying his best to find a comfortable way to address his new guardian. Finally, he lands on a perfect solution. Since Hez joining the union, he'll call her senior. Sienna, seemingly a bit flustered by his earnestness, just tells him to do whatever he wants. As they settle back down, Rowan's dagger and its new sheath suddenly begin to float in the air around him. Her sharp eyes immediately lock onto the phenomenon, her expression turning serious. She tells him his ability is truly exceptional, leaving the kid completely dumbfounded by the floating blades. Rowan recalls that Oscar called it psychokinetic magic, and Sienna agrees it's probably a good idea to pretend that's what it is. But when he asks what his power truly is, she admits she's never seen anything like it before in her life. She explains his power is like that of the legendary ancient elves, a raw ability to control mana without any incantations. Our boy learns that these ancient elves were the originators of the entire elven race, a truly ancient power. Sienna then adds that just from his unique eye color, it's clear his parents must have been extraordinary people. The mention of his parents, a complete mystery to him, makes our boy fall into a deep, contemplative silence. They sit by the campfire, the weight of this new information about his potential lineage hanging in the air. The next day, their journey continues, as Sienna expertly guides their horse through the sunlit forest. Rowan, riding along with her, peeks out from behind her back, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and nervousness. As a massive fortress-like structure comes into view, she announces that they've finally arrived at the Union. Passing through the main gate, they're greeted by the sight of a massive, bustling city within the walls. The lively streets and impressive architecture are a testament to the Union's immense power and influence. As they ride through the bustling streets, Sienna explains that the Union is divided into residential and commercial districts. It's a melting pot, she continues, gathering supplies and people from every race across the lands. Rowan wonders why it's called the most fortified place on the continent, and Sienna reveals it's not just because of the walls, but the god-tier warriors who live here. This place is known as the Sword of the Continent, a concentration of force that keeps the entire kingdom in check and protects its people. Our boy is left speechless, finally grasping the sheer scale of power he's just walked into. Sienna finally pulls the horse to a stop, announcing that they've reached their destination. She leads him to a grand set of doors, telling him this is where he'll be living from now on. The massive doors swing open, revealing a serene and beautiful estate inside. They walk through the peaceful grounds, a stark contrast to the chaotic city they just left behind. Suddenly, a deep voice cuts through the air, thanking Sienna for her hard work, as a man with a heavily tattooed arm comes into view. The tattooed man is formally introduced as Lazarus, the Union Administration Director. Lazarus looks our boy over, noting that this must be the infamous Rowan. He then asks Rowan if they could have a private word, leaving Sienna behind. The two find themselves alone in a ridiculously lavish room, dripping with gold and sunlight. Rowan can't help but admit that the sheer opulence of this place is dazzling. Lazarus explains that this is the heart of the kingdom's power, and that Rowan's own potential shines brighter than anyone he's ever seen. With his unique eyes, Rowan feels the overwhelming aura coming off the director, wondering just how powerful this man really is. Lazarus finishes his assessment and prepares to get to the real reason he called Rowan here. He extends his tattooed hand, asking Rowan to let him see his power firsthand. Our boy is stunned for a second before Lazarus takes his hand, ready to gauge his true strength. The moment their hands connect, Rowan's eyes of the heart activate, and the world dissolves into a sea of mana. Hez absolutely stunned, witnessing a torrent of raw power coursing through the director's tattooed arm. The level of control is god tier. Lazarus handles mana with a precision Rowan never thought possible. Our boy immediately realizes his own skills are trash tier compared to this masterclass in mana manipulation. Hez humbled but also thrilled, understanding now that he's just a guppy in an ocean of sharks. But then Lazarus shatters the moment, bluntly asking if the report about him stealing a brooch is true. Rowan internally clarifies that it was his grandmother's, and Lazarus simply asks to see the reclaimed item. Our boy is taken aback, completely unsure why the director is suddenly interested in his keepsake. He's silent for a beat, trying to figure out what this powerful man is really after. Rowan is left utterly dumbfounded, completely confused by this bizarre turn of events. Rowan is completely trapped, realizing their mana is so deeply connected he can't even move. Hez dumbfounded by the director's insane level of control, where every movement is packed with immense power. Lazarus seems to be testing him, seeing if our boy can withstand the crushing pressure of his mana. Suddenly, the intense pressure vanishes, and Lazarus gently returns Rowan's wallet. The director lets out an amused chuckle, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hess genuinely impressed, remarking on Rowan's amazing ability to use telekinesis without any spells. Rowan internally admits he got sloppy, copying the director's mana flow out of pure curiosity. Lazarus takes the wallet, his expression turning serious as he prepares to inspect its contents. Inside is the silver brooch, the very keepsake his grandmother left him. As Lazarus focuses on the item, his eyes glow with power, sensing something extraordinary about it. Rowan is left wondering, certain he felt the director's overwhelming mana waver for just a moment. Lazarus hands back the brooch, thanking Rowan for seeing it, and warmly tells him to ask anything he wants. Our boy cuts right to the chase, asking if he's the strongest person in the Union, but Lazarus just laughs it off. The director humbly calls himself an old raccoon, which just confuses Rowan, who points out that raccoons are much fluffier. Lazarus explains he's nothing compared to the real monsters of the Union, like the 7 Rank 7 experts or their leader. He ruffles Rowan's hair, telling him he's welcome back any time, so long as he makes an appointment first. Rowan is completely won over, thinking to himself that the director is a kind, good, and incredibly strong person. Later that night, standing before a grand estate, he feels a wave of gratitude for coming to the Union. Sienna appears beside him, revealing that this impressive building is the Union School, his new home. She explains that for 5 years, he'll learn the fundamentals of magic and swordsmanship, which leaves our boy utterly speechless. Our boy can hardly believe his ears. He's never even dreamed of going to a real school. Sienna just gives him a knowing smirk, confirming that this incredible opportunity is very, very real. As the massive, ornate gates swing open, the sheer scale of his new home leaves him completely dumbfounded. The Union School isn't just some building. It's a grand palace dedicated to forging the future of the Union. Sometime later, Rowan tries on his sharp new uniform as a woman kindly compliments how well it suits him. He politely asks if she's a teacher, and she realizes with a start that she forgot to introduce herself. She's Daphne, the head of the academic department, and she'll be teaching him languages. She hands him the first-year schedule, explaining that outside of the required courses, he's free to choose whatever he wants. Looking at the list mana, swordsmanship, herbalism, Rowan gets a rush of excitement, wanting to sign up for every single class. Seeing his excitement, Daphne is taken aback and feels the need to give him a reality check. She gently warns him that with homework and exams, studying isn't always as simple as he might think. Our boy just stares back, completely unfazed, as if the concept of difficult doesn't even register. He innocently asks why studying would be hard, a question that leaves Daphne dumbfounded, thinking this kid is one of a kind. With that peculiar exchange over, she leads him through a set of doors into a new area. Inside, the chatter of other students fills the air as they get settled before class begins. Daphne brings him to a massive lecture hall, revealing the true scale of the academy he's just joined. Rowan takes it all in, his expression one of pure wonder at this entirely new world. For a boy who grew up on the streets, this formal classroom is more magical than any fantasy. Using his eyes of the heart, our boy scans the lecture hall and immediately confirms his suspicion. Just as he thought, every single student here has mana that's way denser than his own. He sighs, knowing the problem is his trash-tier body. Just as Daphne begins to introduce him to the class, she gives him an encouraging look and prompts him to say a few words to his new classmates. Standing before the entire hall, Rowan isn't nervous in the slightest. This scene is oddly familiar. He can't help but smirk, thinking this is no different from his old job reading aloud for nobles. With a voice that carries a strange, captivating power, he introduces himself as Rowan, from the Tungtoon shelter. He finishes with a disarmingly charming smile, saying he looks forward to his time with them. But his simple introduction has a bizarre effect, leaving Daphne completely speechless and stunned. The other students watch silently as our boy calmly walks through the lecture hall to find his seat. He takes his place, completely unfazed by all the eyes on him, ready for whatever comes next. Daphne, still a bit flustered, starts the lesson and immediately calls on Rowan to read from the literature textbook. He confidently confirms he can read, having learned at the shelter, and Daphne tells him to begin. But as Rowan opens the book, he's dumbfounded. The text is a bizarre, nonsensical script he's never seen before. A memory flashes through his mind of his old teacher, Amy, reading a ridiculous fairy tale about a hairy bride. He realizes with a jolt that this isn't a normal textbook. It's the exact same story Amy used to test him. As he begins to read, his mana-infused voice instantly captivates the entire class, leaving them spellbound. Even Rowan is surprised, wondering why he felt so nervous about this book when reading it feels so natural. He realizes the story is a curse, and he unconsciously saw himself in the tragic characters he was reading about. A memory of Amy flashes by. He laments that without her, he'll never know what she truly felt or intended for him. Back in the present, he continues reading, thinking that understanding people is the hardest lesson of all as he narrates the character's relief. The entire class is silent, completely captivated by the raw emotion pouring out of our boy. Soon, the room is filled with sniffles as every single student, and even Rowan himself is moved to tears. The teacher, Daphne, is also a wreck, clasping her hands together as she weeps, utterly stunned by his performance. As sunlight streams through the window, she can only think one thing: an absolutely amazing child has arrived. When the class finally ends, a group of students immediately walks over to Rowan, still looking impressed. They shower him with praise, saying his reading made the story feel alive, and that they've never seen Daphne praise anyone so much. Our boy is caught off guard when another student approaches him with a determined look. This girl, the class president, stares at him intently, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. A memory flashes through her mind. She's certain he's the one. It all clicks into place. She remembers him as the kid who saw the vision of the tree. Back in the present, she confidently introduces herself as Sophie Dobell, the class president. Rowan accepts her handshake, agreeing that he looks forward to getting to know her. Sophie immediately asks what elective he's taking, and he tells her he signed up for basic swordsmanship. Noticing the dagger at his waist, she correctly guesses he's aiming to join the Union, which catches him off guard. Rowan wonders if swordsmanship is even necessary for the Union. Feeling deep down that a blade just doesn't suit him, Sophie is left completely dumbfounded, wondering if she just heard him correctly. Our boy instantly feels awkward, thinking he must have said something incredibly weird. Suddenly, the rest of the swordsmanship students come pouring out of the main hall. A stern-looking instructor is already waiting for them in the training yard, arms crossed. He wastes no time and immediately barks out his first order to the class. Turns out, it's first come, first served for picking out the best training dummies. In a flash, every single student enhances their body with mana and bolts across the field. Rowan's eyes go wide, his special vision picking up the vibrant streams of energy flowing from everyone. The other students yell for him to hurry up, leaving our boy completely in the dust. Standing alone, our boy finally snaps out of his daze. He realizes that if everyone else is using mana, there's no reason he can't either. With a single push, he floods his body with energy and explodes off the starting line. In an instant, he becomes a white-haired blur, leaving the other students dumbfounded. Sophie Dobell is absolutely stunned as he rockets past her. She can barely process what she's seeing, her mind just screaming Rowan's name. His unbelievable speed is something she never could have imagined. Now at the front of the pack, Rowan can't help but laugh with pure joy. He's never felt so alive, shouting back at the others to try and catch him. The other students can only shout in panic as our boy blazes past them. Even the swordsmanship instructor is caught completely off guard by the sudden commotion. His eyes lock onto Rowan, recognizing the new kid's presence is anything but ordinary. The instructor is stunned. That kind of speed is impossible for a kid his size unless he's already trained in mana circulation. Deciding to observe for now, he barks at the others to keep running until the very end. The class continues their laps, but one student is now miles ahead of the pack. Rowan, meanwhile, is just enjoying himself, wondering if this is what school is like every day. Sophie Dobell stares at him, her mind reeling as she questions if this kid is even human. It was one thing to be overtaken, but she can't believe he's already lapped her. She's even more dumbfounded that after all that running, he doesn't even look tired. After the grueling run, the instructor decides the class has had enough rest. He introduces himself as Diego Sanchez, their new basic swordsmanship teacher, and formally greets Rowan. With introductions out of the way, Diego tells everyone to grab a wooden sword from the rack. The other students are completely wiped out, whining that they need more of a break. Diego's gaze lands on Rowan, the only one who hasn't moved an inch. He crosses his arms, demanding to know why our boy isn't getting a sword like everyone else. But as Rowan looks at the weapons, a violent memory of Blake flashes through his mind. Hez frozen in place, admitting quietly that for some reason, he just doesn't want to hold one. Diego's expression sharpens, his eyes boring into the kid. He cuts straight to the point, asking Rowan if he's afraid of the sword. But instead of yelling, Diego acknowledges that a sword is a dangerous tool, and it's admirable to approach it with caution. He places a hand on Rowan's shoulder, telling him that a weapon is just a tool. Its nature is defined by the one who wields it. The words echo in Rowan's mind as he realizes the instructor is trying to help him face his fears. He understands now. If Blake had used a staff, he would have grown to hate staffs instead. The weapon itself is not the enemy. With a new perspective, our boy walks towards the weapon rack, deciding that even if he hates swordsmanship, he can't just run away. His hand closes firmly around the hilt of a wooden practice sword. As he lifts the blade, a faint blue aura of mana swirls around him, his eyes burning with resolve. Diego watches this from a distance, a flicker of surprise and approval in his eyes. He thinks the kid has amazing potential, but his weak will is a shame, then announces that they'll be sparring in pairs. To kick things off, he pairs Rowan with Sophie, declaring that the two who came in first will face each other. Rowan and Sophie face each other, both looking a little uncertain about this matchup. They're both completely dumbfounded that the instructor would pit the two top-ranked students against each other first. The other students immediately start gossiping, saying Rowan has no chance against someone from the famous Dobell family. Their instructor, Diego, simply stands back with his arms crossed and tells them to begin when they're ready. Sophie doesn't waste a second, lunging forward with a powerful and precise swing. Her eyes narrow with focus, channeling all her energy into this single, decisive strike. Our boy is completely stunned by the raw speed and pressure coming off her attack. But Sophie feels something's off. Her mana now feels solid and heavy, like a rock, not vibrant like before. Roan, on the other hand, is just watching in awe, wondering if this is the feeling of true swordsmanship. She plants her foot firmly on the ground, closing the distance to deliver the blow. But as her sword nears, our boy's eyes light up. He's decided he wants to truly learn this time. Both Sophie and the instructor, Diego, are left completely dumbfounded by his sudden change. Sophie can't believe it. His stance is a perfect blend of offense and defense, impossibly stable for a beginner. She grits her teeth, telling herself she absolutely cannot lose at swordsmanship after he already beat her in the run. With the pride of the Doble family on the line, she grips her sword tighter and vows that she will not be defeated. But Rowan meets her strike head-on, effortlessly parrying the blow with a clean, fluid motion. Sophie's eyes go wide in utter disbelief. Her all-out attack was just brushed aside like it was nothing. Our boy just stands there, calm and collected, having completely neutralized her assault. He realizes he didn't just dodge. His eyes are showing him exactly where her sword will go next. Undeterred, Sophie regains her footing and prepares to launch another attack, refusing to give up. She goes all in, launching a desperate 3-hit combo aimed at his chest, shoulder, and head. But our boy Rowan effortlessly dodges each strike, his eyes seeing the path of her blade before she even moves. In a flash, he counters, and Sophie freezes as his wooden sword stops right at her throat. She's completely stunned, trembling as she stares at the blade that could have ended it all. Just as Rowan brings his sword down in a final arc, the instructor screams for them to stop the match. Rowan's eyes widen slightly as he halts his attack, his expression calm and collected. Sophie is left breathless, the tip of his wooden sword hovering just inches from her neck. But the crazy part is, he had already stopped his swing before the instructor even yelled. Her mind is reeling. She realizes he didn't just react, he read her entire sword path in advance. She's left speechless, wondering just how far ahead this kid is seeing the fight. Instead of being salty, Sophie admits her defeat, and with fire in her eyes, immediately demands they go again. Our boy Rowan just gives her a calm, knowing smile. He simply agrees to her challenge without a second thought. After class, Sophie is still blown away by his performance during their spars. She gushes that he must be a natural-born genius, but Rowan humbly claims his first wins were just luck and that he lost the later rounds. Sophie appreciates his modesty, telling him she's already looking forward to their next match. The other students are just relieved that swordsmanship is over, calling the upcoming magic class a welcome break. But Rowan is genuinely confused, wondering why anyone would treat a class as break time when they're supposed to be training to join the union. The other students are completely dumbfounded by his serious attitude. One of them explains that while the teacher is incredible, learning magic is just too hard for most people, implying it's a waste of effort. The student sighs, telling Rowan he's completely clueless about how things work around here. Turns out, their magic teacher is none other than the legendary teacher Arthur, a former honorary division commander. The students file into a massive, ornate lecture hall that looks more like a grand cathedral. Intricate magical devices hum with power, filling the room with a sense of awe. Just then, the heavy classroom door swings open, silencing the murmuring students. A dignified old man walks in, his presence immediately commanding the entire room's attention. Sophie leans over, whispering to Rowan that this is the very same teacher Arthur she was just talking about. The man is a living legend, now the Dean of Magic Studies, and his aura is absolutely immense. Using his special eyes, Rowan is dumbfounded. Arthur's mana is even denser than the chief's, making him wonder what the Union's true peak looks like. Despite the overwhelming pressure, our boy stands up and politely introduces himself as the new student. The old man calmly introduces himself as Arthur, the teacher for magic studies. He acknowledges that for some of the observing students, his lecture might be a bit of a drag. But our boy Rowan stands firm, declaring his plan to become a magician and enter the Union. Arthur lets out a hearty laugh, clearly impressed by the kid's exceptional spirit. He then poses a serious question, asking if Rowan knows the path of a magician is far more arduous than a swordsman's. The question hits Rowan hard, making him recall the strange looks the other orphans gave him. Admitting he doesn't know, Arthur turns the question over to the class president, Sophie. Sophie stands and explains the grim reality. It takes a full 10 years just to be recognized as a first-class magician. Arthur confirms her point, adding that this makes it almost impossible to join the Union right after graduation. The truth sinks in for Rowan. Even after a decade of work, he'd still just be a reserve member, not a frontline fighter. Turns out, to be a real frontline runner, you need to be at least a second-class magician. Rowan, unfazed, declares that to be safe, he'll just aim for third-class magic before he graduates. Arthur just scoffs, asking our boy if he even has a clue what third-class magic is, and Rowan admits he knows nothing. Seeing his complete ignorance, Arthur decides it's time for a little impromptu lesson. He begins writing ancient runes, explaining why magic is a discipline of wisdom, unlike the Union's brute force swordsmanship. After filling the board, he presents the complex formula for a simple fire arrow and asks if anyone can spot an error. Rowan is stunned. These are the same damn symbols he saw at the ritual site where the orphans were sacrificed. Arthur tells the silent classroom not to feel bad, as it's perfectly normal not to find the mistake. He then reveals that this impossibly complex formula is considered one of the most basic spells in existence. To drive the point home, he casually casts the spell, and a blazing arrow of pure mana materializes before him. Our boy Rowan is left completely speechless, his mind reeling from the display. He can see with his own eyes that the fire arrow is unstable, looking like it could melt away at any moment. Arthur explains that magical formulas are incredibly sensitive. Even a minuscule error after pouring in mana results in this trash-tier state. He then turns back to the board, indicating the complex runes he had written down earlier. With a single, deliberate stroke of his chalk, he alters one of the symbols. Suddenly, the weak stream of fire erupts into a powerful, controlled blaze that shoots across the room. The rest of the class, including Sophie Doble, can only gape in awe at the sheer difference in power. Arthur continues his lecture, stating that a true magician must be able to reinterpret the entire formula just to make small changes. He demonstrates this by showing how the fire arrow has now morphed into a swirling, condensed fireball in his palm. This simple change, he explains, not only requires more mana but also puts a massive strain on both the mind and body. Arthur then poses a question to the class. Why does magic hit its limits faster than swordsmanship? Sophie Doble, ever the star pupil, shoots her hand up to explain the superior efficiency of imbuing mana into a weapon. While our boy Rowan scribbles down notes, he internalizes that magic puts a massive strain on both the body and mind. The key takeaway sinks in. A spell's power is directly proportional to the caster's own magical reserves. Through his unique eyes, Rowan visualizes this concept, seeing how a person's mana capacity dictates their entire potential. He comes to a grim conclusion with his low mana density. Casting powerful magic seems like a pipe dream. But then, a spark of hope ignites. If he can master the process of manifestation, maybe he can cheat the system. Arthur, noticing his focus, calls on Rowan directly, who correctly guesses the formula on the board is the key. The dean confirms it but points out that writing out that entire mess in a real fight is a death sentence. He then reveals the solution. Magicians compress these long formulas into a compact, efficient magic circle. Rowan immediately connects this to the tattoos on Lazarus's arm, asking if some magicians engrave these circles on their bodies for faster casting. The dean falls silent, a complex magic circle glowing on the board behind him as he stares at the boy who just made that leap. Our boy's mind is racing, seeing the formula as a complex equation and the magic circle as its simplified, elegant symbol. This leads him to another question. If that's the case, is chanting just another form of compression, converting the formula into language? Arthur is genuinely intrigued, his expression hardening as he asks Rowan to explain exactly why he came to that conclusion. Rowan explains that the formula on the board didn't look like random numbers but more like a detailed blueprint for manifesting a fireball. So, he reasons, if a magic circle is a symbol, then it only makes sense that the verbal component would be its linguistic equivalent. The old master is completely dumbfounded, realizing this first year is pondering concepts that even high-ranking magicians of old struggled with. After a moment, Arthur praises the answer as excellent, explaining that the core of chanting is arranging precise words in the correct order. He reveals that each mana-infused word holds immense power, a concept called word spirit, and prepares to give a live demonstration. With a single chant, Arthur unleashes a terrifying torrent of fire magic, the raw power of word spirit made manifest. He explains that it's not just the words, but the emotion and intonation behind them that give the chant life, much like reading a story aloud. This clicks for Rowan instantly. He remembers how his own readings moved the hearts of noblewomen, realizing he's been training for this his whole life. Arthur asks if the display scared him, but our boy just confirms that his interest in magic has now skyrocketed. Pleased with his star pupil, Arthur announces their next class will be on ancient languages, causing the other students to groan in despair. After the intense lecture, the students finally get to head back to the dormitories. Sophie walks with Rowan, already complaining about the mountain of homework they've been assigned from all their classes. She points out that Rowan's schedule is even more insane, but he just smirks and says studying is fun, which only annoys her more. Trying to change the subject, she asks where his room is, and he points down the hall to the second-to-last door. She casually mentions he'll be sharing with Lucas, but the name catches Rowan completely off guard. He has no idea who that is. Later that night, while everyone else is probably sleeping, our boy Rowan is already grinding away at his desk. He quickly deciphers the ancient texts, realizing that with his low mana, he can't just copy powerful magic. A crazy idea hits him. If the existing spells don't work, he'll just have to invent his own. Pouring all his focus into it, he begins constructing a completely new magic formula from the ground up. After hours of grueling work, he finally succeeds, holding a small, stable orb of fire in his hands. He realizes that by deconstructing and rebuilding the formulas, he can create magic that perfectly suits him. This is it, this is the breakthrough he's been looking for. But the sheer exhaustion from creating a spell from nothing finally overwhelms him, and he collapses onto the floor. He's been at it all night, passing out just as the sun begins to rise. Suddenly, the door to his room creaks open, and his new roommate, Lucas, arrives, completely stunned by the sight. Lucas is completely dumbfounded, wondering what in the world is going on with the kid passed out on his floor. He cautiously approaches, asking why our boy is sleeping on the hard ground instead of a bed. Rowan's consciousness drifts, and he finds himself in a hazy dreamscape, hearing faint, familiar voices. He overhears a conversation about his grueling ordeal, with someone named Sienna being blamed for pushing him too hard. His eyes flutter open, and the first thing he sees is a blurry, red-haired figure, making him wonder where he is. The figure, Lucas, leans in with a look of pure concern, relieved to see that Rowan is finally awake. Our boy is still completely out of it, rubbing his eyes and trying to process who this stranger is. Suddenly, Lucas pulls him into a massive hug, shouting about how worried he was to find him collapsed like that. He introduces himself with a friendly smile as Lucas von Passo, his new classmate and roommate. Lucas explains he found him passed out after training, reassuring him it's nothing serious and that he just needs some rest. Rowan is completely dumbfounded, asking why this stranger would be so worried about him. Lucas casually explains that his father asked him to look after our boy. Turns out, his old man is none other than Oscar von Passau, the vice head of the Faith Division. The revelation hits Rowan like a truck, while Lucas cheekily asks him to put in a good word with his dad. Rowan agrees, and Lucas notes he's surprisingly easy to talk to, unlike what he expected. He jokes that most first years mistake him for a senior, even though he's only 12. Our boy is shocked, but Lucas admits he's a slacker, who failed twice for skipping class too much. He leans in and confesses that, honestly, he'd rather just avoid studying altogether if he could. But then Lucas gets serious, asking if Rowan is sure he just fainted, because he definitely saw a fireball in their wrecked room. Rowan is left speechless, trying to recall the chaotic events that led to him passing out. Lucas stretches, lamenting they can't practice swordsmanship together, which makes Rowan wonder if that's his roommate's specialty. Turns out, with the vice head of Faith for a father, Lucas is practically destined for the knight's path. Our boy is just processing it all, his unique eyes taking in every detail about his new slacker roommate. Rowan is shocked to see that despite being only 2 years older, Lucas's mana is incredibly dense and powerful. He can't help but respect the immense effort it must have taken for Lucas to become so strong. Feeling inspired, Rowan decides he needs to try harder too, but Lucas quickly tells him to stay put since he just fainted. Rowan claims he just needs some fresh air, but this excuse just gives Lucas the perfect opening. Seizing the opportunity, Lucas declares that skipping class to get some fresh air is the best cure for a headache. As Rowan agrees, it suddenly dawns on him this is exactly why a genius like Lucas has already failed twice. And with that, the two of them ditch their studies and head out into the bustling town. Lucas worries that our boy looks unsteady and tells him to eat more so he doesn't collapse again. But as they're walking, Rowan's unique eyes suddenly sense a powerful flow of mana coming from a nearby shop. He immediately tells Lucas he wants to go check out the magic shop. Lucas, ever the slacker, just casually agrees to follow his new friend's curiosity. A bell chimes as the two of them step inside the mysterious-looking establishment. The interior is filled to the brim with all sorts of magical trinkets and artifacts. While Lucas seems completely unimpressed, Rowan is just trying to process everything he's seeing. He's completely blown away, realizing that every single item in the store is infused with strong mana. But as he's marveling at all the powerful items, a sudden, horrifying realization dawns on him. It hits him like a lightning bolt. He's a broke orphan with absolutely no money to his name. Our boy is spiraling, thinking if only he had the money from the relief center. But Lucas snaps him out of it, asking why he looks so down. Rowan just mumbles that he's completely broke, leaving his new roommate utterly confused. With a confident grin, Lucas tells him not to worry and to just pick whatever he wants, explaining his father told him to take care of Rowan. Rowan is completely dumbfounded by the offer, his eyes practically sparkling with disbelief. Getting a little ahead of himself, he asks if Lucas can buy him everything in the store, an idea Lucas immediately shoots down. Turns out, Lucas isn't exactly a walking wallet himself, revealing just a handful of gold and silver coins. He tells Rowan to just pick one thing for now, grumbling that he has no intention of being stuck reading books for months. As he counts his meager funds, Lucas realizes he doesn't have much to spare either. Seeing the situation, Rowan decides to find something that his new friend could actually afford. He wanders through the aisles until his eyes land on a peculiar-looking item sitting on a dusty shelf. His eyes lock onto a dark, egg-shaped stone pulsing with a strange, chaotic purple energy. Rowan picks it up, sensing the mana is a complete mess, which probably explains why it's so cheap. He brings his find to the counter, and the shopkeeper immediately identifies it as the Gidia stone. The man seems almost surprised, admitting he forgot his family even owned one of these things. Rowan asks what it's used for, but the shopkeeper just calls it a decoration, certain the egg inside will never hatch. When pressed about what's sealed inside, the shopkeeper admits he has absolutely no idea. He explains it's an old relic from the south meant to seal an unknown entity, but it's proven useless as a magic tool. Seeing Rowan's confusion, he clarifies that a magic tool is just any item infused with magical power. Our boy asks if breaking the seal would awaken whatever's inside, but the shopkeeper doubts it, calling the magic unique but probably inert. The words, unique magic, resonate with Rowan, and you can tell he's already decided this is the item for him. Using his eyes of the heart, Rowan sees the magic circle on the stone is absurdly complex, packing more punch than a standard fireball. He turns to his roommate Lucas for a second opinion, but the guy just looks completely out of his depth. Lucas chimes in that it looks better than a book and could be used for throwing, but our boy ignores the trash tier advice and confirms he'll take it. With the purchase made, the two thank the shopkeeper and head back out into the city. Rowan casually tosses his new prize as Lucas announces it's time to head to their next destination. Suddenly, Lucas tells him to hurry up or they'll be late, leaving Rowan totally confused about where they're even going. His roommate just flashes a smug grin, clearly planning some kind of surprise. Turns out, he's taking him to the coolest place in the Union, the sprawling capital city itself. Standing on a hill overlooking the magnificent view, Rowan is left completely speechless by the sight. He immediately recognizes the massive clock tower as the Union headquarters, and Lucas confirms it's where the top dogs like the Guildmaster reside. Rowan asks if Lucas has ever seen the big shots, and Lucas recalls seeing the former Guildmaster with his father. Trying to remember, Lucas says the man wore a stunning white suit that looked incredibly cool. He describes him as a graceful white swan standing out amongst a flock of black crows, a detail that catches Rowan's attention. Our boy is taken aback, realizing he knew nothing about the appearance of these legendary figures. The lore hits hard. A rank 7 expert can destroy a city, and the commander who leads them is basically a king. But even above them is the guild governor, a being so powerful he's considered an equal to the actual king of the continent. All that immense power is concentrated right there, in that single clock tower. Clutching the stone he just bought, Rowan feels how impossibly distant those figures are from his current trash-tier self. But looking out at the city, a fire ignites within him. He believes that someday, he can reach that same level. The two stand together under the night sky, silently sharing a dream of the future that awaits them. Lucas confirms the clock tower is so massive you can even see it from the school. But our boy's attention is snagged by the intricate details, wondering what the red arrow on the clock face even points to. He turns to Lucas, genuinely curious about how you're supposed to read this bizarre-looking clock. Lucas is caught off guard, scratching his head as he tries to remember the details he was taught. He explains that the outer red band uses ancient symbols to mark the year. He admits he can't actually read the ancient text, but he knows the current year is 262. Lucas is left completely dumbfounded when Rowan casually repeats the year back to him. Rowan then proceeds to read the entire clock face with zero effort, declaring the date is June 14th, 262, at 7:20. His roommate is absolutely stunned, stammering as he asks how in the world Rowan knew all that. Turns out, our boy recognized the clock from that horrifying vision of the future, where he saw it burning on June 14th, 272 exactly 10 years from now. Rowan is left reeling, haunted by the knowledge of what will happen on this exact day, 10 years from now. Back in their dorm room, the weight of this terrible secret hangs in the air. Lucas grabs his wooden sword to head out, telling our boy to get some rest while he's gone. He explains with a grin that he can't afford to skip even one day of training, lest his body gets dull. Once the door closes, Rowan is left completely alone with his dark premonition. He sits on his bed, unable to shake the horrifying vision the world tree showed him. It couldn't have been a simple illusion. He's convinced it was a prophetic dream. Clutching the mysterious Gidia stone, he desperately wonders how a kid like him can possibly change the future. Closing his eyes, he focuses his mana and comes to a decision. His first step is to gather information. He needs to find out everything he can about the scenes from his vision, starting with that clock tower. Our boy realizes the clock tower was the central point in most of his memories. He begins arranging the fragmented visions, using the tower as an anchor to piece it all together. His next step is to fill in the gaps, sorting the chaotic memories into a proper timeline. He places the memory of the intact red roof before the one where a runner died after it collapsed. He understands that by organizing the flow like this, he can truly grasp the future he was shown. Floating in a sea of memories, he recalls every single vision the world tree burned into his mind. He reaches out, his hand hovering over one specific, terrifying fragment. This is it, the future, where the entire city and its clock tower are engulfed in flames. Staring at the horrific scene, the fear in his eyes begins to fade. It's replaced by a cold, steely resolve. He's not just going to sit back and watch it happen. He sees his friends Sophie, Lucas, even Senior Sienna, all lying dead in the rubble. With a clenched fist, Rowan realizes he needs to know where he fits into this catastrophe. To do that, he has to figure out what his rank will be when all this goes down. He scans through the countless fragments of the future, but only one seems to contain his own image. He focuses, zeroing in on that single, crucial piece of the puzzle. There it is, a vision of himself standing on a rooftop as chaos unfolds. But from this angle, he can't see the rank badge on his uniform. It's a dead end. Then it hits him. If this is his memory space, he should be able to change the perspective. He reaches out, pouring his will into the vision, causing the very fabric of the memory to crack. With a final push, he shatters the frame, stepping into the vision to see it from a new angle. He thinks to himself that this is good. He's finally inside the vision. Now standing amidst the flames, he's ready to confirm what he came for, facing a mysterious hooded figure. But the sheer reality of the burning hellscape makes him question where he's even landed. Suddenly, his confidence evaporates as he's struck with a horrifying realization. The hooded figure isn't just anyone, it's his future self, battered and bloodied. His own eyes stare back at him from the future, reflecting his younger self in a chilling gaze. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, looking at the grim, defeated man he is destined to become. The full truth crashes down on him. His future self is dead on the ground, and he now knows he's fated to die in 10 years. Snapping back to reality, he processes the devastating knowledge he just uncovered. But instead of despair, his eyes open with a cold, steely resolve. The clock is officially ticking. Back in his room, our boy sits in silence, the weight of his grim future pressing down on him. He wonders if this terrifying vision was a warning from the tree he's heard whispers about. The stakes are impossibly high. The fall of the Union means the end of the world, a total extinction event. He now understands the tree is a grotesque black magic ritual, sacrificing countless souls to harvest mana. And that hooded figure from his vision, he realizes that person's destiny is now his, to either accept or defy. With a surge of defiance, Rowan gets to his feet, refusing to let some vision dictate his life. He knows he can't just wait for it to happen. He has to actively forge a new path. The first variable he needs to change is himself, starting right now. He considers his options. He could either avoid the Union entirely or join the administration staff. But then, a third, much more ambitious path presents itself in the pages of his book. He envisions his new goal: to rise high enough in the Union to wear the prestigious white suit. The next morning, his roommate Lucas wakes him up, snapping him back to reality. Lucas lets him know that teacher Daphne wants to see him in the faculty office before class. Rowan finds this odd and asks if it's just him, and Lucas confirms it with a confused look. Our boy points out that Lucas was gone for a while too, but his roommate just shrugs it off and heads to class. Left alone, Rowan can't help but wonder why he was singled out by their teacher. He meets with Daphne, who immediately expresses concern, saying he still looks a bit pale. Rowan plays it cool, thanking her for marking his apocalyptic vision quest down as simple sick leave. She tells him not to overdo it, reminding him that his class is just an elective he can drop any time. But Rowan's resolve is ironclad. He insists he's fine, and is actually eager to take on even more classes. He puts on a brave face for his teacher, promising with a bright smile that he'll be careful now. Daphne offers him counseling anytime he needs it, and he politely thanks her for the consideration. With the meeting concluded, our boy turns and makes his way out of the faculty office. His mind is already on the next step. He has to take every class he can to get strong, and fast. He realizes that before he can even think about saving his friends, he needs to secure his own power first. The moment he steps into the classroom, his friends, including Sophie and Lucas, immediately call out to him. Sophie rushes over, telling him how worried she was after hearing he collapsed. But Rowan just reassures them he's fine. Looking at his friends, a new plan begins to form in his mind, a flicker of hope against the darkness he saw. He thinks that if he can help them all grow stronger with him, maybe, just maybe, they can survive the coming catastrophe. Seizing the moment, Rowan gathers his friends and tells them he has a favor to ask, leaving them all intrigued. Our boy gets straight to the point, listing off names and leaving his classmates completely dumbfounded. He continues his master plan, suggesting specific friends avoid swordsmanship and tactfully noting Lucas's aversion to magic studies. Sophie is blown away, realizing Rowan somehow memorized the names of every single student in just one day. She asks him why he's suddenly so invested in their class schedules, but Rowan plays it cool, saying he just heard they were good classes. Then he lays it on thick, asking with a heart-melting expression if they would be willing to take those classes with him. The girls in the group are immediately sold, their hearts practically exploding as they agree without a second thought. Lucas, however, isn't so easily swayed. He pulls Rowan aside, admitting his hesitant about the magic class. Rowan nods, telling him he completely understands the reason for his avoidance but suggests there's another way to look at it. Instead of a long-winded explanation, he decides a demonstration would be far more effective. He asks Lucas to just give the magic class a single try for one day, leaving his friend to seriously consider the offer. Lucas finally caves, admitting to himself that it's impossible to refuse Rowan's earnest face. And so, the day of the much-anticipated magic class arrives at the Grand Academy. The Dean of Magic Studies, Arthur, looks out at the unusually crowded lecture hall, a low murmur filling the air. He muses that the rumors were true. Rowan was the one who managed to rally all these students to attend his class. Spotting our boy, Arthur asks if he's feeling all right, and Rowan assures him he's much better now. The old dean smiles, realizing this is the liveliest his class has been in ages, and it's all thanks to this one kid. Rowan explains his motive was simple. He wanted to show his friends that magic isn't some distant, unapproachable power. Arthur is completely intrigued, wondering what else Rowan has learned and how he plans to demonstrate such a bold claim. Without missing a beat, Rowan asks to come up to the platform, and the dean agrees, telling him not to overdo it. With permission granted, Rowan confidently walks to the front, ready to blow everyone's minds. In the audience, Lucas is dumbfounded, wondering why our boy isn't the least bit scared, while Sophie just calls him peculiar. Meanwhile, word of the commotion has spread, drawing some very important figures to the lecture hall. Outside the grand doors, the administration director Lazarus and the head of academics Daphne arrive. Daphne muses that he must be the busiest man at the union, finding it unusual for him to show up so early. She asks if Rowan is the reason, and Lazarus admits he's here for a couple of reasons. He claims it's the administration bureau's duty to look after the school, but his excuse is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Sienna. Both Lazarus and Daphne are thrown off, wondering what the elite runner of conviction is doing here. Daphne asks Sienna what brings her here, thinking she was off duty, but Sienna reveals she's on a mission from Vice Commander Oscar. More importantly than her, she says, is another unexpected guest who has just arrived. Turns out, it's the swordsmanship instructor, Diego Sanchez, who admits the sudden buzz around magic studies made him curious. Daphne turns to the Dean of Magic, Arthur, who explains he couldn't possibly ignore the administration chief's visit. She lets out a weary sigh, realizing this simple demonstration is turning into a major event. She instructs the whole group of VIPs to please just observe quietly so they don't disturb the class. With the ground rules set, she cautiously pushes open the door to the lecture hall. The moment she peeks inside, her eyes widen in absolute disbelief at what's happening. A massive, swirling inferno of raw magical energy is consuming the front of the room, and there stands our boy Rowan, smiling confidently as he effortlessly commands the raging flames. He even projects a network of blue light, showing how his mana is resonating with everyone present. The Dean of Magic is completely stunned, barely managing to whisper that it's a fireball. His mind is reeling. This is a level of magic that a kid his age should never be able to wield. The Dean's mind races. This spell isn't even in the curriculum, and a weaker version is only for 5th graders. Even then, only the most gifted prodigies could ever hope to manifest such a spell. He can't wrap his head around how this small child is pulling off the impossible. Meanwhile, Rowan holds the massive fireball steady, while simultaneously protecting the other students with a barrier. A union elder remarks that he's never seen a fireball with such pure, primordial energy. Lazarus, the administration director, is equally impressed, noting the orb's density and stability defy all common sense. He admits that while a fireball is technically a simple spell, this display is anything but. To maintain that size, heat, and levitation perfectly still requires an insane level of control. Sienna chimes in, realizing this isn't just a simple fireball anymore. It's a completely different class of magic. The entire group of elites is just dumbfounded, wondering how a kid from a shelter possesses such monstrous talent. Sienna can only stare, a bead of sweat running down her face as she worries about our boy. Even the great Dean Arthur has to step in, not to stop him, but to erect a massive barrier to contain the spell's raw power. The other instructors are whispering amongst themselves, remembering that Rowan had just collapsed the day before. Daphne agrees, feeling that even if it's not her place, someone should check if he's pushing himself too hard. They all think he should probably restrain himself before his body gives out from the sheer mana output. But Rowan is perfectly calm, feeling only a slight strain as he maintains the colossal flame. In his mind, he knows the trick isn't the size, but the precise control over the mana supply. He thinks that any unrestrained mana would make the flame unstable. This is pure, calculated skill. Then, something else catches his attention, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. While maintaining his own god-tier spell, he's casually analyzing the fascinating structure of the Dean's Barrier. He realizes the Dean's Barrier is similar to the dark pit from the shelter, but fundamentally different in its purpose. A mischievous thought crosses his mind as he wonders what would happen if his fireball actually hit the barrier. Completely relaxed, he turns to the Dean and innocently asks for the name of his amazing magic. Arthur is absolutely dumbfounded. He's concentrating with all his might, and this kid is making small talk. With a surge of effort, the Dean reinforces his barrier, preparing for the inevitable impact. The swirling blue mana of the barrier begins to envelop Rowan's colossal fireball, a vortex of pure energy. but our boy is a little confused as he feels his spell being manipulated in a way he didn't expect. Turns out, the barrier isn't just blocking the fireball, it's actively absorbing and neutralizing it. With a final push, Arthur redirects the contained spell, sending it harmlessly into the sky to dissipate. Rowan glances back at his classmates, only to find every single one, including Sophie and Lucas, staring in utter disbelief. Dean Arthur is completely torn. He has no idea whether to praise this kid's insane talent or scold him for nearly blowing up the academy. Suddenly, the administration director, Lazarus, walks up and calmly congratulates our boy on a job well done. He answers Rowan's earlier question, explaining the dean's unique magic is called the Barrier of Blue Flames. Rowan thinks the name is awesome, but Arthur just scoffs, saying a name is just a name and he didn't even choose it. The dean then flips the script, putting Rowan on the spot by asking what his own catastrophic spell is called. Our boy tries to play dumb, claiming it was just a fireball, but Arthur grabs his shoulder, calling him out on the lie. He tells Rowan that he, more than anyone, should know that what he just cast was on a completely different level. Caught red-handed, Rowan quietly admits that the dean is right. He then confesses he hasn't thought of a name yet, making Arthur sigh internally. He was about to lecture on danger, and the kids worried about branding. Before they can continue, Lazarus steps forward, announcing that as the administration chief, he must officially address the incident. Lazarus cuts straight to the point, demanding to know why Rowan would do something so insanely dangerous. Rowan calmly explains he was confident in his control and, more importantly, he trusted Dean Arthur to have his back. The dean had asked if the fireball was just for show, and our boy had to sheepishly admit that it was. But his real intention was to light a fire under his friends, to give them a reason to have confidence in themselves. He knew they were all terrified of magic, especially after hearing their own dean say most of them would fail. So, he decided to show them, not tell them, what was truly possible if they just tried. Arthur is internally fanboying, thinking this kid is a bona fide genius, though he'd never say it out loud. The realization hits the old man like a truck. He's been the one limiting the student's potential with his own cynicism. Dumbfounded, he can't believe it took this little kid to make him see how jaded he'd become. Seeing his chance, Rowan asks to borrow the stage a bit longer, and the newly enlightened dean just tells him to go for it. With everyone's attention, Rowan calls out his roommate Lucas, who is completely dumbfounded that he's been singled out. Lucas nervously shuffles up to the stage, wondering why on earth he was chosen for this demonstration. Our boy just smiles and tells him not to worry, promising to help him cast his very first spell. He explains that swordsmanship and magic are cut from the same cloth. It's all about controlling mana, something Lucas already does daily. But Lucas is still skeptical, unable to wrap his head around how he, a swordsman, could possibly use magic. Rowan decides to start with the basics, suggesting they try chanting since it's much simpler than drawing complex magic circles. As the dean watches with a knowing smirk, Rowan begins reciting a spell in an ancient, powerful language. Lucas tries his best to repeat the words but completely fumbles the pronunciation, forcing Rowan to correct him. Rowan is a bit confused, asking if this is Lucas's first time hearing the ancient language, even though this is his third year as a freshman. The comment flies right over Lucas's head, leaving him utterly clueless as to what Rowan is talking about. Rowan explains the meaning of the chant, but the poetic language makes Lucas cringe so hard he practically folds in on himself. The rest of the class, including the class president Sophie, listens in, but they're all looking completely lost. Sophie just stares blankly, the ancient words flying right over her head like everyone else's. Our boy is dumbfounded, wondering why no one seems to understand what he's saying. He starts to panic internally. This shouldn't be happening. This was supposed to be the easy part. If they're getting stuck on a chant he simplified for a complete beginner, his entire 10-year plan could go up in smoke. Lucas snaps him out of it, pointing out that even the top students like Sophie are totally clueless. Suddenly, the dean appears behind them, reminding Rowan to be patient since this is Lucas's very first magic class. Rowan looks up at the dean and pivots, asking if he could just teach him the magic formula directly instead. The dean seems to agree, as a piece of chalk levitates towards the board, ready to begin a whole new lesson. The entire class watches in awe as the chalk begins to write on the board all by itself. The dean chuckles, impressed that our boy can even use psychokinesis, while Lazarus, the union's director, looks on silently. In a flash, Rowan finishes writing a dizzying array of ancient runes, announcing that he's done. The formula he wrote isn't just text, it's a living construct, a sphere of pure mana humming with power. A wave of intense magical energy washes over the entire classroom, emanating from the chalkboard. The dean's eyes widen as he analyzes the formula, realizing it's a perfect, self-contained magical system. Completely stunned, he asks Rowan where on earth he saw this formula, but our boy claims he just changed what the dean wrote. Lazarus scoffs, pointing out this is far more than a simple change, but Rowan just says this version felt better for him. The dean is speechless, realizing the kid didn't just modify the formula, he created an entirely new one from scratch. He and Lazarus exchange a look of pure shock, They're not dealing with a prodigy, but a monster, tier genius. Realizing this needs a private discussion, the head of academic affairs, Daphne, steps in to suggest a separate meeting. Lazarus gives our boy a pat, thanking him for the incredible formula, and promising they'll talk again very soon. The dean then turns to the elf-like union member, asking for her name, and she introduces herself as Sienna. He immediately throws her for a loop, asking her to take over all the remaining classes for the day. He tells her to just let the students self-study or practice swordsmanship. He doesn't care which, as he and the others prepare to leave. Even the swordsmanship instructor piles on, telling Sienna she can take his next class too, much to her dismay. With the class issue settled, the dean gathers a swirl of blue mana in his hand to deal with the chalkboard. He unleashes a powerful spell, causing glowing runes to flash across the entire classroom to seal the dangerous formula. The spell fades, and the dean announces it's time for the adults to leave for their little chat. And just like that, Sienna is left alone at the podium, dumbfounded and stuck with a mountain of unexpected work. With the adults gone, the classroom immediately erupts into a sea of whispers and murmurs. The class president, Sophie Doble, can only bite her lip in frustration as the chaos grows. Suddenly, a loud slam echoes through the room as our boy Rowan smacks his hand down on the desk. The student next to him jumps, startled by the sudden noise meant to grab everyone's attention. Sienna takes the opportunity to address the now silent lecture hall, introducing herself as the temporary instructor. She tries to lay down the law, telling them to treat this as a regular class where everyone must participate. But the students just stare back, the sheer unruliness of the situation hanging heavy in the air. Sienna sighs, internally screaming as she wonders how on earth she's supposed to handle this disaster. Meanwhile, in a grand hall elsewhere, an emergency committee has been summoned for the first time in years. The members murmur amongst themselves, shocked by the sudden call, confirming that this is an unprecedented event. The administration director, Lazarus, kicks things off, announcing the meeting is about the Union School's educational policy. But he cuts to the chase, revealing the real reason for this emergency summons is the story of a single student, Rowan. The Dean of Magic, Arthur, elaborates that Fireball is an established, basic magic spell, yet our boy somehow interpreted it in a completely new way, creating an unprecedented magic formula all his own. One of the members is dumbfounded, asking if that's even possible, but Arthur confirms he and others have seen it firsthand. Lazarus decides that for now, they must consider it a new approach, though the Administration Bureau will need to analyze it further. A more conservative member argues that even if Rowan is a genius, he's still a first year who needs a standard education. This sparks a heated debate, with another member firing back that a genius requires specialized education, not a cookie-cutter approach. Someone else chimes in, worried that their rigid system might cause them to lose other talented individuals along the way. The opposition explodes, slamming the idea of early admission to the Union as absurd and questioning their core values. Arthur cuts through the noise, deciding they need to focus on practical education, and asks if there are any other issues with Rowan. The main concern, it turns out, is a potential character flaw. One member notes that Rowan is rumored to be polite, but another counters that he lacks consideration for his peers. Arthur seems unbothered, reminding them that the Union values ability and achievement above all else. With his talent, Rowan is bound to stand out. The real problem isn't fitting in, but getting in at all. The final hurdle is the entrance exam interview, and the interviewer is notorious for prioritizing character. A committee member points out that while Rowan's intentions were good, his actions could easily isolate him from the other students. Another woman fires back, questioning how they can even judge the character of a 10-year-old who literally invents new magic. Lazarus finally steps in, tired of the bickering, and suggests a simple solution: just have a conversation with the boy. Nodding in agreement, Arthur decides to summon Rowan and hear his side of the story directly. So, our boy Rowan is brought before the committee, looking dead serious with Sienna standing right behind him. The kind-hearted Daphne starts the questioning, noting that he seems troubled. Rowan admits he is, explaining his frustration over Lucas being unable to manifest magic, and his own failure to gauge his friend's potential. Daphne tells him not to worry, but Rowan is already 5 steps ahead, revealing he's been forming several hypotheses about the problem. He theorizes that maybe Lucas just gives up too easily, or perhaps his brain is just wired for swordsmanship instead of magic. In front of everyone, he even considers that he might be the one at fault for pushing his friends without understanding their personal limits. Arthur, the Dean of Magic, senses there's more to it and calmly asks what else is on his mind. With a heavy heart, Rowan voices his deepest fear, that his friends might not be untalented, but actually sick. But after voicing his concerns, a bright smile breaks out on his face, relieved that his friends are at least healthy. This whole display leaves Lazarus completely dumbfounded, wondering why this kid is so damn desperate to teach his friends magic. With a steely gaze, Rowan finally cuts to the heart of the matter, revealing his true motivation. He explains that it was never just about magic, it was about the simple desire to become stronger alongside his friends. His ultimate, unwavering goal: for all of them to become official union members together. As a team, the committee members listen intently, their initial skepticism melting away as they hear his passionate plea. Daphne, in particular, offers a warm, understanding smile, finally seeing the pure ambition behind his strange behavior. She gently tells Rowan they've heard enough, assuring him this wasn't a reprimand and that he can finally go rest. Our boy is dismissed, the grand doors closing behind him, leaving the union's top brass to their deliberations. And almost immediately, they begin drafting a new educational direction for all first-year students. The new policy emphasizes balance, aiming to nurture individual talent while fostering empathy and social skills for the entire class. One of the members smirks, realizing this one kid's heartfelt speech just triggered a massive, school-wide reform. And so, the committee works through the night, completely overhauling the union's entire academic curriculum. By the next morning, the ripple effects of Rowan's speech are already being felt across the academy. The first-year students are gathered outside, completely clueless about the bombshell that's about to drop. Their instructor, Diego Sanchez, announces that from this day forward, swordsmanship and magic are mandatory for everyone. Lucas is completely baffled by the sudden change, but our boy Rowan knows he's the one who set these wheels in motion. To top it all off, Diego reveals that active union members will now serve as assistant instructors for their classes. He then singles out Rowan, Sophie, and Lucas, ordering them to conduct their own autonomous training by sparring. Lucas grins, admitting he's been dying for a shot at Rowan, while Sophie looks on with quiet intensity. She's fired up, realizing this is the perfect chance to prove the results of her own relentless training. The gauntlet is thrown down as Lucas challenges Rowan to the first match, and Sophie declares she's got next. And so, after Lucas gets his turn, it's finally time for Sophie's match against our boy. The result is the same. A swift, decisive strike ends the spar with her wooden sword knocked to the ground. Sophie is left completely dumbfounded, realizing Rowan was once again reading her sword path like an open book. She remembers seeing a brief opening during their clash, clinging to the hope that with more training, she might actually win next time. Despite her loss, Rowan offers a handshake, telling her it was a good match. But Sophie can't shake the feeling something's off, asking him if there's a fundamental flaw in her swordsmanship. Rowan points out that her mana flow is slightly misaligned and suggests she try changing its direction. Lucas, ever the helpful one, chimes in, telling her to stop swinging so clumsily and be more precise. He then adds insult to injury, claiming she probably just lacks strength since her legs were wobbling. Rowan internally agrees Lucas has a point, but Sophie has had enough and furiously tells him to be quiet. Sophie asks our boy for a real solution, and Rowan calmly explains that while Lucas had a point, he wasn't entirely correct. Using his unique eyes, he shows her the problem. Her mana is split evenly between her upper and lower body. He tells her to focus more mana on her legs for a solid stance, which is why she gets tangled up trying to swing with brute force. Having had enough of Lucas's taunts, Sophie snaps and shoves him, demanding he prove his skills in a real fight. The swordsmanship instructor, Diego, steps in with a grin, warning Lucas not to regret the words that just came out of his mouth. Diego looks on, thoroughly amused by the drama, and thinking these kids have some serious personality clashes. It seems the spar resolved everything, as the three are now getting along, proving the adults' worries were for nothing. Later, Rowan meets with Daphne, who asks him how he's finding his new life at the academy. She gently asks if he's managed to let go of the heavy burdens that have been weighing on his mind. Rowan confirms with a newfound peace, explaining he finally understands that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Daphne smiles warmly, glad that our boy has finally accepted that everyone is different. She then asks how things are going with his new friends, and he replies that they're all great, but he admits with a slight blush that some of the girls make requests that are hard to understand. Intrigued, Daphne leans in, asking him to give her an example. He explains they ask him to go shopping or flower watching, which just confuses him. Daphne can't help but laugh, realizing he's clueless about romance. She playfully probes further, asking if there's any girl he's taken a particular interest in. Rowan's mind immediately jumps to Sophie, recalling her exceptional swordsmanship and her rare fire magic. He tells Daphne that he started to care for Sophie after learning about her personal circumstances. Turns out, Sophie is the illegitimate child of a famous family, sent to the Union basically as a political pawn. Despite the heavy burden she carries, Rowan just smiles, calling her a friend he can learn a lot from. Daphne then brings up Lucas, noting that the three of them seem to hang out, and Rowan admits he too has things to learn from Lucas's exceptional physical strength. But our boy leans in conspiratorially, revealing that over the past few days, he's developed a new hypothesis about his roommate. With a disturbingly pure smile, he declares that as a friend, he can't let Lucas fail and feels a duty to guide him, believing this is what a person of proper character would do. Daphne is completely dumbfounded by this logic, sweating as she forces out a compliment on his good mindset, all while thinking he's a truly unique kid. The scene then shifts to Rowan meeting with Arthur, the Dean of Magic Studies, who tells him he can't simply feel sorry for his unique constitution. The Dean explains that considering Rowan's other insane abilities, it's like he was blessed with 10 gifts and is only missing one. Still, Rowan looks down Singhast, confessing his desire to wield magic that's even more powerful than what he can currently manage. Arthur presents a solution. Special magical tools can be used to either amplify his own power or harness stored mana from an external source. Rowan's eyes light up at the possibilities, but the Dean quickly tempers his excitement, reminding him that if it were that easy, everyone would be a powerful mage. He clarifies that any magical tools you can just buy are either one use only or complete trash tier, useless for the kind of power Rowan needs, leaving our boy looking dejected. But then Arthur pivots, asking our boy if he's considered another path. Elixirs. He explains they are legendary consumables that can restore magic, heal ailments, or even permanently improve one's constitution. Rowan immediately understands they're like the fabled fruit of Rettle, items you consume for their power. Yet his hope dims once more as the Dean admits there's no guarantee an elixir that works for his specific case even exists. Seeing Rowan's crestfallen face, Arthur tells him it's too early to be disappointed. He then pulls out a silver locket, a personal treasure he's kept for a long time. Opening it reveals a tiny pill, an elixir he was awarded by the governor himself for his past accomplishments. The Dean offers it across the table, suggesting that perhaps this item was destined to be given to Rowan all along. Rowan is hesitant to accept such a precious gift, but Arthur reassures him it's fine and urges him to take it. With a grateful heart, our boy accepts the locket and immediately consumes the elixir. A wave of energy washes over him, plunging our boy into a strange, ethereal space. He feels a massive jolt of mana coursing through his body, a power he's never experienced before. His eyes widen as the elixir's pure energy floods his very being, feeling like a total system reboot. But just as suddenly as it began, the overwhelming sensation completely vanishes. He snaps back to reality, finding himself sitting in the Dean's office once more. Dean Arthur leans forward, his expression a mix of hope and intense curiosity. With a heavy heart, Rowan has to deliver the bad news. The elixir had absolutely no effect. He clutches his chest, confirming that despite the initial surge, his unique constitution remains unchanged. The Dean sighs, utterly baffled that such a precious item was so completely ineffective. But while Arthur is disappointed, Rowan's gaze is firm. Turns out, this was exactly the outcome he expected. He realizes that instead of fixing his body, he should master manipulating mana directly with complex spell formulas. Our boy puts on a brave face for the Dean, thanking him for his concern and vowing to just study even harder. And just like that, half a year flashes by, bringing us to a cold winter's day at the academy. It's Judgment Day. The first-year final exam for Magic Studies is about to begin. Rowan stands before Dean Arthur and the imposing Union Administration Director, Lazarus, ready to show them what he's got. As he conjures small fireballs in his palms, the two powerful men watch with sharp, analytical eyes. But then he does something that catches their attention, effortlessly manipulating two separate orbs of fire. Lazarus is genuinely impressed, remarking that such direct mana control is an amazing talent that could even lead to fusing different magic types. Despite their reactions, Rowan worries internally. His magic looks flashy, but he knows its raw power is weak and may be useless to the Union. Arthur, however, immediately points out that performing magic without chanting is already a fourth-class skill, proving he's a high-level mage no matter what. Arthur reassures our boy, telling him not to worry about destructive power and to focus on his unique strengths. He instructs Rowan to keep deconstructing spells up to the 4th class and even offers him free access to the ancient archives. But then he adds a cryptic warning. It's best for everyone if they keep Rowan's unique constitution a secret. With that, Arthur turns to Lazarus, suggesting they make a pact right then and there to seal the deal. The two powerful men clasp hands, and a swirl of blue mana erupts, signifying a magical contract is being formed. Rowan can only stand there and watch as the two most influential figures in the academy bind themselves with an oath. Hess completely dumbfounded, wondering what on earth they're doing in the middle of his final exam. With that strange exam concluded, another year flashes by in the blink of an eye. We cut to an emergency meeting, where Arthur is thanking everyone for gathering on such short notice. He explains that while the issue is technically his to handle, it's far too serious for him to decide on alone. The Union supervisor kicks things off with a bombshell, declaring the school will no longer teach Rowan any mana-based combat or swordsmanship. A Union elder is completely baffled, demanding to know the reason for such a sudden and drastic policy change. The supervisor explains that since Rowan is determined to join the Union, it's better he learns the practical basics there. Arthur correctly infers they want Rowan to focus solely on magic, and the supervisor adds that this is what our boy wants anyway. Arthur praises his colleague's generosity, noting Rowan is a talent worth being greedy for, but the supervisor just states he's here to teach, not for ambition. Sienna then raises her hand, asking a senior for their current assessment of Rowan's skills. The answer is so shocking it leaves even Lazarus speechless. Rowan is skilled enough to pass the first stage of the Union exam just by drawing his sword. The speaker continues, explaining that while Rowan's destructive power is a bit low, his natural talent is undeniable and will only grow. Hearing all this, Daphne, the head of academics, chimes in with the obvious question, how is his level as a mage? But as all eyes turn to him, Arthur's face becomes a stone mask, and he offers nothing but a grim, heavy silence. After that heavy silence, Arthur finally speaks, beginning his assessment of Rowan's abilities as a mage. The entire room is stunned when he declares there's absolutely nothing more he can teach the boy. Daphne elaborates, explaining Rowan already uses Class 2 magic freely and is deconstructing Class 3 formulas, making him practically Class 4. Arthur confirms this, adding that our boy treats the most complex magic like a child's plaything. The most insane part of it all is that Rowan has accomplished this while being just a third-year student. The scene shifts, showing us just how much he's grown, with female students fawning over senior Rowan. Our boy now carries himself with a quiet, undeniable presence, a book always in hand. Back in the classroom, Arthur dismisses his students after a lecture on ancient runes. But just as the students are leaving, he tells everyone to finish their assignments and asks Rowan to stay for a moment. Rowan walks up to the front, curious as to what the master who has nothing left to teach him could possibly want. Rowan politely asks why he was called, and Arthur simply confirms he was waiting for him. The old master then brings up some big news. A magic academic exchange with a place called Schwerin is being held. And to our boy's surprise, Arthur tells him directly that he will need to participate in this event. Rowan is confused, saying he's never heard of it, so Arthur explains it was an old tradition for exchanging ideas. It was an event that naturally died out as the age of magic began to fade, making its return all the more suspicious. With a knowing look, Arthur prepares to drop the real reason for this sudden revival. He reveals the entire event is being held solely because of Rowan, leaving our boy utterly shocked. It seems rumors of his exceptional, almost unbelievable magical talent have reached the higher-ups in Schwerin. Arthur explains that Schwerin is a powerhouse, the only principality with a magic tower, making it the center of all magical information. Connecting the dots, Rowan asks if his teacher is also from there, and Arthur confirms he trained there before joining the Union. Rowan asks what Schwerin wants, and Arthur speculates that their primary motive is simple curiosity. He explains that rumors of a class magician appearing at the Union School have undoubtedly reached their ears. Our boy stays silent, trying to process the weight of being the center of attention for an entire principality. Arthur lays it all out. The conference is just a pretense to confirm Rowan's talent, and they want him there as a representative. With a hint of defiance, Rowan asks what would happen if he simply refused to go. His teacher considers this, admitting it might be better in some ways, but warns that the conditions will make it impossible to say no. With a sly grin, Arthur reveals that Schwerin has made a very generous offer in exchange for the Union's cooperation. They've offered an elixir, a legendary potion that can turn the tide of any battle. Rowan is stunned, recalling that the potion can even enhance physical abilities, and he worries they've discovered his unique constitution. But Arthur reassures him, saying that's unlikely, leaving our boy dumbfounded as to why they'd give away such a treasure. Arthur finally explains the conditions, and Rowan guesses it'll be some kind of magic formula contest to determine the winner. The truth is even crazier. They're offering an elixir if he can just win a battle of words. Our boy starts to get excited, thinking about what would happen if he drank that legendary potion himself. But then reality crashes down on him even if he wins. The elixir goes to the Union, not to him personally. A few days later, the time for talk is over, as the day of the Magic Academic Exchange finally arrives. The two delegations face off, with Rowan and Arthur representing the Union against the robed mages from Schwerin. Playing the part of the gracious host, Arthur calmly welcomes the rival mages inside. A man named Bert steps forward from the Schwerin side, respectfully greeting Arthur as his senior. Rowan stays quiet, observing the exchange and sizing up this so-called competition. Using his unique eyes, he scans their mana, noting that not only are they all adults, but they're all packing some serious magical heat. Bert presents 3 junior scholars, claiming they've come all this way just to receive Arthur's teachings. Arthur's mind races. He was told the Union was only sending one person, so what's with this 3-man squad? He quickly realizes Schwerin is just posturing, trying to make their side look more impressive. But the old dean just smiles, thinking this unexpected turn is actually much better for his plans. He then throws a verbal jab, apologizing that the Union only has one child worthy of the occasion. Bert tries to play it off with some flattery, but one of the junior mages is already visibly annoyed by the backhanded compliment. All eyes turn to Rowan, who just looks up with a slightly surprised expression. Our boy then flashes a killer smile, playing the part of the innocent prodigy perfectly. The 3 mages from Schwerin are completely stunned, not expecting their opponent to be this charming kid. With the first round of mind games over, Arthur shakes hands and suggests they all rest before the conference begins. Several hours later, the grand hall is filled with a tense, sparkling energy. The stage is set for the academic showdown between the Union and Schwerin. In the audience, some junior students whisper anxiously, wondering if Rowan can really handle a 3-on-1 fight. One of the students can't contain her excitement, yelling for their senior to just blow the competition away. Lucas tries to calm them down, explaining this is a high-level magical debate, not some back-alley brawl. Sophie Doble turns to him, surprised he's addressing her, and asks if he even knows who she is. He tells her of course he does, and that she shouldn't worry because Rowan is on a whole different level. She argues that, as class president, it's her duty to step up for the juniors, but Lucas just looks at her skeptically. Sophie is left completely speechless by his nonchalant attitude. Just then, the vice principal steps onto the stage, announcing that the conference is about to begin. The vice principal officially kicks off the Magic Academic Exchange Conference. As she calls for the representatives, Rowan's fangirls erupt in cheers, while Lucas just sighs at their antics. The stage is set. Our boy Rowan stands on one side, facing down the 3 mages from Schwerin on the other. Rowan remains completely unfazed, his expression calm and ready for whatever they throw at him. The Schwerin trio looks on, a mix of curiosity and smug confidence on their faces. The vice principal then begins to explain the format for this high-stakes academic showdown. She clarifies that each representative will present a topic, engaging in a Q&A session by writing out magic formulas. The first discussant is introduced as Ulrich Marko from Schwerin, who steps forward to represent his team. Next, she presents the Union's champion, Rowan, as the 2 opponents lock eyes. But in a sudden twist, she announces that Rowan will be the one to present the first topic, giving him the opening move. Rowan steps forward and calmly introduces himself as a 3rd-year student of the Union School. Ulrich from Schwerin watches with a smug grin, clearly expecting some high-level magical theory. But with a deadpan expression, our boy announces that his chosen topic for discussion is telekinesis. The entire Schwerin team is absolutely dumbfounded, their confident smirks instantly vanishing. One of the mages is completely baffled, trying to make sense of this bizarre opening move. He recalls that the first round is supposed to be a flex, a chance to show off your school's most advanced achievements. Yet Rowan deliberately chose a trash tier, Class 1 magic, a move that seems like strategic suicide. The audience starts murmuring, wondering if the rumors about Rowan were just hot air and if this whole thing is a joke. Even the big shots like Dean Arthur and director Lazarus watch the scene unfold with unreadable expressions. Ulrich finally scoffs, accusing Rowan of openly mocking them by presenting a topic so far beneath their level. Rowan calmly replies that he'd never mock his seniors, insisting that even basic magic has deep principles worth discussing. He continues his philosophical jab, asking if it isn't the duty of a mage to explore all the world's truths, no matter how simple. Ulrich, completely fed up, sarcastically asks what profound aspect of telekinesis they're supposed to explore. Playing along, Rowan feigns confusion and flips the script, asking what topic Ulrich himself had prepared for the exchange. Ulrich condescendingly suggests that given the current level, a simple fireball spell would be more appropriate. He smirks, patronizingly telling Rowan to try and squeeze out some wisdom on the topic, as if doing him a huge favor. Dean Arthur, however, sees the trap, realizing they must know about the unique fireball that Rowan developed. But our boy is one step ahead, calmly suggesting they address both telekinesis and fireball together. Ulrich is dumbfounded, a smug grin on his face as he asks what Rowan could possibly mean by combining the two. Instead of answering, Rowan simply raises his hand, and a piece of chalk begins to float, glowing with his mana. Ulrich is completely floored, realizing Rowan is using magic without a single incantation. He grits his teeth, absolutely seething that this trash-tier student is showing him up. Trying to save face, Ulrich scoffs that he can use telekinesis too. But our boy is on another level. The chalk begins to write on its own, etching a complex, unheard-of spell formula onto the blackboard. The other Schwerin mages are just as confused, wondering what kind of insane spell they're witnessing. Bert starts to sweat, thinking there's no way this is possible. He can't wrap his head around it. Did Rowan seriously just combine 2 different magic systems on the spot? Ulrich is called to explain his own formula first, a chance to prove his worth. He pompously states his are just the standard, established spells, admitting they're basic and unoriginal, while the Union students yawn. With that pathetic explanation out of the way, Rowan confidently steps forward to explain his masterpiece. Our boy takes the podium, looking completely unfazed by the pressure. He begins his lecture, stating that telekinesis is a basic spell anyone with mana can use. The real issue, he explains, is that the spell is a total mana guzzler, relying too much on raw power. But then he throws Ulrich a bone, saying his senior's suggestion actually gave him a brilliant idea. Turns out, he combined the concepts of telekinesis and fireball to create 2 entirely new spell formulas. The first application is straightforward, using telekinesis to precisely control a fireball after it's been cast. But the second one, that's where the real genius lies. The chalk pieces begin to glow, crackling with fiery energy as they rearrange themselves. He demonstrates by converting an object controlled by telekinesis directly into a fireball. With a confident smirk, he finishes his explanation, leaving the entire room dumbfounded. Ulrich's jaw hits the floor, his mind completely blown by the sheer audacity of the theory. His colleagues are no better, peeking from the side, absolutely dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. Even the old masters, Arthur and Lazarus, are impressed, acknowledging that this kid's knowledge is truly remarkable. Rowan continues his lecture, explaining the essence of telekinesis is simply manipulating the air itself. He breaks it down further, saying he replaced a complex process with individual magic, but Ulrich is completely lost. The senior mage's brain is fried. He can't even begin to process how Rowan substituted a fireball formula into it. With a sly smile, Rowan then puts him on the spot, asking if his esteemed senior has any different views. He even has the gall to ask Ulrich to teach him if he's missed something, turning the tables completely. Ulrich starts sweating, desperately trying to decipher the formulas, thinking he can't let this kid humiliate him. Ulrich grits his teeth, refusing to yield. As a representative of Schwerin, he can't let this little brat show him up. He pushes his mind to the absolute limit, trying to process the impossible magical theory, but his body just can't take the strain. Blood erupts from his nose, as his brain completely short-circuits. His junior colleagues watch in horror as Ulrich stumbles, defeated not by a spell, but by sheer intellect. Our boy Rowan is a little surprised himself, not expecting the senior to literally break down. Suddenly, his vision shifts, showing Ulrich and the others collapsed on the floor as he perceives a strange red energy. His eyes of the heart reveal the true culprit behind their strange behavior. A sinister red potion. Back in the present, a union professor approaches Rowan, congratulating him on the refreshing debate and rewarding him for his victory. Rowan accepts his prize, a small, ornate chest containing a powerful elixir. The professor, however, gives him a friendly warning. Consuming it now could cause nasty side effects at his age. Our boy calmly asks if waiting until graduation would be safe, and the professor confirms it's a much better idea. Rowan's mind is already racing, calculating his next moves for the future he needs to change. He's got 2 years until graduation, and this potent elixir will be a key part of his plan. Later, while enjoying a moment of peace outside, our boy is suddenly approached from behind. A voice calls out to him, and he turns to see a girl with vibrant orange hair. She introduces herself as Rita, another third-year student at the Union School. Before he can even process it, she hands him a letter sealed with a tiny red heart. Turns out, Rita has been crushing on our boy for 3 long years, thinking he's the most popular guy in school. She knows she's probably not his type, but his influence is so huge that half their friends are joining the Union just to follow him. After being content just watching from afar, she's finally decided to make her move. On the last day of their 3rd year, she's gathered all her courage to confess. But back in the present, Rowan immediately shuts her down with a simple, cold apology, leaving her completely stunned. He explains that for him, love is only about remembering those he's lost, and there's no room for anything else. Flustered, Rita asks why he's being so harsh, but Rowan just questions if what she feels can even be called true love. He then begins a bizarre lecture, claiming that people who are truly in love exhibit symptoms similar to mental illness. After listing a storm of chaotic emotions, he looks her dead in the eye and tells her she doesn't feel that kind of passion. He clarifies that he isn't denying her feelings, admitting it's a possibility she feels something, but he speculates it's just excitement or tension from being attracted to his appearance and circumstances. Rita is completely lost as he coldly questions if what she's feeling can even be called love. With a slight smile, he concludes her feelings are likely closer to simple admiration. He then offers to continue the constructive conversation if she still believes it's love. Instead of being heartbroken, Rita feels like his words were a splash of cold water, bringing total clarity. She walks away, reflecting on how her 3-year crush has just officially ended in rejection. But as she looks back, there's a newfound resolve in her eyes, not sadness. She has no regrets. Confessing was a courageous act, and now her first love has passed with the spring breeze. The vice principal announces a special career lecture from the big shot administration director, Lazarus. She tells the soon-to-be graduates to listen carefully as the entire hall erupts in polite applause. Our boy Rowan claps along with his roommate Lucas, a calm, knowing smile on his face. Lazarus, a man whose tattooed arm and intimidating presence scream "Don't mess with me," takes the stage. After a brief speech, he casually concludes his prepared lecture. He then opens the floor for a Q&A session, promising to answer any questions with sincerity. A bold student immediately shoots his hand up, and Lazarus gives him the floor. The student gets straight to the point, asking why the union is always short-staffed when so many people apply. Lazarus just smirks, explaining that it's a hard life. Most people with that level of skill would rather chase wealth and fame. Unfazed by the heavy topic, he immediately calls on the next student with a raised hand. The next student cuts right to the chase, asking about the real-world benefits, salary, reputation, and the general treatment of members. Lazarus explains the pay is more than enough, but the real prize is the union status as the sword and book of the kingdom. This means their authority is granted directly by the king himself, allowing them to command local officials and institutions. He stands tall, declaring that, to defy the union, is to defy the will of His Majesty the King. The students are completely floored. This level of authority is way more than they ever imagined. But then, another hand goes up. It's our boy, Rowan. He acknowledges that the union recruits the best of the best, but he has a different kind of question. Rowan looks Lazarus dead in the eye and asks if joining the union will actually make him stronger. Hes been grinding away at his magic studies, but he feels like Hes hit a ceiling and is desperate for a breakthrough. Lazarus smirks, calling Rowan by name. He's impressed that our boy is already thinking past the entrance exam and onto his future growth. Lazarus gives him a dead serious look and states that with that kind of ambition, his place in the union is practically guaranteed. Our boy is completely dumbfounded. That's not the answer he was expecting at all. But that single, confident statement is all he needed to hear. His path is now crystal clear. Reassured, Rowan dives headfirst back into his magic research, all his previous doubts completely erased. He recalls what Senior Sienna told him, that his unique ability to manipulate sound is cut from the same cloth as the ancient elves. The old texts reveal a mind-blowing secret. The elves didn't use mana. They commanded actual spirits of wind, fire, and water. Rowan looks up from the book, his mind racing. If his power is like theirs, he needs to know why they lost it. The book holds the answer, speaking of a forgotten era dominated by a great world tree and warring elven factions. It turns out the elves split into two groups, and their power was severed when the world tree died. In the chaos that followed, humans rose to become the dominant species, while the once mighty elves faded into legend. While the elven history is a cool story, Rowan is frustrated that it offers zero clues about his own power. He closes the book, having reached one solid conclusion. The light he sees is definitely mana, not spirits. This key difference between his abilities and those of the ancient elves clicks into place in his mind. Realizing the old texts are a dead end, he decides to seek out someone with real-world knowledge. He finds the Dean of Magic, Arthur, and immediately asks him to explain the fundamentals of black magic. Arthur isn't surprised by his ignorance, explaining that the groups using it have only recently become public enemies of the Union. Our boy explains that he's seen their spell formulas before they use ancient language, but the results are something else entirely. The Dean listens intently, suggesting the difference might not be the spells, but the very mana they're using. Rowan is dumbfounded. Arthur just voiced the exact suspicion that's been nagging at him. Arthur confirms that these dark alliances wield a twisted version of power they call dark mana. It all clicks for Rowan. The murky energy he saw before was this so-called dark mana, but he needs to know what it truly is. Arthur explains it with grim simplicity. If mana makes up the world, then dark mana constitutes the world of evil. The Dean then asks if our boy knows of the demon realm, and Rowan confirms that he does. Turns out, dark mana is the very essence of that hellscape, the same power wielded by demons. This means the black magic cults aren't just using forbidden spells, they're channeling straight-up demonic power. Rowan mentions he's seen this corruption in normal people, and Arthur reveals that dark emotions are the gateway for this taint. But when Rowan asks what the cults are planning, the Dean hesitates, calling it a premature question. His eyes, however, betray a deep and terrible knowledge of their true objective, and that objective is nothing less than the complete and utter overthrow of the world. With that apocalyptic revelation hanging in the air, a few months pass in the blink of an eye. We find our boy in his room when his roommate Lucas pops his head in, asking if he's really skipping the salon before the big day. From his window, Rowan sees Lucas and Sophie bickering, with Lucas insisting he's fine and Sophie sarcastically agreeing. A smirk plays on Rowan's lips as he realizes they were just staring up at him, and he finds the whole situation pretty amusing. Sophie decides she's had enough, grabbing Lucas by the ear and telling Rowan to join them later, since graduation is just around the corner. Waving them off, Rowan can't help but notice how much closer those two have become over the past few months. He closes the door, his thoughts turning inward as he reflects on how quickly time has flown by, and turns to a large chest in his room. Opening it, he reveals a shimmering red elixir, a gift that holds immense importance for his future. He remembers the Dean's words, instructing him to drink this powerful concoction right around the time of his graduation. Meanwhile, Lucas is already stressing about his father's reaction at the ceremony, while Sophie muses that she's not even sure her family will show. Back in his room, the weight of the day hits Rowan. With no family to speak of, graduation feels less like a celebration and more like a lonely milestone. But then he remembers Sophie's words to Lucas, declaring that their friends are the family she must now protect. Our boy reflects that he gained more than just magic at the academy. He recalls being taught that true loneliness is having no one to remember. A lesson from long ago echoes in his mind. If you keep those who have left in your heart, you are never truly alone. He smiles softly, remembering that it was Pauline, his mother figure from the orphanage, who taught him that. With renewed determination, Rowan gets up, casting aside his self-pity and affirming that he is not on his own. He chugs the entire elixir, the ornate bottle shattering on the floor once its purpose is served. A wave of energy washes over him. His body feels unchanged, but his senses have sharpened, allowing him to see mana with incredible precision. Suddenly, his eyes widen as this new perception reveals something he's never been able to see before. It's the mysterious stone Hez kept for years. It always seemed inert, but now he can perceive a faint, dark aura radiating from it. He picks up the artifact, his enhanced vision finally allowing him to properly examine the strange power sealed within. He realizes the elixir boosted his perception to a whole new level, giving him the confidence to finally break the spell on the stone. Pouring his mana into it, Rowan weaves a complex counterspell, targeting the ancient runes that have kept it sealed for so long. The seal shatters, and a wave of pure energy washes over him as he feels the artifact's power connect with his own. With a sharp crack, the dark, stony exterior crumbles away, revealing that it was just a shell. But what emerges from the core is a blinding light, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded by this unexpected turn. The cracks begin to spiderweb across the surface of the egg-like object, a sign that something is about to break free. An intense, brilliant blue light erupts from within, growing brighter with each passing second. The shell finally explodes, releasing a massive pillar of light that illuminates the entire room. Rowan can only stare in utter shock, wondering what in the world he has just unleashed. As the light fades, a tiny, majestic, owl-like creature with a golden crest hovers in the air right before his eyes. The tiny creature looks up with wide, curious eyes and lets out a little chirp. Rowan holds his new familiar, completely dumbfounded by the strange creature that hatched from the artifact. It suddenly puffs up and flaps its wings with surprising force, letting out a powerful squawk. Rowan is still trying to process what it is, thinking it might just be some kind of owl. But the little guy immediately starts nuzzling him, and our boy can't help but crack a smile, calling it a good boy. He notices the murky mana from the artifact has completely disappeared, figuring this little familiar must be safe to keep. Since it keeps making that sound, Rowan decides to give it a simple name, All. The scene then shifts to the grand, imposing main gate of the prestigious Union School. A stern-looking man in a familiar uniform stands before the academy, his presence radiating authority. This is Oscar, the vice commander, and he muses that it's been 5 long years since he was last at the Union. Turns out, he's carrying a graduation gift, wondering if his troublemaker son actually managed to make it. He fondly recalls the past, a memory of sending our boy off to the Union years ago. Back then, he'd placed a young Rowan on a horse, with Sienna watching over him. He remembers telling the kid he'd see him at the Union, setting him on this path. In the present, Oscar figures that since Rowan has no guardian, he should be the one to congratulate him. But as he walks onto campus, he spots a group of familiar faces and is shocked to see Sienna among them. Sienna explains that as Rowan's counselor, she's had the deepest conversations with him. Daphne, the academic head, steps up, declaring that an adult who opens their heart becomes family, so she's his guardian too. Even the Dean of Magic, Arthur, claims our boy, saying he's a prodigy he'll continue to mentor. Oscar is just left dumbfounded, wondering if the entire faculty is seriously trying to claim their Rowan's guardian. Oscar clutches the gift he brought, thinking about how that little kid grew into someone with such influence. He lets out a relieved sigh, realizing all his worries about Rowan being alone were for nothing. Meanwhile, inside the grand auditorium, the 266th graduation ceremony is underway, and an announcer calls for the valedictorian. Our boy, Rowan, walks onto the massive stage to accept the highest honor. He stands confidently at the podium, looking every bit the top student in the entire union. The dean congratulates him and hands over his diploma, a moment of pure triumph. But in the crowd, the petty whispers begin, with one guy wondering if he was just chosen for his looks. Others are just dying to know which powerful family he hails from, completely clueless about his past. The rumors get wilder, with some speculating he's an illegitimate son of the Povil family. But our boy hears every single word, and his calm expression tightens ever so slightly. But Rowan shatters their delusions, revealing he was a beggar who was almost sacrificed to a dark cult. He explains that the Union saved him, and it was here he vowed to protect people from trash-tier organizations like Rattel. With newfound conviction, he declares that his power will only be used for the public good. He then gives a shout-out to the guardians who shaped him into the man he is today. In the audience, his 3 self-proclaimed guardians, Arthur, Daphne, and the stone-cold Lazarus, listen intently. With a warm smile, Rowan dedicates his honor not to himself, but to the Union and everyone who supported him. His friends, Lucas and Sophie Doble, look on, completely moved by his powerful words. Lazarus lets out a sigh, thinking to himself that maybe this kid never needed their protection to begin with. A small, proud smile even cracks the face of the notoriously stoic administration director. As the speech ends, the dean's voice praises him, calling it an excellent graduation speech. And just like that, the graduation ceremony is over, marking the start of a new, brighter day. With the weight of the speech off his shoulders, our boy finally gets a moment to breathe. As Rowan walks with his friends, Lucas can't help but start nagging him. He's completely dumbfounded, asking how Rowan can even think about the union entrance exam right after graduating. Rowan just smirks, telling him this was the plan from the very beginning for all of them. Lucas then mentions that his father was looking for him, but Rowan's priorities are set. He'll greet him after the exam. But our boy notices something is off, turning his attention to a quiet Sophie Doble. He gently asks if she's doing okay, sensing her troubled mood. She admits she's not, feeling utterly discouraged after being scolded in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Lucas is already spiraling, worrying if he's even going to do well on the upcoming exam. Rowan gives Sophie a reassuring pat, telling her not to worry because the union is where her true talents will finally be recognized. He insists that he knows her skills better than anyone, and his confidence finally gets through to her as she quietly agrees. With his friend's spirits lifted, our boy turns his attention back to the task at hand, his expression hardening with resolve. They arrive at a bustling plaza, the registration hall for the union entrance exam, and Rowan spots exactly where they need to go. He confidently steps up to the desk, presenting his papers and identifying himself as a graduate from the union school. The other applicants in line immediately take notice, their eyes sizing up the young graduate who looks barely old enough to be there. Whispers ripple through the crowd. They can't believe such young kids are taking the exam, dismissing them as mere fledglings. The registration official confirms his identity, announcing him as Rowan, the valedictorian, and hands him a slip for examination hall 1. This new piece of information sends another shockwave through the onlookers, who now gossip about the pretty boy valedictorian who uses magic. Rowan ignores them all, turning back to find Lucas and a much more determined-looking Sophie, ready to head to the exam. The trio arrives at the waiting room for examination hall 1, the final stop before their big test. Inside, Sophie nervously confirms with Lucas that the first round is a simple demonstration of their best skills. Rowan just gives them a reassuring smile, telling them to do their best, and they'll all meet up after they pass. His calm confidence is contagious, and both Lucas and Sophie straighten up, their resolve hardened. Just then, an exam proctor steps out, calling for the next applicant, Rowan, the valedictorian from the union school. Without a word, our boy steps forward, his determined footsteps echoing as he heads into the hall. He enters the massive training ground, facing down the panel of 3 examiners who will judge his worth. Before he can even process the scene, a hulking stone golem materializes in the center of the arena. The golem's core glows ominously as green mana surges through its rocky body, ready for a fight. The examiner's voice declares the start of the test, and the stone monstrosity immediately charges right at Rowan. But as the golem thunders towards him, Rowan simply raises a hand, completely unfazed. In an instant, complex magic circles materialize, trapping the stone beast in a cage of glowing runes. The examiners are absolutely floored, their jaws on the floor at the sight of such high-level, instantaneous casting. Before the golem can even react, the mana constricts, cracking its stone body under immense pressure. A storm of ethereal blades made of pure mana erupts from all directions, shredding the golem to pieces. With a final, focused clench of his fist, Rowan unleashes the full, devastating power of his spell. The golem is utterly annihilated, its rocky form disintegrating into nothing but dust and its glowing red core. As the dust settles, our boy stands there in the silence, the arena now a wasteland of his making. He calmly turns his back on the rubble, the test already over in his mind. One of the examiners is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what he just witnessed. He expected simple fireballs, not this god-tier deconstruction magic. The examiners are still reeling, admitting to each other that they've never witnessed magic of that caliber. It finally clicks for them. The rumors about the valedictorian weren't just talk. This kid is the real deal. Suddenly, his roommate Lucas ambushes him with a hug, congratulating our boy on easily passing the test. Back in the waiting hall, Lucas is still buzzing about the amazing performance, but Rowan just brushes it off as only the first round. But Lucas isn't done, telling Rowan to check out a couple of guys in the crowd. Turns out, it's the same trash-tier examinees who were gossiping earlier, now looking pale as ghosts after seeing his power. Lucas can't help but laugh, teasing Rowan for going all out and scaring the living daylights out of the other applicants. He jokingly feels sorry for the next contestants, but then puffs his chest out, saying the great Lucas still has to show his stuff. Just as Rowan is about to retort, his eyes catch someone familiar in the crowd. It's none other than Sophie Doble, the class president, looking focused and ready for her own turn in the arena. Rowan recognizes her instantly, a flicker of surprise on her face as she realizes he's looking right at her. He approaches with a calm smile, telling her he's looking forward to her performance as well. Our boy then raises the stakes, confidently saying they should all aim to get into the union together. A small, grateful smile appears on Sophie's face as she accepts his words of encouragement. Just then, the proctor's voice cuts through the hall, announcing that applicant Sophie Doble is next. Her expression shifts to pure focus, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword. With a determined stride, she leaves the two of them behind and heads for the exam arena. Lucas, ever the supportive friend, shouts after her, telling her not to worry and to just fight like she always does. She glances back over her shoulder, a look of unshakable confidence in her eyes. And there she is, standing alone in the arena, facing the very same model of stone golem our boy just annihilated. Sophie takes her stance, her focus absolute as she prepares to face the golem. But up in the stands, Rowan isn't the only one watching. A couple of pompous-looking nobles are also observing. The main noble scoffs, immediately pointing out that her swordsmanship is trashed here, and her stance is wrong from the start. His assistant looks surprised, but the noble confidently explains he's fought the Povil family before, and knows their phantom-like style. He then poses a question, asking if his assistant knows why the Povil family's sword style is said to be heavy. The answer, he declares with a smirk, is depth. He continues his lecture, saying the Povil style demands the wielder and sword become one, but her careless grip has no depth at all. He dismissively concludes that an illegitimate child like her needs to relearn everything from the basics. Rowan overhears this entire conversation, thinking that while the theory is plausible, Sophie doesn't deserve such a harsh evaluation. In his mind, he sends her a silent message of support, telling her to show them all what she's really made of. Hearing our boy's silent encouragement, Sophie readies herself to show them her true worth. She plants her foot firmly and explodes forward in a burst of speed. In a flash, she closes the distance to the stone golem, leaving everyone in the dust. With a single, clean strike, she unleashes a torrent of golden mana, shattering its core instantly. The arrogant noble and his sidekick are left completely dumbfounded, their lecture from moments ago now looking utterly foolish. Rowan, however, just smirks, having known all along what she was capable of. The golem's massive body crumbles into a pile of useless rock and dust. Sophie stands over the remains, her sword still in hand, not even breathing heavily. She turns with a slight, confident smile, as if the entire fight was just a warm-up. A stunned announcer stammers out that Sophie Povil has passed the exam. The crowd erupts in whispers, unable to comprehend how she destroyed a golem that other applicants couldn't even scratch. Lucas is seriously impressed, remarking on her flawless six-strike combo, and noting that the Povil family's talent is no joke. Just then, Sophie herself walks up to Rowan and Lucas, fresh from her victory. Lucas immediately congratulates her on a job well done, but has got that classic troublemaker's glint in his eye. He playfully teases her, saying her sword felt a little slower than usual, which earns him a hilariously annoyed glare. With a smug grin, Lucas declares it's his turn next, and tells them to watch closely and learn from a pro. The announcer flips through the registration list, looking for the next challenger to step into the ring. As if on cue, Lucas's name is called, and he confidently grabs his massive sword, ready for a little warm-up. He steps into the arena, and without a moment's hesitation, lets out a battle cry as he charges the brand new golem. In a single, devastating overhead slash, he shatters its core, proving he's just as much of a monster as Sophie. The golem doesn't even stand a chance as Lucas' sword cleaves right through it. He stands over the rubble, completely unfazed by the destruction he just caused. With a smug grin, he casually comments that he might have put a little too much spirit into that swing. The announcer is at his wit's end, sighing that this is the third golem they've broken, but has no choice but to pass Lucas. Sometime later, after graduation, we see the grand estate of the Paso family. Turns out, Lucas brought our boy home with him, telling Rowan to treat the place as his own. Rowan is genuinely touched, admitting he was worried about where to go, but Lucas just says of course he'd bring his friend home. He tells Rowan to unpack and come down for dinner, letting him know his father is waiting. A hearty stew is served, but Rowan's eyes immediately lock onto the one thing he seems to dread: carrots. Lucas' father, a kind-looking man, warmly encourages Rowan to eat his fill, offering to get him more if he's still hungry. Lucas starts complaining that he can't eat without meat, only for his dad to smack him on the head for being such a picky brat. As Lucas whines about getting hit, Rowan calmly eats, telling his friend to just stop complaining and eat his food. Our boy tries to play it cool, saying the carrots taste good, but internally he's gagging they're absolutely disgusting. The conversation shifts as Lucas' father asks if Rowan liked his gift, and Rowan politely thanks him, hiding the fact he's received 6 identical wallets. Lucas' father admits he was blown away by Rowan's magic in the first exam, but Rowan just says he was following the advice he was given. Genuinely impressed, the man says he's looking forward to seeing what Rowan can do in the second exam. A warm smile spreads across Rowan's face, finally feeling like Hayes found a place where he belongs. He looks up with renewed determination, asking them to please continue watching over him. 1 week later, the day of the second exam arrives, and Rowan finds himself face to face with a familiar, arrogant face. It's the same trash-tier noble from the first test, and it looks like he's Rowan's first opponent for this round. Elsewhere, some union higher-ups note that way more applicants passed this year, forcing them to extend the exam period. They muse that it's been a while since they've seen so many pass, especially from what they're calling the shining generation. One of the supervisors adds that the best of that entire generation is that white-haired kid. His colleague just smirks, clearly in agreement. Our boy Rowan stands ready, trying to recall the name of his opponent. He thinks about the exam format 3 battles, and feels a wave of relief that he won't have to fight his new friends. As he wonders who he'll be facing first, the sound of footsteps echoes in the arena. Rowan's eyes widen as he recognizes the figure walking toward him. He can't believe it. It's the same arrogant noble from the first test. The noble, completely clueless, just looks down on Rowan and asks if he's supposed to know him. The noble suddenly remembers hearing our boy analyzing Sophie's swordsmanship during the first exam. Rowan just smiles, saying the noble's own analysis was impressive, and had loved to learn from him too. His opponent is left completely dumbfounded, not sure if he's being mocked or praised. The noble's ego wins out. He decides to teach this rookie a lesson and draws his mana-infused sword. As the signal to begin echoes through the arena, both fighters take their stances, but Rowan doesn't even move. His eyes just flare with a chilling blue light. In a split second, the noble's sword is violently ripped from his grasp by an unseen force. The arrogant fool can only stare at his empty hand, his mind unable to process what just happened. Rowan stands there calmly, the sword now hovering under his control as he asks what the problem is. Ignoring his humiliated opponent completely, Rowan simply asks the announcer if they're going to continue. The noble is absolutely seething, refusing to be humiliated by some rookie. He calls our boy an insolent brat and charges forward, ready to fight with his bare hands. But Rowan just casually flicks his wrist, unleashing a wave of mana that stops the guy dead in his tracks. The noble's eyes go wide as he sees his own sword now spinning and pointing directly at his face. With a mental command, Rowan smacks him with the flat of the blade, sending him crashing to the arena floor. The sword clatters to the ground, the match already over. His opponent is left completely dazed, unable to even get up after that brutal takedown. The announcer is just dumbfounded, trying to make sense of the absolute curb stomp he just witnessed. He finally recovers and declares Rowan's victory, telling him to prepare for the next fight. Our boy just gives a gentle smile, thinking to himself that it was a good match, completely unfazed. A few days pass as the final stage of the exam approaches. Meanwhile, a union official is taking a very close look at our boy's profile. Rowan adjusts his formal wear, steeling himself for the final interview. He knows he's just one step away from finally getting into the union, but his mind drifts back to his last match, where he noticed a critical flaw in his fighting style. He realizes he's been too stubborn, always waiting to counter his opponent's attacks. Instead of taking the initiative, his entire strategy has been based on reversing the flow of battle. He resolves to learn a more proactive style once he's officially a member. For now, though, he decides to just be happy he passed, focusing on the final hurdle. But just then, a strange sound, like a bird's cry, catches his attention. The sound turns out to be a tiny, owl-like creature with a golden crest, which happily flies right toward our boy. He calls the familiar All, and reflects that ever since it hatched, it's been randomly appearing and disappearing without a trace. Rowan still has no idea what All's true nature is, but promises he'll find a way to talk to it once he's officially in the union. The little creature seems to understand, puffing out its chest with a satisfied look. Just then, a voice calls out, saying they've been looking for him, and All perks up on his shoulder. But before Rowan can react, his mysterious companion vanishes into thin air once again. The person calling him is none other than Sophie Doble, the class president, telling him it's time for the final interview. With that, they head towards the imposing main tower of the union headquarters. Inside, the grand hall is filled with the other candidates who managed to pass the brutal exams. Rowan takes a quick look around, noting that out of everyone who started, only about 50 people made it this far. Sophie notes that over half the remaining candidates are familiar faces, all thanks to Rowan, but he just humbly credits his friends. She then shifts her attention, asking what's going on with their friend Lucas, who's standing nearby looking tense. Turns out Lucas is a nervous wreck, sweating buckets while trying to play it cool and insist that he's perfectly fine. Sophie isn't buying it for a second, grabbing his hand and calling him out on his sweaty palms. She explains to Rowan that Lucas always gets like this around adults, making our boy wonder if Oscar's influence is still lingering. As they talk, they watch another dejected-looking candidate trudge up the stairs for their turn in the hot seat. Sophie explains how some interviews are quick and others drag on, all while Lucas gets more impatient by the second. Lucas snaps, sarcastically thanking Rowan for being so helpful, clearly annoyed that his friend seems so unfazed. Rowan just grins, saying the interview is about character, and playfully puts Lucas in a headlock, asking if he's not a righteous person. But right in the middle of their horseplay, a voice calls out for the next interviewee. Rowan. And it's our boy's time to shine. With his name called, our boy calmly makes his way up the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the quiet hall. He arrives before a massive, ornate door, emblazoned with a complex magic circle that seems to hum with power. As he gets closer, the circle flares to life, and he immediately deduces it's a sophisticated system for reading a visitor's mana. Hess genuinely intrigued by the craftsmanship but knows he can't stand around gawking. The interview is waiting. Pushing the doors open, he finds himself in a ridiculously opulent and completely empty hall, wondering which way to go. The sheer scale of the room is clearly designed to intimidate, but Rowan just walks forward, unfazed by the grandeur. He stops in the middle of the vast space, a little confused, wondering if the commanders he was expecting haven't even arrived yet. Suddenly, a mysterious, disembodied voice echoes through the hall, telling him to come closer. Rowan's head whips around, his eyes locking onto a golden light emanating from a different section of the hall. Without a second thought, he changes course and heads towards the light, ready to face whoever is summoning him. He reaches a set of massive, ornate doors that begin to swing open on their own. A blinding golden light floods the hallway, heralding an immense presence within. Our boy is completely taken aback, a cold sweat running down his face from the sheer pressure. His senses are screaming. The mana is off the charts, and a calm voice simply invites him to enter. Inside stands a blindfolded elf, who addresses him by his full name, Rowan, with an unnerving calm. She gestures for him to have a seat, turning this high-stakes meeting into a casual tea time. A cup is already prepared, making the whole situation feel even more surreal. As he sits, it finally hits him this woman is the legendary governor of the entire union. He takes a sip, wondering if a kid from the slums could ever hope to achieve such a powerful station. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open in utter disbelief at what he's just heard or seen. The governor notes that the tea seems to suit his taste, and Rowan can only agree, finding it oddly refreshing. She then reveals it's because of his unique body, and our boy is stunned she somehow knows he can't store mana. Despite being blindfolded, her serene expression gives him the chilling feeling that she sees right through his soul. Her voice softens as she tells him his journey must have been incredibly hard and lonely. Rowan is left speechless, completely sideswiped by her sudden display of genuine empathy. He flashes back to his past, remembering how he never even considered himself lonely, always thinking his heart was full. But her next words hit him hard, as she praises him for growing up so well despite all the hardship. It dawns on him that while others acknowledged his skills, she's the first person to ever truly understand his past. After a lifetime of running non-stop, this is the first time he's ever felt comforted by someone. Before he can even process the feeling, a single tear escapes his eye, leaving him utterly confused. Our boy is completely baffled, wondering if the governor's overwhelming mana is what's making him cry. She ignores his turmoil, commenting that while his body is weak, his heart is pure, fierce, and surprisingly calm. Then she mentions his strange little companion, and a golden light suddenly erupts from her hand. The entire room is bathed in this brilliant energy, leaving Rowan utterly speechless. His owl familiar materializes before him, but Rowan notes it's never been this quiet and still before. The governor casually names the creature Owl, calls it a wonderful child, and then dismisses Rowan as if nothing happened. But Rowan is frozen, his mind reeling as he tries to process who this woman truly is. He realizes she knows everything his past, even the existence of his familiar, and wonders if she knows about his apocalyptic vision. Just as the meeting is about to end, he stops her and says he has one question, which she calmly allows. With dead seriousness, he asks her if the future he saw, filled with fire and death, was real. The governor drops a bombshell, telling Rowan that there's no such thing as a fixed future. The moment he saw it, it became changeable. She explains that everything now hinges on his will, urging him to believe in the future he wants to create. Her words hit our boy like a ton of bricks, the revelation sending a tremor through his very soul. It finally clicks. That hellscape wasn't a set destiny, but just one of many terrible possibilities he could now fight against. A newfound clarity cuts through the fog of his despair. He finally has a clear mission and a path to walk. He realizes this isn't just advice, it's a divine guidepost, a blessing from a being of unimaginable power. With a firm nod, Rowan accepts this heavy burden, vowing to carry her words in his heart forever. The next day, the new recruits are gathered at Oscar's house for what looks like a celebratory meal. Oscar proudly presents a special dish to celebrate their induction, but Lucas, ever the aristocrat, scoffs that just adding meat doesn't make it special. Sophie, ever practical, asks about their assignments, but Oscar admits their fate was likely decided by the governor during their interviews. Oscar explains that with only 10 people passing the exam, there's basically zero chance the 3 of them will be assigned to the same unit. He points out that since they're the only Union School graduates among the recruits, it would be unthinkable to stack them all in one place. Even Oscar admits he's clueless about the governor's true plans, leaving our boy to quietly contemplate the powerful leader's mysterious intentions. He gives them one last piece of fatherly advice, reminding them that the moment they step outside, they'll be treated as high-ranking officials. With his duty done, Oscar heads out first, telling them he'll see them back at the Union headquarters. Lucas sighs, claiming he doesn't care where he's stationed, which makes Sophie immediately ask if he's just trying to avoid working under his father. He tries to play it cool, saying they've always been distant, but Sophie calls his bluff, asking why he seems so afraid of the man. Rowan cuts in with a gentle smile, agreeing that separating work and personal life is wise, and complimenting Lucas on his newfound maturity. Lucas breaks the tension by playfully grabbing Rowan, joking that they need to establish a work-life balance pecking order right now. Soon after, the trio arrives at the massive Union administration gate, where a guard confirms their identities before letting them pass. An escort informs them that once they're geared up, their preliminary training will begin. As they walk, Rowan reflects on how much his life has changed. He's been here before, but never with this level of respect. The trio follows their guide, wondering what kind of essentials they'll be starting with. Suddenly, a massive set of doors bursts open with a wave of intense heat, catching Lucas and Sophie completely off guard. Turns out, they've been led into a massive, roaring forge, the heart of the Union's armory. Their escort explains that to truly become the sword and book of the Union, they need weapons crafted specifically for them. He introduces them to the master craftsman, a dwarven blacksmith named Alec, and leaves the trio in his capable hands. Alec tells them to pick a weapon that feels right, and Lucas, ever the showboat, immediately grabs a massive claymore. Both Rowan and the blacksmith just stare, completely unimpressed by his hasty and predictable choice. Alec smirks and tells Lucas to step forward and swing the giant sword with confidence, a command that makes the redhead hesitate. Gritting his teeth, Lucas plants his feet, determined to show everyone what he's made of. He swings the massive claymore with every ounce of his strength, the heavy steel whistling through the air. The master blacksmith watches intently, stroking his beard as he sizes up the boy's raw, unrefined talent. Alec declares that with some adjustments to its weight and length, the sword will be a perfect fit, which makes Lucas beam with pride. With one down, the blacksmith turns and calls Sophie forward, telling the girl with the long sword that she's up next. Sophie's movements are a stark contrast to Lucas, a blur of elegant, precise slashes that show years of training. Alec is genuinely impressed, commenting on her excellent balance and stability, a clear sign of a strong foundation. He notes she lacks raw power for her family's style, and suggests breaking tradition by using a shield, an idea that she seriously considers. Finally, it's our boy's turn, but Alec just calls him the one standing blankly, leaving Sophie completely dumbfounded by this whole process. Rowan calmly steps forward, facing the dwarven master who waits with his arms crossed, ready to see what this quiet kid can do. Alec squints at our boy, stroking his beard as he asks if he's a mage. Rowan stands there calmly, his expression unreadable as always. He simply confirms that he is, which seems to catch both Lucas and Sophie off guard. The blacksmith muses about making a suitable weapon, but Rowan cuts in, saying he has a different request. Our boy explains he's never needed a weapon in his hand, preferring to use telekinesis to control sword shards. He asks if it's possible to repair these shards, and Alec, now genuinely curious, tells him to hand them over. The master blacksmith immediately identifies the shard as a piece of a demonic sword, pulsing with dark mana. Rowan's face lights up as he explains his plan. If reforged correctly, the single shard could become 12 blades. But Alec holds up a hand, telling him not to get excited just yet because the process is incredibly tricky. He explains that to break the sword properly, each new piece must be perfectly infused with the exact same amount of mana. Alec warns that a careless attempt could destroy the artifact, requiring a 4-class mage at minimum, but Rowan just calmly asks if that's all it takes. The master blacksmith is completely dumbfounded by his confidence, but decides to let our boy give it a shot. Still, he's skeptical, wondering if this kid is just arrogant or actually has the skills, since even top Union grads would fail this task. But Rowan just gives him a look that says, "Just watch me." Alec tells him to go ahead, promising to take full responsibility for any failure, but asks him to try and keep the noise down. With everyone watching, Rowan begins to channel his unique mana directly into the demonic shard. The piece of metal begins to hum, glowing with a brilliant teal light as it floats above his hand. The mana surges, and the shard vibrates intensely, ready to be reshaped by his will alone. He closes his eyes, focusing completely, tapping into the very core of his power. He can feel it, the insight that Pauline taught him all those years ago is finally coming into play. He gently guides the countless branches of mana spreading from the shard. The plan is to delicately touch each strand, then apply Director Lazarus's unique magic. He grits his teeth through the strain, knowing it's not over yet. The real trick is to evenly distribute the mana into 12 embedded shards. Once the mana is fixed, the process will be complete, and a massive wave of power erupts from him. Alec is completely dumbfounded, wondering what in the world he's witnessing. He realizes with a shock that our boy is using 4-class magic, a feat that should be impossible. But the immense power is too much, and cracks begin to spiderweb across the shard. With a deafening crack, the shard explodes, sending Rowan flying back from the shockwave. The attempt ends in utter failure as the broken pieces clatter into Alec's outstretched hand. But instead of anger, Alec just starts laughing, completely baffled by what he just saw. He can't believe that a 15-year-old rookie perfectly replicated the mana capacity of the original shards. Turns out, our boy didn't fail completely. He holds up one perfectly reforged shard with a confident smirk, Seeing this single, perfect success, Alex's expression hardens with resolve. He decides he's going to give this kid his all. The scene shifts to the Union Academy, where swordsmanship instructor Diego Sanchez kicks off their preliminary training. He explains that they'll all be assigned to one of the Union's 7 divisions to carry out their missions. Every recruit starts at the bottom rank, and only through sheer skill and merit can they climb the ladder. A female instructor adds a grim warning. Simply bearing the Union's name will make them a target for countless enemies. The students, including Rowan, Lucas, and Sophie, are told that even the citizens they protect might scorn them. But then Lazarus, the administration director, steps forward, telling them to never waver in their duty to build a better world. With a confident smile, Lazarus announces that it's finally time to reveal which divisions the new recruits will be assigned to. A week later on induction day, Alex shows up and hands our boy a heavy pouch, telling him hell like what's inside. The blacksmith explains he merged the shards with mana, naming the new creation Cheval, and Rowan is instantly itching to try it out. With his new weapon in hand, Rowan tells Lucas it's time to go, but his roommate looks like he wants to die, having been assigned to his dad's division. Our boy has to practically drag the moping Lucas along, reminding him he's going to be late for his interview. Rowan tries to cheer him up, saying it's a good opportunity to learn more, but Lucas is convinced his life is basically over. They finally arrive at the Creed Division headquarters, a massive hall already buzzing with activity. Inside, members are already sparring relentlessly, the clash of steel echoing through the training grounds. Rowan spots a group of what must be the senior members, all looking like seasoned, battle-hardened veterans. He and Lucas take in the intense atmosphere, with our boy noting just how busy everyone seems to be. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the training hall, announcing that the new recruits have finally arrived. The speaker's eyes immediately lock onto the shimmering badge on Rowan's chest, recognizing the mark of an expert, and it's none other than Adrian, the legendary leader of the Creed Division himself, looking sharp as a razor. Lucas can barely contain himself, whispering that this is the big boss they've been assigned to. Rowan connects the dots. This is the guy with the expert badge, the top dog of the entire division. Adrian strolls over with a grin, welcoming them before immediately singling out Rowan for a little demonstration. Our boy and Lucas are completely blindsided, wondering why the division leader is suddenly so interested in a newbie's skills. Without waiting for an answer, Adrian points to a man nearby and declares him Rowan's opponent for this impromptu test. A nearby member is so shocked by the sudden challenge that he nearly chokes on air. Adrian then introduces the opponent with a smug smile. It's Oscar, the deputy director of the Creed Division. The air crackles with tension as Rowan and Oscar stand ready for their impromptu duel in the massive hall. Oscar reveals he's been watching our boy, saying it's been 5 years since he saw him use telekinesis, and he's curious about his growth. Rowan fires back with equal confidence, stating he's also eager to see how much stronger he can get in this division. The deputy director just smirks, acknowledging that the kid's got the same unshakable nerve as always. But he's done talking. Oscar draws his blade, telling Rowan to prove his worth with actions, not words. Rowan's hand begins to glow with a brilliant blue aura as he explains his true talent lies in magic. In an instant, 12 deadly blades, each infused with mana, appear and float menacingly around him. Oscar's eyes widen in surprise, realizing Rowan is now controlling far more blades than he remembers. He instantly recognizes the master craftsmanship of the dwarf Alec and asks if the legendary blacksmith gave them a name. Rowan calmly reveals their name, a gift that will soon be put to the test. Cheval. Oscar scoffs, saying that's a big name for some floating metal, and asks if our boy's skills can even back it up. Intrigued by the kid's confidence, Oscar asks what favor he could possibly want. Rowan asks for the first move, which gets a smirk out of Adrian while Lucas looks on completely dumbfounded. But Oscar's no fool. He sees the look in Rowan's eyes and realizes this isn't fear, the kid has a plan. With his 12 blades hovering like sentinels, Rowan stands ready to unleash hell. Oscar draws his own blade, his aura flaring red, warning Rowan that he won't tolerate any sloppy imitations. Turns out, our boy has been secretly training for 5 years, learning the legendary Passau family's claymore swordsmanship from Lucas. But he knows this is the real deal. Sparring with a friend is one thing, but Oscar's presence is on a completely different level. Stealing his resolve, Rowan announces he's about to begin the test. His eyes narrow with pure focus, ready to show the deputy director exactly what he's made of. With his eyes of the heart flaring to life, Rowan unleashes his full power. He commands all 12 of his mana-infused blades, sending them hurtling towards Oscar in a deadly barrage. But the deputy director is on another level, deflecting the assault with a single, contemptuous swing of his own sword. Oscar internally admits the kid's technique is raw, but with some polish, it could become a truly powerful weapon. However, this is a test, not a lesson, and he counters with a devastating strike that sends Rowan flying. The sheer force behind Oscar's attack is overwhelming, a clear message that he's done playing around. Rowan is completely dumbfounded. The speed of the attack is something he's never experienced before. He realizes in a split second that trying to block or dodge that blade is pure suicide. So, he switches tactics, deciding the only thing he can do is try to slow the sword down itself. To Oscar's complete shock, ethereal tendrils of mana suddenly wrap around him, grinding his attack to a halt. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas is completely stunned, while the ever-calm Adrian notes the strange sight. It looks like Oscar is caught by some invisible force, his body frozen mid-lunge. Turns out, our boy is using an insane level of mana control, manipulating everything from friction to air currents to hold the deputy director in place. Oscar struggles against the binding, realizing this isn't some trash-tier parlor trick. He smirks, impressed that Rowan has picked up a few new skills since they last met, but he scoffs at the idea that this is enough to stop him, gathering a terrifying amount of red energy into his blade. With a massive burst of power, Oscar shatters the mana restraints like they were made of glass. He brings his sword down in a devastating arc, intending to end this test right here and now. But at the last second, Rowan manifests a crystalline mana shield, blocking the strike head-on. Oscar is left completely dumbfounded, shocked that the kid actually managed to parry his full-power attack. Oscar grudgingly admits the kid's mana shield is a surprisingly tough sword, as Rowan deflects the blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the hall, blasting our boy backwards across the stone floor. Rowan grits his teeth, realizing his mana is far too weak to completely stop the deputy director. He knows he can reform his shattered shields, but that's not the real problem here. The real issue is he's been backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. So, he plants his feet, deciding there's only one way out of this mess. In a stunning turn, he stops defending and conjures a swirling vortex of fire in his hand. With a smirk, he decides that if he can't block the attack, he'll just have to break through head-on. Oscar is completely dumbfounded, shocked that this kid can also wield high-level elemental magic. Refusing to be shown up, Oscar roars and imbues his own blade with a torrent of flame to counter. The onlookers, including Lucas, are completely dumbfounded as the smoke from the clash clears. The fight ends in an instant, with Oscar clenching his fist, seemingly admitting defeat. Even our boy Rowan is a little surprised that his all-or-nothing gambit actually worked. With his goatee completely singed, Oscar just stands there and apologizes for his actions. But then, to Rowan's confusion, the deputy director just starts laughing, asking if he wants to go again. Turns out, the Creed division leader, Adrian, finds it absolutely hilarious that the new kid burned the deputy director's beard. The other members are buzzing, admitting the rumors about Rowan were true, and that he even held back at the last second. Having seen enough, Adrian calmly walks up to Rowan, asking for a moment of his time. The division leader gives him a calculating smirk, clearly intrigued by this interesting new recruit. Rowan, completely unfazed by the high-ranking official, just asks him what he wants. Adrian asks for Rowan's assessment of the fight, and our boy notes that Oscar's fluid style packed some serious power. He admits that, despite how it looked, he feels he was too hasty and could have done better. The division leader just smirks, realizing the kid gained some valuable insight from the brawl. Adrian tells him not to rush his growth, reassuring him that his foundation is already rock solid. He then calls over Sienna, one of his elite members, who appears instantly at his command. Adrian assigns her to be Rowan's personal mentor to help him develop his skills, an order she accepts without hesitation. With Rowan's training settled, Adrian turns to the other rookie, Lucas, wondering who should handle him. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he announces he knows the perfect person for the job. With a flourish, he presents the new mentor, none other than the deputy director Oscar, whose goatee is now just a memory. Lucas is absolutely petrified, realizing he's being thrown to the very monster his roommate just provoked. With the introductions over, Sienna gets straight to the point, telling Rowan that before they begin, they need to talk. She explains there are some serious issues from his recent duel that need to be addressed immediately. Sienna doesn't pull any punches, stating that while his magic is impressive, he's utterly pathetic in close-quarters combat. She reminds him of the fight with Oscar, pointing out that if he can't control the distance, he'll always be at a disadvantage. Our boy can only listen grimly, knowing every word she's saying is the cold, hard truth. She continues, explaining that giving up ground against a stronger foe like he did is basically asking for a dirt nap. To fix this, Sienna tells him to watch her carefully, focusing on how she uses her feet. She demonstrates with a quick, precise step that seems to glide across the floor. In the blink of an eye, she erupts into a whirlwind of slashes, a blur of motion and deadly intent. Rowan is completely dumbfounded, marveling at how she can pull off such insane movements while keeping her breathing and speed perfectly controlled. Rowan understands her footwork is so light because she's perfectly reversing her mana flow with every step. He knows this isn't some trash-tier skill you can just learn overnight. Sienna holsters her dagger, warning him not to be impatient since it'll take his body time to catch up. But our boy is already processing everything, his eyes wide with pure concentration. She turns around, completely dumbfounded to see him already enveloped in a mana aura, trying to replicate her moves. With his eyes closed, Rowan decides to visualize the one fight that almost got him killed. His mind immediately flashes back to Oscar's overwhelming presence and the terrifying arc of his claymore. He dodges a phantom strike, realizing he has to gauge the distance to avoid that massive trajectory. It all comes down to the footwork, where the angle of his toes could mean the difference between life and death. In a flash, he executes a flawless sidestep, moving with a grace that leaves his new mentor speechless. Our boy realizes that while the footwork is similar to what he's done before, there's a critical piece missing. He recalls Oscar's overwhelming power, knowing his own mana is still at a trash-tier level for controlling opponents from a distance. Now that he's in the Union, he has to assume every enemy he faces will be a monster cut from the same cloth. He opens his eyes, a grim resolve settling in. Simply copying Sienna is pointless when their fundamental abilities are so different. Sienna notices his sudden shift, but Rowan just tells her that what she's asking is impossible for him. He shakes his head, admitting he can't go any further and will never be able to move like her. But Sienna isn't buying it for a second, questioning if Hez really giving up and if she misjudged his potential. She scolds him, saying what she showed was basic movement, and reminds him he's a mage who literally conquered time itself. Her harsh words land perfectly, leaving Rowan standing there in stunned silence, unable to argue back. The word mage rings in his head, triggering a whole new perspective on the problem. He realizes it's not about lamenting his weak mana, but finding a way to use what little he has effectively. A brilliant idea strikes him. What if he manipulates the very atmosphere around him to force his body into the movements he wants? Or even better, what if he stops the enemy from entering his personal space altogether, creating a kind of virtual wall? The concept of a virtual barrier solidifies in his mind, and he knows he's onto something. In a flash of insight, everything clicks into place. This is the answer he's been looking for. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he finally sees a path forward that's uniquely his own. He remembers the incredible azure flame barrier that the Dean of Magic, Arthur, once showed him. It was a legendary technique, an impenetrable sphere of swirling blue fire that could stop anything. Our boy knows he's not strong enough to replicate that monster-tier spell, but he can create his own version. If he can't dodge, hell just block. This is the closest thing to an answer he's ever had. With a surge of mana, our boy begins to shape the space around him. He realizes this isn't just about defense, it's about controlling the entire battlefield. This is his own personal domain, a world where he makes the rules. He takes a single, confident step into this new reality he's created. A calm, knowing smile spreads across his face as the pieces fall into place. The air itself feels different, charged with his will and ready to obey. He imagines an enemy swinging a sword down at him from above, but within his domain, he can control the very friction and speed of the blade. A flash of insight hits him as his eyes glow with power. He can see it all now. He can predict every single move they make. Suddenly, Sienna senses a powerful surge of mana nearby, and it's coming from our boy's room. She's completely silent, her curiosity piqued by this unusual display of power. With a single, decisive step, she enters the training area to see what's going on. Inside, Rowan is deep in his domain, realizing that no matter the opponent, he must be ready. He knows his mind can see the attacks, but his body needs to be fast enough to dodge them all. With a focused gaze, he manipulates the very fabric of his training space. But just as he's getting into the zone, he feels a presence and is snapped out of his concentration. Turns out, Sienna has been watching, effortlessly deflecting his simulated attacks with her own blades. She smirks, commenting that she was wondering what he was doing alone and admits it's quite an interesting method. Rowan tries to play it cool, crediting her teaching, but she just scoffs at his smooth talk. Done with the small talk, Sienna decides she wants to see his real skills for herself. Our boy rises to the occasion, declaring the lesson isn't over as she lunges at him with blinding speed. He barely manages to conjure a solid mana shield, blocking her blade just in the nick of time. Sienna is genuinely surprised. She can feel the unusual weight in the air and wonders what kind of spell this is. Rowan calmly explains that her first step was slightly off, showing he's analyzing her every move. Their attacks collide, mana clashing against steel in a brilliant flash. He admits to himself that her speed is insane, and he's still not good enough to match her. But this technique has potential. A smirk plays on Sienna's lips. She tells him that recognizing your own flaws is the first step to true insight. She drives the point home by launching another fierce attack, stating that's how true understanding is gained. But she pulls back her blade, telling him to be more forgiving with himself because his rushed breathing and speed are a dead giveaway. Rowan is taken aback, asking if he really looked that desperate during their spar. Swallowing his pride, our boy turns and humbly asks his senior to teach him just one more thing. A slight smirk appears on Sienna's face. She's impressed by his attitude and agrees without hesitation. Later, Sienna is summoned, knocking on the door to a lavish office before being told to enter. Inside, she finds her superiors, Commander Oscar and Vice Commander Adrian, waiting for her report. Adrian cuts right to the chase, telling Sienna he's heard a lot of praise about the new recruit, Rowan. He compliments her training, noting that Rowan seems to have already overcome the typical weaknesses of a mage. Oscar chimes in, suggesting it's more about Rowan's natural talent, and Sienna humbly agrees she didn't do much. Her commander calls her modest and then asks the big question, will she be handling Rowan's training from now on? Adrian thinks it over. While they should probably teach the kids something to save face, he admits Sienna's compatibility with Rowan is the best. But then Adrian drops a bombshell, ordering Sienna to take Rowan with her on the next mission, leaving her completely dumbfounded. He casually sips his tea, reassuring her that it's nothing major, just a light recon mission to get the kids' feet wet. Turns out, after the vice commander wiped out the Rettle farm, the remnants are already trying to start a new business. Adrian explains that they're gathering mercenaries in a place called Allen to handle things themselves this time. He tells her to think of it as a simple field trip for our boy, leaving Sienna utterly speechless at his casual attitude. The scene shifts, and on the day of the mission, the atmosphere is tense with anticipation. Elsewhere, Lucas confirms with Rowan that today is the day for their respective assignments to begin. He sounds a bit envious, mentioning how Rowan gets to go on missions while Sophie was assigned to the 4th Unit's Honor Guard. We learn the Honor Guard is an elite combat unit, composed of mages and magic swordsmen who specialize in protecting other mages. While Sophie apparently wasn't thrilled with the placement, the narrative hints that this protective role might actually be a perfect fit for her. Lucas immediately starts teasing Sophie, telling her she's still too clumsy with her weapon to even be thinking about missions, which gets her riled up. Our boy Rowan, ever the helpful one, suggests she could get some pointers from the senior members of the Honor Guard. He adds with a smile that they all seem like really nice people, completely oblivious to the social minefield he just pointed her towards. Lucas practically yanks Sophie back, desperately trying to explain that the Conviction Guard is anything but nice. He can't tell if Rowan is genuinely this clueless or just pretending, while Rowan just innocently asks why, since Lucas spars with them all the time. Turns out, sparring means Lucas walks up, asks for a fight, and they all just call him a cocky brat. Deciding against that dumpster fire, Sophie asks her friends to just give her swordsmanship a quick look over before she leaves. Lucas gets all flustered, claiming he's not qualified to give feedback, but Sophie just glares back, clarifying she just needs someone to fight. With that settled, she grips her sword, her knuckles white with determination to prove herself. Wasting no time, Sophie charges forward with her shield raised, ready to show them exactly what she's made of. Lucas effortlessly parries her attack, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. He doesn't give her a second to breathe, immediately going on the offensive with a powerful counterswing. The skill gap is massive. Sophie is completely overpowered and sent stumbling backward. Down on one knee, she realizes her straightforward approach is getting her nowhere fast. Meanwhile, Rowan calmly takes notes, observing that her shield is meant for deflecting, not just blocking. He even jots down critiques on her sloppy mana control, seeing every flaw with his unique eyes. Suddenly, Sophie stops the fight, calling out to her friends as she spots someone approaching. It's none other than Sienna from the Conviction Guard, who gives them a casual wave. Sophie is completely flustered, calling out to her senior in surprise. Seeing his chance, Rowan walks over and hands Sophie the book, telling her to take his notes with her. Sophie is dumbfounded as Rowan hands her the notes, explaining they're just some pointers for improvement. She's touched, saying he really didn't have to, but Rowan just smiles and says that's what friends are for. Her heart melts at his kindness, a warm smile spreading across her face. Waving goodbye with a newfound determination, she promises to be waiting for his return. As the trio departs, Rowan waves back one last time before following Sienna and Lucas on their mission. After some time traveling, the sound of a horse's hoof announces their arrival at their destination. They've reached the city of Olin, now clad in inconspicuous hooded robes to blend in. Sienna decides they'll ditch the horses and proceed on foot, but Lucas looks like Hez about to be sick. Our boy Rowan checks on his roommate, who complains that horseback riding is way harder than it looks. Sienna just glares at Lucas, telling him to get some practice because they can't afford any dead weight on this mission. Sienna snaps at Lucas, reminding him to watch his tone since they're supposed to be common mercenaries here. Pulling up her hood, she drills the mission objective into their heads. This is strictly covert reconnaissance. She begins the briefing, explaining that the city of Allen was once a major transport hub, but it's been left to rot due to politics. Because of this neglect, immigrants from all over gathered on the outskirts, creating a massive, ungoverned slum. It didn't take long for this desperate place to fester and become a total safe haven for crime. To deal with it, the city simply built massive walls, quarantining the entire immigrant zone and its problems. They ignored the chaos inside for years, but now the danger is growing so large it threatens to spill over into the main city. Since Allen isn't exactly friendly with the Union, their only way in is to disguise themselves as mercenaries to gather intel. She decides their best bet is to split up to gather information more efficiently. Sienna lays out the grim reality. The zone is crawling with ghouls, and while intel is the goal, their #1 priority is survival. One of the team members confirms their cover story, They're a subjugation squad, and Sienna tells them to improvise once they're inside the walls. Our boy Rowan, ever the idealist, has to ask if there's any way to cure the ghouls, but Sienna shuts that hope down fast. Killing them is the only way. She looks Rowan dead in the eye, asking if he can handle it, and he forces himself to agree, though the thought of it clearly weighs on him. Sienna tries to reassure them that it's just a recon mission, but Lucas just casually blows it off with a, "Got it, sis." His laid-back attitude clearly gets on her nerves, but she sighs and decides to let it go for now. With the grim briefing over, Sienna gives the order, and the small team finally begins to move out. They step into a local guild hall, and the atmosphere is immediately thick with tension and the swirling energy of dark mana. Roan's unique eyes are already hard at work, sensing the chaotic and polluted mana radiating from everyone in the room. He realizes this place is the complete opposite of the Union. It's rough, ethnically diverse, and absolutely steeped in darkness. Looking over the crowd of so-called mercenaries, he can't help but feel a sense of doubt about the people they're meant to be impersonating. Wasting no time, Sienna steps up to the counter and announces they're here to join the ghoul subjugation team. The registrar curtly asks for their mercenary papers, and Sienna hands over the documents. He squints at the papers, miscounting at first before confirming there are 3 of them. The man just points them towards a door, telling them to join the other teams waiting inside. As they turn to leave, he adds a grim little detail. Payment is per head, and they'll need to bring back the tongues as proof. Lucas, ever the cool customer, can't even be bothered to hide a massive yawn as they head for the door. But suddenly, the registrar calls them back, having noticed something peculiar on their application. He looks straight at Rowan, asking if he's a fresh-faced rookie straight out of the tower, and our boy nervously admits it. The registrar just smirks, saying mercenary work is great for experience, before strangely changing their party size to 4. Rowan is just relieved they weren't questioned more, thinking he was sure to get flagged for being too young for this kind of work. Rowan tries to stay positive, wondering who their new teammates are, and deciding to treat it as a learning experience. They enter the waiting room and are immediately faced with a trio of rough-looking, seasoned mercenaries. The red-haired merc scoffs instantly, calling our boy a frail brat who can't even protect himself. His dark-haired buddy agrees, complaining that a kid who barely knows first-class magic will just cut into their share. The red-haired merc gets in Rowan's face, telling him they'll just pretend he and Lucas aren't even there. The stoic leader of the group just looks on, thinking that who knows what will happen to these rookies. Lucas, ever the pragmatist, coldly thinks that these guys seem like the type who'd be kind enough to die early. Our boy Rowan realizes his luck is trashed here, feeling like just being around them is going to wear him out. The mercenaries start moving out, with the red-haired one barking at the rookie to stop dawdling and follow. The newly formed, dysfunctional party steps out into the bustling city streets to begin their grim mission. The streets are surprisingly lively, with vendors hawking their wares as the team walks by. Rowan is dumbfounded. For a quarantine zone, this place looks just like a regular market. He figures that with so much foot traffic, this outer area must be relatively safe. This also means they're unlikely to run into their target, the Rettle, out here in the open. Deciding he's had enough of his new team, our boy starts subtly gathering mana. His plan is to manipulate the air to dull the senses of those around him, creating an opening to slip away. A little solo reconnaissance is way better than sticking with these loudmouth mercenaries. He can't help but wonder how he got stuck working with such rude, unprofessional people. Shaking off the annoyance, his eyes flare with teal light as he activates his eyes of the heart. It's time to ditch the deadweight and get some real work done. But just as he's about to make his move, a familiar wave of mana washes over him. Hess dumbfounded, it's the unmistakable signature of his senior, Sienna. Looking up, he spots her on a nearby rooftop, her presence a silent message. Our boy immediately understands. She's watching him, keeping an eye on his first real mission. He recalls her briefing. Their goal is to gather intel on the ghouls in the quarantine zone, but safety is paramount. Knowing she's observing him, Roan's resolve hardens. There's no way he's going to disappoint her now. With a renewed sense of purpose, he decides to take the lead and start tracking the ghouls himself. He runs through the intel in his head. Ghouls are twisted humanoid monsters, born from living humans. They're the vile creations of necromancers and dark priests, a perversion of life itself. These things are packed with superhuman strength, razor-sharp claws, and a horrifying, snake-like tongue. And to top it off, they're said to feast on human flesh, making our boy's first steps into the zone heavy. He admits to himself that he's only ever read about them in books, so he doesn't truly grasp how dangerous they are. The inner area has a completely different vibe. Sick, starving, and past, out people litter the streets. It's a lawless place, a forgotten corner of the world. He realizes that if someone were to suddenly die or disappear here, absolutely no one would care. A thought punctuated by a grim vision of what could happen to the innocent. That's when it clicks. This is why the enemy targeted this place, seeing these desperate people as perfect ghoul material. With a cold look in his eyes, Rowan decides he absolutely cannot let that happen. He remembers the horror at the shelter with the human trees. Now, The ghouls are playing the same twisted role. This only strengthens his resolve to create a world of peace and hope. A world where everyone can dream. He's doing all of this for the ideal world he promised to create. A memory of a kind mother figure fueling his every step. Clenching his fist, our boy steels his resolve. Ever since that fateful day, he's carried a vow he intends to keep. Now, walking through the desolate streets, he feels the time has finally come to fulfill that promise. He's moved deep into the quarantine zone, far from the entrance where any semblance of order might still exist. Suddenly, the sounds of a struggle break the silence, catching him completely off guard. His head whips around to see utter chaos erupting in the streets as people are being cut down. The culprits are monstrous, gray-skinned creatures with glowing red eyes. He realizes these must be the ghouls. Rowan is taken aback by their speed, deducing it must be a side effect of the dark magic that created them. But just as he's processing the threat, he hears a familiar voice cut through the air. Out of nowhere, Lucas comes flying in, sword raised high, ready to cleave the ghoul in two. Rowan facepalms, thinking his roommate is as noisy as ever and has completely forgotten they're on a recon mission. He starts to move in to help, but then he pauses, noticing something strange about the situation. Lucas is just standing there, striking a dramatic pose over the dead ghoul, seemingly complaining about a tiny scratch he received. But while he's busy being a drama queen, two more ghouls creep up right behind him, ready to strike. These creatures look just as vicious as the first, their red eyes glowing with malice. Turns out, Lucas isn't an idiot, he just smirks, revealing he was baiting them the entire time. With a flash of purple energy, he attacks, and the terrified ghouls immediately turn to flee for their lives. Seeing his chance, Rowan bolts forward, yelling that they have to chase the fleeing monster down. He realizes that even though they're monsters, these ghouls still possess reason and the instinct to survive. To the fleeing ghoul, Lucas must have looked like an absolute monster, so its only choice was to run for its life. With the ghoul on the run, both our boy and Lucas give chase across the rooftops of the desolate city. Rowan pushes himself to the limit, pouring mana into his legs to keep up with the surprisingly fast creature. But it's no use. He realizes the gap is widening and chasing it without a proper movement technique was a dumb move. Before losing it completely, he pulls out a mana-infused crystal, hoping to track the ghoul's energy signature. He decides to follow the traces it leaves behind, focusing on the trail of dark blood splattered on the ground. He finally comes to a stop, having completely lost sight of both the ghoul and his overeager roommate. Looking around, Rowan knows he has to rely on his own skills now, not just brute speed. The blood trail is faint and broken, but with no mana signature to follow, it's his only lead. With no other choice, our boy follows the dark, splattered trail through the empty streets. He immediately starts kicking himself, realizing he should have learned a proper movement spell from Diego before this mission. He recalls Blake's old technique, a simple burst of mana, but knows the order of conviction requires something far more stealthy and swift. Then, he spots a familiar purple robe on a rooftop sienna, and it clicks. Her subtle, agile style is exactly what he needs. A wave of understanding washes over him as he starts to connect the dots. He realizes she's been nearby this whole time, shadowing him from a distance. It dawns on him that the captain pairing him with Senior Sienna wasn't just a coincidence. This entire mission must have been a setup by Adrian, a live-fire test to teach him the Order's unique arts of pursuit and reconnaissance. He remembers the first time he saw Sienna's movement skill, how fleeting and elusive it was, and now he finally understands its purpose. He pictures Sienna's movement, a fluid art that flows like water or wind. Instead of crude mana bursts, she glides on a thin layer of diffused mana, a truly high-level technique. Our boy knows his own mana can't compare, but he realizes the air itself is thick with mana he can use. With newfound determination, he prepares to put this theory to the test. But before he can even try, he finds himself surrounded by a horde of ghouls, forcing him to focus on the immediate threat. He looks past them and sees the grim reality. This must be their hideout, littered with unconscious victims. His face hardens as he realizes these people have been captured and dragged here. He can sense that while many are gravely injured, some are still clinging to life. There's no time to waste. He draws his blade, leaping into the fray to save them before it's too late. As he prepares for battle, a flash of a bloody, chaotic memory fills his mind. He remembers standing alone against this tide of darkness, a grim reminder of what's at stake. Snapping back to reality, the horde of ghouls lunges forward, a wave of pure malice. Our boy becomes a blur, his blade, a streak of light, as he carves through the first wave of monsters. But he knows he can't keep this up forever. He needs to end this quickly to protect the victims. He unleashes a massive wave of mana, creating a dome that blasts the ghouls back in every direction. Just as he clears some space, a sudden inferno erupts from among the remaining ghouls. Instead of dying, the creatures begin to absorb the flames, their bodies glowing with terrifying new power. The mercenary party can only watch from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded by this insane turn of events. But instead of panicking, our boy just calmly observes the powered-up ghouls, one burning and one frozen. Turns out, His dome isn't just a shield, its best feature is the ability to slow down time inside. This makes it the perfect isolated laboratory to run some tests on these newly empowered monsters. He decides it's the perfect opportunity to try out a brand new spell he's been developing. Rowan unleashes his first technique, a spell designed for enhanced heat exchange within the domain. A blinding flash of pure blue energy erupts from his hand, engulfing the entire street. The spell instantly sucks all the heat from the air, flash freezing the very cobblestones. As crystalline shards of ice fly past him, he lets out a quiet sound of satisfaction. The ghouls are now just frozen, shattered statues, and he coldly tells their remains they should have kept quiet. With the ghouls useless for intel, Rowan realizes the only option left is the group of tied-up mercenaries. The men are terrified, but their leader suddenly recognizes our boy from before. He explains that after Rowan vanished, they went looking for him and ended up getting captured. Rowan listens, realizing their predicament is indirectly his fault. Without a word, he sends a blade of mana to slice through their ropes. The mercenaries are dumbfounded but relieved, realizing they were just seconds from death. Our boy asks how a group of seemingly skilled fighters got caught by simple ghouls. The leader reveals the shocking truth. It wasn't just ghouls, there was a dark priest leading them. He points over the hill, telling Rowan exactly where the real threat went. With the intel shared, the mercenaries quickly thank our boy and make their escape, leaving him to deal with the bigger threat. Just as they vanish, another hooded figure appears silently at Rowan's side. Turns out, it's his senior from the Union, Sienna, who coolly tells him he's done well so far. Rowan respectfully thanks her, acknowledging his superior's presence. Sienna lays out the plan. They'll hunt the Dark Priest together, and not to worry about Lucas, who's already creating a massive distraction elsewhere. With their objective clear, she gives the order to move out immediately. Without a second's delay, Rowan bursts forward, leaving a trail of pure mana in his wake. He thinks to himself that this is the perfect chance to test out a new movement technique he's been itching to try. Focusing his power, he prepares to unleash it, knowing this is the ideal battlefield for a test run. As he dashes forward, he's immediately caught off guard by the sheer speed of his superior. Rowan confirms his suspicion. Senior Sienna is definitely using mana to move this fast. But her technique is on a whole other level. It's completely natural, not forced in the slightest. He realizes she's not fighting the flow of mana, but riding it, stepping on its currents to push off. Trying to imitate her, our boy loses his focus for just a moment and stumbles badly. He curses his clumsiness as his foot slips on the slick path of pure energy. It's no wonder he's struggling. Her movement skill is legendary, second only to the Faith Corps captain. But he's not about to get left behind, hardening his resolve to catch up no matter what. He decides to try his own method. Reduce the friction, step lightly, and use the recoil. Following her mana trail, he unleashes his power, sliding forward in a single, explosive burst of speed. And just like that, he's caught up, gliding effortlessly beside Sienna with a newfound confidence. She's genuinely impressed, asking him how in the world he managed to grasp the technique so quickly. Rowan explains his breakthrough the key wasn't to fight the mana, but to ride its current. Our boy stays humble though, admitting he never would have figured it out without her guidance. But their training is cut short as a horde of ghouls led by a hooded figure blocks their path. Rowan tells her to stand back, he's got this. The hooded enemy just stands there silently, radiating a sinister energy, clearly the puppet master of this whole mess. Rowan doesn't waste a second, conjuring a storm of razor-sharp mana crystals that spin around him with deadly intent. The crystals become a whirlwind of pure destruction, tearing through the ghouls and turning them into mincemeat. In a flash, the path is cleared, but the real threat, the hooded mage, looms over the bloody aftermath. Standing amidst the carnage, Rowan feels a chill run down his spine. Something about this whole situation feels deeply wrong. He recalls that mutated ghouls are supposed to be intelligent, just like the ones Lucas faced. So he's dumbfounded as to why these ones are just mindlessly charging to their deaths instead of running away. The only explanation is that a dark priest must be controlling them, overriding their survival instincts. Just as another ghoul lunges forward, its fist clenched for a killing blow, Sienna drops from the sky like an avenging angel, her blade slicing through the monsters with ease. Rowan is stunned as she lands beside him, having handled the threat in an instant. She gives him a silent, unimpressed glance before turning her attention back to the battlefield. With the immediate area cleared, she stands ready, leaving our boy to process what just happened. He quickly realizes this is no time to be a spectator. A single mistake could put even his senior in grave danger. Focusing his resolve, Rowan gathers his mana, determined to prove he's not dead weight. He unleashes a wave of mana, forming a shimmering protective field around them. Meanwhile, Sienna is a blur of motion, expertly parrying a volley of fireballs back at the ghouls. The mindless creatures are instantly engulfed in flames, their own attacks turned against them. Not content to just defend, our boy launches his own crystal-laced mana blast into the fray. But then, the real mastermind finally shows himself a dark priest, channeling sinister energy. This hooded freak is clearly the puppet master behind this whole undead mess. Suddenly, Sienna's eyes go wide with shock as she senses the sheer malice of his power. She screams a desperate warning for Rowan to watch out as the enemy prepares his next move. Our boy turns around, completely dumbfounded by her sudden panic. Before he can even process it, a monstrous claw of pure shadow energy lunges right for him. But the shadow claw stops short, its dark energy coiling inwards. Turns out, the hooded freak wasn't attacking Rowan, he was casting a twisted enhancement spell on his own body. He transforms into a grotesque, clawed beast, his humanity completely gone. Rowan watches the horrific change, his eyes wide with a grim understanding. Suddenly, it clicks. This creature's pitch-black mana is the exact same as the dark being from his apocalyptic visions. The monster lets out a blood-curdling roar, unleashing a wave of pure killing intent. Our boy steels himself, knowing the real fight is just getting started. He launches his crystal attack, but the shards just shatter uselessly against the monster's hide. Rowan is dumbfounded. This thing is way tougher than he ever could have imagined. Before he can even blink, the monster regenerates and blitzes forward, its claws glowing with crimson energy. Rowan unleashes his power, trapping the monster in a shimmering blue domain. But he knows this is just a temporary solution. The creature's movements are instantly restricted, grinding to a halt within the magical field. He figures that inside this domain, the monster is a sitting duck. His plan is to hit it with a massive fireball while it's immobilized. Suddenly, Sienna blitzes past him, daggers drawn, intercepting the monster herself. Rowan is horrified, screaming for his senior to get back. He knows she's a strong swordswoman, but this thing is a different kind of threat. Ignoring his pleas, Sienna leaps into the air, preparing to strike the beast down. With cold determination in her eyes, she readies her twin blades for the kill. With blinding speed, Sienna unleashes a flurry of slashes, shredding the creature before it can even react. The monster's head goes flying as its body disintegrates into nothing but dark energy. She lands gracefully, her blades still glowing with a powerful aura, having ended the fight in a single move. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, realizing he just witnessed an aura sword technique for the first time. He's in awe of how she coated her blades with magic, admitting that Senior Sienna is on a whole other level. Sienna gives him a nod of approval and tells him to get a move on. They need to follow the trail. As they venture deeper into the district, an eerie silence hangs in the air, with no trace of life to be found. The horrifying reason soon becomes clear, as the streets are littered with the bodies of the starved and diseased. Just as the grim reality sinks in, Sienna's voice cuts through the silence, announcing they've arrived. Before them looms a massive, desolate fortress, which Rowan recognizes as the infamous Rettel's stronghold. Rowan asks if this is the main base, but Sienna clarifies it's just one of many branches hidden in this dead zone. With no time to waste, Sienna declares they're heading straight in. The heavy doors groan open, welcoming them into the darkness of the enemy stronghold. As they step inside, the air is thick with a grim and foreboding silence. The overwhelming stench of blood hits our boy, and he grimly suspects they've stumbled upon a human experimentation site. Sienna leads him to a dead end, but Rowan spots a faint magical circle glowing on the wall. He realizes it's a hidden entrance, sealed with a complex spell formula. Just as Rowan starts thinking about how to decode the magic, Sienna decides to use a more direct approach. She smashes her fist straight through the magically reinforced wall, shattering it and revealing a hidden passage. Rowan is left completely dumbfounded, stammering that he probably would have hurt his foot if he tried to kick it. Sienna just scoffs, telling our boy he says the weirdest things as she steps into the passage. Rowan follows, and his jaw hits the floor. They've stumbled into a massive, hidden library of forbidden magic. His eyes immediately lock onto a single, ominous-looking leather book sitting on a desk. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could this be a grimoire bound in human skin? He has to know. He levitates the book over and flips it open, revealing pages filled with complex, ancient text. But one page stands out, dominated by a single, intricate magic circle he's never seen before. A jolt of recognition hits him as his eyes widen in disbelief. It's not exact, but it's terrifyingly similar to the magic circle he saw on the Stone of Gatia. Sienna asks what he's found, and he explains the entire book is just variations of this one circle. She wonders if this is the spell to create ghouls, but Rowan shakes his head. This is something far worse, a spell to summon or awaken a powerful being. He realizes this isn't just a summoning spell. It's a ritual for a host to invite a demon into their own body. The thought immediately clicks in his mind, and he mutters the name of the only being he knows connected to this magic. Owl. As if summoned by the thought, his familiar appears from the grimoire in a flash of light, much to Sienna's surprise. The little creature affectionately nuzzles our boy, and Sienna is just dumbfounded, asking if it just called him master. She presses him for answers, demanding to know if Owl is a demon, and what's with the similarities in the magic. Rowan calmly explains that Owl was born from a stone he bought at a magic shop years ago, leaving Sienna totally lost. He clarifies that the magic circle on that stone is eerily similar to the one in this grimoire, which is why he suspects a connection. Turning his focus back to the book, He can feel the dark energy radiating from the ancient text on the page. He realizes the letters themselves are infused with murky mana, each one holding a powerful and sinister intent. Staring at the forbidden script, he can't help but wonder what kind of disaster would unfold if someone actually used this otherworldly language. Sienna finds an instruction document. Realizing the higher-ups are ordering an increase in ghoul production, she decides they have enough evidence to report this to City Hall and launch a full-scale assault. Just then, another ghoul lunges from the shadows, but she cuts it down in a single, fluid motion. Elsewhere, their companion Lucas wipes the blood from his face, muttering about how persistent these bastards are. He hears his name being called and sees Rowan and Sienna waiting for him in the distance. A huge grin spreads across his face as he recognizes his senior. He runs over, and Rowan praises him, saying the investigation went smoothly thanks to his hard work. Lucas just laughs it off, asking if they're finally done, and Rowan tells him to join them on their way to the City Hall. As the trio walks through the desolate streets, they regroup and discuss their findings. Lucas stretches, boasting that he took down 30 ghouls, then turns to Rowan, asking how many he caught. Rowan casually replies he handled about 50, as Lucas notices the horrifying things floating behind him. Our boy explains its evidence, a dark priest's head and a ghoul's tongue, but Lucas thinks he's insane for carrying them around. Rowan suddenly realizes that might be a bit much for the public, while Lucas is just dumbfounded by his senior's total lack of common sense. As they approach the city, Sienna tells Rowan to put his gruesome trophies away, and he obediently complies. The trio finally makes their way towards the Allen City Hall, ready to report their findings. They arrive at the main gate, their hooded figures casting an imposing shadow. A guard immediately stops them, suspiciously asking what business a group of mercenaries could possibly have there. With a piercing glare, Sienna steps forward and states they've come to see the mayor. The guards just laugh, telling them the mayor doesn't have time for lowlifes and that they should go hunt some ghouls instead. One of them scoffs, pointing out they're empty-handed and probably couldn't even catch a rat, completely unaware of what Rowan's hiding. Done with the pleasantries, Sienna clutches the Union emblem on her uniform, her patience worn thin. With a cold, unwavering voice, she says she'll only say it one more time. She demands to be taken to the mayor, her tone leaving no room for argument. The guard's smug face instantly melts into pure, unadulterated shock. The trio pulls back their hoods, revealing their official Union attire as Sienna announces who they are. The scene immediately cuts to a private room inside the city hall. Their credentials clearly worked. They're now seated across from a city official, with a severed ghoul head placed on the table as proof. The terrified official stammers an apology, promising to fetch the mayor right away. As they wait in the quiet room, the gravity of their findings hangs in the air. Suddenly, our boy Rowan's eyes widen. His special senses have picked up on something. He looks over at Sienna and notices something insane. She's writing with a pen that has no nib, a tool for high-level mages. She's channeling pure mana directly onto the page, creating glowing blue runes with just the tool's body. Our boy is completely dumbfounded as the magical text begins to float right off the paper. But just as quickly as they appeared, the runes vanish into thin air, and Sienna stops her practice. Rowan can't help himself and asks if the pen is some kind of advanced magic tool. Sienna just closes her eyes and starts meditating, a clear sign to shut up, forcing Rowan to decide he'll ask later. Figuring he might as well be productive, he summons his new familiar, the little owl. He holds the creature and asks it straight up what it is, wondering if it might even be a demon. He presses further, asking if it recognizes the spell formula from the incident or knows anything about a name, Rettle. But it's no use. Rowan realizes the little guy is a total blank slate and won't be giving up any secrets today. Seeing the little guy is just a newborn, Rowan pats its head, reassuring it that he's not disappointed. But then the owl starts chirping excitedly, and Rowan is stunned to learn it actually has a special ability. The familiar puffs out its chest with an air of importance, as if explaining the grand nature of its power. Rowan's face just goes blank, completely dumbfounded by what the creature is telling him. The owl's message is crystal clear. To use its power, it needs to consume the skull sitting on the table. Our boy looks at the skull and then back at the owl, utterly disgusted as he asks if that's really the condition. The little creature clarifies that it's not for Rowan, but for itself it needs to eat the skull to regain its abilities. Rowan hesitates, realizing that the skull is a valuable magic item and giving it away is a big decision. He turns to Sienna, telling her to hand it over but warning her it'll be a big loss. She just says it's fine if it's necessary. With the green light, the owl perches on the skull and begins to channel a dark, swirling orb of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, the little owl familiar starts pecking at the skull, beginning the absorption process. An immense wave of dark purple energy suddenly erupts from the skull, completely engulfing the room. Our boy Rowan is left speechless, his eyes wide with shock as he feels the sheer power radiating from the familiar. Just then, his roommate Lucas walks in, immediately sensing the oppressive aura and looking over with concern. Lucas is completely floored by the sight, his mind struggling to process what the hell is happening. The tiny owl transforms into a terrifying, hulking figure, its new form radiating an ancient and intimidating presence. Lucas absolutely loses it, scrambling to find his claymore, but Rowan quickly tells him to calm down, insisting it's just an owl. With Lucas still dumbfounded, Rowan explains that this is what hatched from the Stone of Gadia he bought from the magic shop. He adds that he and Sienna found a magic book with a similar magic circle, suggesting there's a deeper connection he doesn't understand yet. Lucas panics, wondering if it's dangerous or connected to Rettel, but Rowan reassures him that he's already purified it for now. Rowan explains that this little guy can supposedly reveal an opponent's deepest secrets. Lucas is completely floored by this, asking if an ability that insane could actually be real. Just then, the door swings open and a few local officials make an unannounced entrance. A sly grin forms on Rowan's face as he realizes this might be the perfect chance to test that theory. The man in charge apologizes for the delay, his voice practically dripping with false pleasantries. He passive-aggressively notes that if they had just been informed the union was coming, things would have gone smoother. Turns out, this sweaty, nervous man is Mayor Bruce of Allen, and he's clearly hiding something. He tries to make small talk, asking if anything unusual happened during their visit to the quarantine zone. But his forced composure shatters when his eyes land on the familiar, sitting calmly on the table. The mayor is utterly dumbfounded, pointing a shaky finger and demanding to know what this gigantic owl is. The mayor stammers, completely unnerved by the sight of the strange creature. Before he can finish his thought, the owl familiar leaps into action, slamming down on his head. His guards can only watch in horror, shouting his name as he's completely smothered. But a cold voice cuts through the chaos, and a shard of pure mana stops a guard dead in his tracks. It turns out all the guards are paralyzed, each with a glowing blue blade held to their necks. Our boy Rowan is the one behind it all, effortlessly controlling the mana with a flick of his wrist. In an instant, the entire room is under his control, with the mayor's men completely neutralized. Lucas holds his sword to a guard's throat, warning him not to even think about moving. Rowan now has the mayor at his mercy, a mana blade ready to end him if he tries anything funny. Defeated, the mayor can only sweat bullets with the familiar perched on his head like a crown. The mayor grits his teeth, realizing this situation has become incredibly troublesome. He confesses his only regret is not having enough time to finish cleaning out the slums. His grand plan was to turn the poor into ghouls, and then pay mercenaries to exterminate them. But Sienna isn't buying it, questioning what the ghoul creators would even gain from this. Cornered, the mayor admits it was all a sick experiment to create even stronger ghouls. Lucas scoffs at the twisted logic, seeing how it was a win-win for the corrupt powers that be. Sienna presses further, asking if this trash-tier plan was his idea, but he claims he was just a pawn. He was simply following the will of his goddess. The mayor finally names the mastermind, Priestess Amy, and Lucas immediately runs him through. Our boy Rowan watches silently as another piece of the future he's trying to prevent falls into place. Rowan is completely floored. The name Amy echoes in his mind, a familiar ghost from his past at the shelter. The mayor, meanwhile, is still sputtering, confused as to what's happening after being stabbed. But before he can even process the pain, another figure steps out from the shadows, claiming they heard everything. A deadly Union agent appears out of nowhere, holding a dagger to the terrified mayor's throat. She coldly accuses him of colluding with a group called Rettel to perform twisted human experiments. He tries to play dumb, but the blade pressing against his skin tells him the game is up. The agent declares his sentence, citing treason against the kingdom and the massacre of his own people. His position is stripped, he's sentenced to immediate execution, and the entire city hall is being shut down. The mayor can't even form a coherent sentence, stammering in disbelief as his world crumbles. With a final, swift motion, justice is served, and the corrupt mayor's glasses hit the floor, splattered with his blood. With the mayor dealt with, Sienna orders a total lockdown of City Hall, rounding up every last official for interrogation. The interrogations don't yield new intel, but confirm the dead mayor's story, all while Rowan's familiar makes itself comfortable. Sienna closes the book on the case, the report officially finished. Lucas tells them they both did a great job, and suggests they rest before heading back to the quarantine zone. But our boy Rowan has a burning question for his senior, who coolly gives him the floor. He asks about the strange pen she used to write her report earlier. She explains it's a transmission pen, a special magic tool for runners that instantly sends reports to the Union. Lucas then nervously asks Sienna if executing the mayor on the spot was really necessary. She admits that arrest is the preferred option, but this time, they couldn't afford to be anything but decisive. Turns out, if they'd hesitated, the Union would have suspected them of siding with Rowan, the very person they were investigating. She tells him their actions must carry the same conviction she trusts in him, for that is the creed of their union. As they walk through the quiet town at night, the conversation continues. Lucas casually mentions that the mayor was trying to hide one specific thing until the very end. This sparks a thought in Rowan, who now wonders about the true identity of the so-called Priestess Amy. Suddenly, the agent who executed the mayor places a hand on his shoulder, asking if he's forgotten Union policy. Our boy plays it cool, confirming he remembers. But her sudden appearance is unsettling. Sienna then lays down the law. Now that he's in the Union, he must leave all personal grudges behind. Rowan takes a deep breath and agrees, though the implications of that rule are clearly weighing on him. He then turns back to Sienna, asking if she suspected the truth about the quarantine zone from the very beginning. He questions why she went as far as disguising them, thinking a simple, open investigation would have been enough. Sienna explains her methods were all about preparing for the future. A direct conflict with Alan would have been a massive headache. Turns out, this is standard procedure, just like when she gave orders to the conviction runners 5 years ago during the Dunton shelter incident. The pieces click into place for Rowan. He realizes now that every strange event was immediately reported to Deputy Chief Oscar. The enemy, Rettel, is shown to be pure evil, their atrocities escalating from turning people into trees to now raising ghouls. Our boy looks up at the sky, the weight of this new reality sinking in. Suddenly, it all comes rushing back to him, the real reason he threw his lot in with the Union. He clenches his fist in grim determination, knowing that unless Rettel is completely wiped out, this cycle of suffering will never end. With his purpose reforged, he, Sienna, and Lucas march forward as one solid unit. To protect the future, staring them in the face, they have no choice but to keep moving forward. As they arrive at a massive gate, the guards immediately recognize their superior, announcing the arrival of Sienna, runner of the Union. A formal decree is stamped. For colluding with Rettel, the mayor of Aalen has been sentenced to death. Sienna steps forward, officially declaring that from now on, the Union is in complete control of the city. With that, the gates to the quarantine zone are thrown open. Anyone who objects is now an enemy of the state. The first order of business is to evacuate all the residents and vagrants huddled near the entrance. But one of the local guards panics, asking what in the world they're supposed to do about the ghouls inside. Sienna just stares him down, her voice dripping with ice as she asks if he's a guard or a traitor. When he stammers that he's a guard, she tells him it's his responsibility to stop them, not hers. The poor guy is left completely speechless, realizing he's just been ordered to face the monsters. Under the watchful eyes of the Union, the tense and fearful evacuation of the residents begins. Rowan and Sienna watch the slow procession, noting that just clearing the entrance is taking forever as dawn approaches. Sienna's sharp gaze narrows as she picks up a distant sound approaching them. Rowan hears it too, remarking that whoever it is, they got here way faster than expected. In the distance, the thundering sound of hooves echoes from beyond the city walls. Sienna wonders if it's Rettel's forces, but Rowan immediately dismisses the idea, knowing they wouldn't make such a racket. The ground itself seems to tremble, as a massive cavalry unit charges towards the gate. One look at their pristine gear and swords tells you this isn't just a regular patrol. A blonde-haired man on horseback confidently leads the charge, his eyes locked on their position. It's the big guns. Adrian, commander of the Conviction Council, and Magda, commander of the Honor Council, have arrived with their forces. Adrian greets them with a smug smile, asking if they've been waiting long for the cavalry to show up. The sheer scale of the force is overwhelming, as our boy and his small team find themselves facing down an entire army of Union elites. Sienna formally greets Commander Adrian, handing over a report and remarking that they could have prepared if they'd known he was coming. Adrian smirks, noting that Commander Magda also came, and claims they were just faithfully following the letter Rowan's team sent. Turns out, the junior's impressive deeds are why Magda, who rarely leaves her post, decided to come along, bringing Lucas with her. Our boy's eyes lock onto the woman on horseback, a figure of immense authority. He immediately recognizes her, Commander Magda of the Honor Council, one of the Union's absolute top dogs. Rowan steps forward, bowing his head respectfully to introduce himself for the first time. Magda gives him a cold, dismissive once-over, her expression unreadable. She finally speaks, acknowledging that she's heard the rumors about the infamous Rowan, but she immediately shuts him down, stating she didn't come for him. She's only interested in Rettel's magic book. Just like that, the grimoire is summoned from our boy's possession, floating over to Magda as she claims her prize. With the book in hand, Magda pauses, a flicker of realization in her eyes. She suddenly compliments Rowan, admitting his mana control is surprisingly natural, like flowing water. But then she mutters to herself that she was too complacent and should have questioned the governor, leaving our boy completely lost. It looks like a painful memory just hit her as she clutches her head in frustration. She tries to dismiss the thought, but the look of dread on her face tells a different story. Rowan, trying to catch up, asks if the problem she's worried about is the massive barrier surrounding the city. Magda simply dismounts and states that if the barrier is a problem, then they'll just have to remove it. She walks past the juniors, joining two other high-ranking members who are waiting nearby. A blonde man with glasses steps forward, telling the juniors to step back and let the pros handle this. Rowan and Lucas are left dumbfounded, wondering what these absolute monsters are planning to do. The two commanders stand before the impossibly high wall, dwarfed by its scale but not its presence. Magda and Adrian look on with grim determination, ready to handle business themselves. With a confident smirk, Adrian tells Magda it's time to begin. suggesting they put on a flashy show. Magda immediately begins casting, and a colossal, blood-red magic circle erupts from the ground around her. Lucas and Rowan are completely floored, their minds struggling to comprehend the sheer volume of mana being unleashed. Our boy's eyes widen in disbelief. He's never witnessed magic on this godly tier before. He finally understands what it means to be a commander, and the power gap feels like an endless chasm. Magda effortlessly commands the swirling inferno, shaping it into a storm of pure destruction. Adrian raises his own blade, which crackles with energy, preparing to add his power to the mix. The juniors can only watch in awe as the combined might of two commanders is aimed squarely at the city's barrier. Rowan is dumbfounded, realizing this isn't just magic, it's Class 4, the absolute top tier of power. From a colossal magic circle covering the sky, Magda unleashes a torrent of mana so potent it feels like it could incinerate his very soul. Our boy finally understands. This is the raw, terrifying reality of a true Class 4 spell. Suddenly, Sienna appears behind him, cutting through his awe to remind him that his role as a member of the Conviction Council is already set. She tells him to stop gawking like a rookie and focus on the mission he was given. Rowan's gaze shifts to Adrian, who is now also radiating an insane amount of power, preparing to join the assault. Stealing his resolve, Rowan clenches his fist, knowing this is his first real step into this new world. He can feel the pressure as he realizes that even while casting a city-destroying spell, Commander Magda is watching his every move. With a surge of determination, he cloaks himself in his own blue mana and sprints forward into the chaos. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he vows to give it his all, leaving no room for regrets. The city walls crumble under the sheer force of Magda's apocalyptic spell, a wave of pure destruction. Crouching low, Rowan feels the aftershock and realizes with a start that there's no magical residue, just raw vibration. Hez dumbfounded. The spell was so powerful it didn't just destroy things, it completely annihilated the mana in the area. Then, a blinding white light tears through the battlefield, a sword slash so potent it extinguishes everything, and Rowan knows that's Commander Adrian's work. With the initial assault over, Sienna announces she's moving to support the commander's flank, prompting the others to figure out their roles. Our boy steps up, telling Lucas to take the others and hold the center, while he handles the other side, a clear strategy forming in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Sienna trusts the plan and bursts forward, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Rowan watches her go, marveling at her speed and thinking that even the enemy leader must be sweating under that kind of pressure. The strategy is simple but brutal. With the outer defenses shattered, they'll herd all the enemies into the center for a final showdown. But just as he's about to move, Lucas calls out his name, a familiar voice cutting through the chaos. Turns out Lucas was calling for Sophie, another student on their team, who rushes to join them with her shield ready. As they sprint through the ruined streets, Sophie asks what the plan is, and Lucas explains they're herding the ghouls into an open space. Lucas tells everyone to pick up the pace. The seniors are driving the horde, so they have to get to the choke point now. Suddenly, Rowan's eyes sharpen as he senses it, their destination is just ahead. They burst into the quarantine zone's Central Plaza, the perfect kill box for what's coming. Without a word, the students form a disciplined shield wall, bracing for the inevitable clash. A massive, imposing fortress looms before them, and a dark, sinister mana begins to seep from its walls. The foul energy swirls and intensifies, crackling with a malevolent red glow. Rowan stands unflinching, his senses screaming as the overwhelming pressure builds. With chilling certainty, he confirms their worst fears they're coming. Just as Rowan predicted, the horde appears, getting blasted by a massive wave of senior-level magic. Sophie Doble wastes no time, shouting for the students to lock down their formation. A fellow student tells Rowan to stay sharp, but our boy is already miles ahead. His eyes are completely focused, piercing through the chaos to sense the true threat. He confirms it with chilling certainty, there's no mistake. This is the future he saw. His senses then lock onto a single, overwhelming presence at the heart of the enemy force. The leader reveals herself, a woman radiating an aura of absolute command. She looks down on them, her expression unnervingly calm amidst the carnage. A voice cuts through the air, calling out to her little brother who has grown up so much. Rowan is completely dumbfounded. The commander of this nightmare is none other than his own sister. Without a word, his sister unleashes a devastating volley of ice shards. The students struggle to hold the line as the ghouls relentlessly press their attack. But the attack wasn't for them. Rowan's sister watches with cold, calculating eyes. Her ice pins her own wraith soldiers to the ground, a truly ruthless tactic. Rowan can't believe it. She's sacrificing her own troops just to create an opening. The students are completely overwhelmed, their formation starting to break. Our boy is already breathing hard, the mana he used to track her taking its toll. Yet, despite the exhaustion, his mind feels sharper and clearer than ever. But his moment of clarity is cut short as a ghoul breaks through and lunges right at him. Just in the nick of time, Lucas flies in, sword raised to protect his friend. But Lucas is completely caught off guard by his own momentum. He cleaves the ghoul in two with a single, shockingly effortless swing. Standing over the corpse, he wonders why his sword felt impossibly light just now. Rowan can only watch, shouting his friend's name in alarm. While Lucas is distracted, another ghoul sees its opening and lunges right for him. He realizes his fatal mistake a second too late, with no time to raise his sword. Suddenly, Sophie Doble, the class president, smashes her shield into the ghoul's side, saving him. She scolds him for dropping his sword in surprise, telling him to get it together. With no time for apologies, she bashes another ghoul, yelling that they all need to make it back alive. Lucas, completely flustered, shouts back that he has no intention of dying here. Fueled by the near-death experience, Lucas roars that he hasn't even been acknowledged by his father yet as he unleashes a furious slash. He cleaves the ghoul's head clean off its shoulders and immediately spins around, shouting for Rowan. He and Sophie regroup, only to see a lone, imposing figure standing at the end of a glowing blue path of mana. Our boy's eyes narrow, his unique vision activating as he focuses on the newcomer. Flashes of the future he's trying to prevent flood his mind. He realizes his deepest grudge is standing right there. The target of his vengeance is his own sister, and raw mana begins to surge from Rowan's hand. But before he can even make a move, he's instantly overwhelmed and sent plummeting through the air. From a distance, the Creed division leader, Adrian, observes that the Union students are thankfully getting the rest of the ghouls under control. Shaking off the attack, Rowan sprints towards the main building, determined to finish this fight while they still have a chance. But as he gets closer, his eyes widen in absolute horror at the scene unfolding before him. A skeletal wraith lunges at him, but our boy throws up a mana shield just in time. He effortlessly holds the creature back, his glare fixed on the true enemy beyond it. His sister just smirks from the background, enjoying the pathetic display. With a roar of frustration, Rowan unleashes a massive beam of light, telling the monster it's in his way. But after the dust settles, his sister stands there completely unharmed, sword in hand. Her expression is cold and distant, as if she's watching a boring play. A sudden realization hits Rowan like a truck. Something is fundamentally wrong here. He focuses his senses but is horrified to find he can't detect a single ounce of mana from her. She finally speaks, almost mockingly admitting that the situation is indeed very strange. Our boy is left dumbfounded, trying to process how she can be this powerful without any detectable mana. His sister coolly explains that the thing he was fighting was just a sorcerer's minion, a puppet. The words hit Rowan hard as he realizes the implications of what she's saying. It all clicks into place. This was another elaborate trap, and the sister was a decoy controlled by magic. If it's a puppet, he reasons, then there must be a puppet master pulling the strings somewhere. She scoffs, telling him the magic was so subtle that he wouldn't have noticed it even if it was right in his face. She points out that even though it was a fake, it acted just like a real commander, completely fooling him. With the lesson over, she turns her back on him, her expression utterly dismissive. Looking over the battlefield littered with ghouls, she declares it's time to clean up this mess. A sinister red aura erupts from her as she begins chanting for a massive spell. A colossal magic circle fills the sky, ready to unleash absolute devastation on the remaining ghouls below. The air crackles as the spell charges, runes glowing with an ominous red light. Rowan's sister finishes her chant, her eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power. A pillar of holy fire erupts from the sky, instantly engulfing the battlefield in a cleansing inferno. The trash-tier ghouls don't even have time to scream as they're vaporized on the spot. Watching the carnage, our boy realizes the ghouls and even Amy were just vessels, puppets for a greater scheme. Even the original puppet master, the hooded enemy, is caught in the blaze, getting absolutely cooked. As the enemy turns to ash, Rowan's mind races. If the decoy he fought was fake, then where is the real one? His quest for answers leads him to a new location, marked by a banner he now recognizes. He's arrived at the headquarters of the top brass, the imposing tower of the Union Conviction Council. Without a second of hesitation, Rowan strides down the grand hall, ready to confront whoever is inside. He knocks on the massive door, and a voice from inside immediately summons him in. The man waiting for him is none other than Adrian, the Creed division leader, who welcomes him and says he's heard things have been hectic. Turns out, the entire senior squad is here. Lucas, Sienna, and even Oscar all gathered to congratulate Rowan on his great results. But our boy isn't celebrating. The word results just reminds him of the sacrifice, and he can only manage a curt thank you. Rowan cuts to the chase and asks why he was summoned, but Adrian just smiles and says he's the one with a question. The topic? His little owl familiar that's always by his side. A question that immediately puts Rowan on high alert. Adrian explains that the official report conveniently blames the whole incident on Rowan's unique magic, a perfect excuse to keep the higher-ups from prying. He continues, saying that unlike swordsmanship, unique magic is a black box, giving them no real grounds for a full-blown investigation. Rowan internally breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that if they had dug deeper, his owl would have been in serious trouble. But he knows this can't be all there is to it. There's a catch, and he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. Adrian finally drops the act, admitting with a sly smile that he was, in fact, a bit curious about Rowan's little familiar. And there it is, the catch. Adrian says he needs our boy's help, a request that immediately puts Rowan on guard. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Adrian signals for someone to step forward, clearly having planned this all along. Oscar strolls into the room carrying a heavy sack, and Rowan's eyes widen as he recognizes the very same bundle from the quarantine zone. The vice commander holds up the bag, and you can just feel the grim weight of whatever is inside. He unceremoniously dumps the contents onto the floor, revealing the mangled corpses of the ghouls Rowan fought earlier. Our boy is completely blindsided, his mind reeling as he tries to figure out what kind of twisted game this is. Adrian just smirks, confirming Rowan's unspoken horror with a simple, chilling affirmation. With a disturbing glint in his eye, he proposes a little experiment. Let's see what happens when they feed the owl. Rowan is left utterly speechless, surrounded by the Union's top brass who are all just watching him, waiting, barely able to process the insane suggestion. Rowan stammers, completely at a loss for words. Adrian, however, is the picture of calm, dismissing his concern as mere curiosity. He then gets to the heart of it, explaining that the ghouls are possessed vessels, bodies inhabited by non-human entities. According to old legends, while the holy reside in the heart, demons are known to take root in the head. He theorizes that by feeding Owl the ghoul's head, Rowan might have inadvertently allowed his familiar to absorb its demonic power. The implication hangs heavy in the air, and our boy can only stand there, his mind reeling from the possibility. Finally looking up, he asks the terrifying question, is the commander saying that Owl is a demon? Adrian's hand tightens as he cryptically confirms it's a possibility, leaving Rowan's world spinning. Stepping forward, Rowan cuts through the mind games and asks what he plans to do if Owl really is a demon. Our boy's expression hardens, his gaze locked on the commander as he waits for the answer that could change everything. Adrian's answer is chillingly simple. Hell do absolutely nothing. He explains there's no reason to hate a quiet demon, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. Rowan can't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking he's gotten off easy. But Adrian clarifies that under normal circumstances, they couldn't just let this slide. He presents the ghoul heads, telling Rowan to consider them a reward and do what he thinks is right. Our boy gratefully accepts the grim offering, knowing Owl will be thrilled, and prepares to summon him. With a focused gesture, Rowan calls out his familiar's name. In a flash of light and a flurry of feathers, Owl materializes in the room. His sharp talons touch down on the polished floor with a soft tap. And there he is, looking up with those big, innocent eyes, completely unaware of the demonic feast awaiting him. Adrian looks on with a smirk, remarking that Rowan's familiar is a bit bigger than had imagined. He continues his appraisal, noting Owl's sturdy legs and impressive feathers, as the little guy puffs his chest out with pride. Rowan explains that Owl is complimenting Adrian's good eye, which leaves the division leader dumbfounded that this cute creature can actually talk. But Owl couldn't care less about the conversation. Its golden eyes are laser-focused on the main course. It hops right up to a ghoul head, and Rowan confirms that yes, his familiar is asking if it can finally eat. Before he can get an answer, Owl starts excitedly circling the platter, forcing Rowan to tell him to hold his horses. Realizing he needs to prove his worth, Rowan decides to give them a little demonstration. He offers to use Owl's power to reveal someone's secret, asking the room for a brave volunteer. The senior members immediately look away. Sienna and Oscar are having none of it, flat out refusing to be the guinea pig. The last guy left, the brown-haired subordinate, completely panics and insists he'll pass, swearing he has no secrets to hide. Adrian thinks it over. Using the ability on Rowan is tricky, and using it on himself is just a waste of time. Oscar suggests they should have brought a prisoner, but Adrian explains that the Rettel cultists are fanatics who don't share information. It turns out all their important intel is sent telepathically, so interrogating some trash-tier grunt would be useless anyway. Our boy Rowan chimes in, confirming the ghouls were just puppets following orders and are now dead, making them worthless for interrogation. But that word, mentally, seems to give Adrian a brilliant idea. He decides to switch gears, telling them to just hear what Owl has to say before it drools all over their evidence. The little familiar starts chirping excitedly at Rowan, who looks genuinely shocked by what he's hearing. Oscar, ever the impatient one, immediately asks what the creature is trying to say. Rowan explains that since no one wants their secrets exposed, Owl is offering to show them a different ability instead. The little guy puffs out its chest as Rowan realizes it's offering to lend them its own mana. Oscar and Adrian are floored. The idea of a familiar sharing mana is almost unheard of. But Rowan sees the bigger picture, realizing this strange power could be the key to unlocking new mana forms. With a nod of approval, Adrian pats the little creature and tells it to show them what it's got. Oscar just groans, clearly disgusted and not at all thrilled to be witnessing whatever this is for a second time. In a bizarre turn of events, the tiny owl waddles up to a severed ghoul head and stares it down. Then, it unhinges its jaw and swallows the entire grotesque head in a single, horrifying gulp. The whole room is stunned into silence, with Oscar looking absolutely baffled and Adrian just smirking, fascinated by the display. After its snack, the little familiar just sits there, looking plump and utterly content. Rowan congratulates his familiar on a job well done, but he's completely clueless about what comes next. Just then, Owl's eyes go wide as it opens its beak, clearly about to regurgitate whatever it just consumed. But instead of a disgusting mess, the owl just chirps, leaving Rowan completely baffled. Adrian, ever the curious one, asks what it's saying, and Rowan translates its bizarre request to put it in. When Oscar asks what he's supposed to put in, the familiar clarifies through Rowan that it wants his hand. Our boy hesitates, peering into the dark abyss of the creature's mouth and seeing absolutely nothing. He feels uneasy about this whole situation, but trusting his familiar, he decides there's no other way. As Rowan slowly reaches forward, the entire room watches in stunned silence, wondering what the hell is going on. Even the perpetually annoyed Oscar and the stoic Sienna are glued to the scene, utterly dumbfounded. Rowan plunges his hand into the familiar's beak, feeling nothing but an empty, impossible void. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as his fingers brush against something solid hidden within the darkness. Hess got it. Rowan's hand closes firmly around the mysterious object, ready to pull it into the light. He pulls his hand back, revealing a strange, shimmering blue blob resting in his palm. Our boy is completely baffled, staring at the bizarre object his familiar just spat out. The others are just as lost, with Oscar guessing it's an egg, while Sienna thinks it looks like a sea creature. Rowan tunes them out, focusing entirely on the weird thing in his hand. He realizes it's a clump of tightly compressed water, with a chaotic tangle of pure mana locked inside. The problem is, he has no clue how to actually use it and wishes he had a proper wizard to help. Still, he knows that with this much raw power, some seriously powerful magic should be possible. As the light streams in, a dangerous idea begins to form in his mind. His eyes snap open with a flash of newfound determination. He thinks, what if he just tries to use Commander Magda's magic directly with this insane power source? Meanwhile, a couple of other Union members are having a chat. Turns out they're Honor Council runners, Sarah and Miguel, and they're talking trash about calling a 15-tier student a magic advisor. They wonder if the kids who stood out as students are really worth consulting now. Sarah recalls that it was impressive when Rowan rewrote a spell with telekinesis and fire. But Miguel scoffs, questioning why they're asking kids for advice, though Sarah admits they are exceptional for their age. As they head down the stairs, their little debate is about to be cut short. Suddenly, a massive wave of water magic erupts from the training grounds, sending them flying. Our boy Rowan is just as dumbfounded, sweating a bit as he sees the result of his experiment. He stands in the middle of a swirling vortex of water, admitting to himself that this was a bit unexpected. Back at the training yard, Oscar and Sienna watch on, having witnessed the whole insane display of power. Having successfully combined fire and water mana, Rowan contemplates how to weaponize this new creation. Suddenly, it clicks. This energy structure feels just like the mana core from the golem he fought during the Union exam. He decides to treat it like a core, pulling in all the ambient mana from the training grounds to fuel it. His goal isn't size, but density. He compresses the energy, aiming for something faster, heavier, and way more destructive. He's channeling the image of Commander Magda, trying to manifest his magic with the same overwhelming presence she has. But the result is far beyond anything he could have possibly imagined, leaving him utterly speechless. A massive vortex of water erupts around him, and our boy can only stand there, dumbfounded by the sheer scale of his spell. He's actually blushing, feeling a rush from wielding power that surpasses his own natural limits for the very first time. With a final chant, a glowing magic circle materializes before him, ready to unleash the spell. The circle flares to life, and the raging torrent of water magic is fully unleashed upon the training grounds. A tidal wave of pure mana crashes through the training grounds, sweeping away two unlucky students who were standing way too close. When the dust settles, Rowan just stares at the completely devastated yard, wondering how in the world he managed to do that. Suddenly, Adrian appears, patting our boy on the head and remarking that the result was far more incredible than he'd anticipated. He then points out the two students from the Honor Division, Miguel and his companion, who are now soaked to the bone from Rowan's magical downpour. Miguel is trembling, not from the cold, but from pure, unadulterated rage at the near-death experience. He absolutely loses it, screaming at them that if they had been hit head-on by that spell, they'd already be dead. But Sienna steps forward, cool as ever, and tells him that accidents happen in the training yard. It's their own fault for not sensing the danger. Miguel and his buddy are left completely speechless, fuming but with absolutely no comeback to her ice-cold logic. Just as things are about to escalate, Adrian calmly steps in, telling everyone that's enough fighting for one day. He then turns to Miguel with a sharp look, asking what business the Honor Division has with him all the way out here. Miguel's companion nervously fumbles inside his now-soaked jacket, looking for something important. He pulls out a ruined piece of paper, explaining it was an official dispatch from Commander Magda to Adrian. Adrian asks what it said, and the student guesses it was a request for a consultation on Lutel's magic. The gears in Adrian's head start turning. A magical consultation wouldn't be for him, a master swordsman. He puts 2 and 2 together, asking if Rowan is the only mage in the Creed division, leaving our boy clueless. The student confirms it, and Adrian scoffs, finding it hilarious that the prideful Magda would ask a rookie for help. Meanwhile, Miguel is having a full-blown crisis, realizing he'd written Rowan off as just some overrated kid. But the magic he just witnessed was at least class 4, meaning this rookie's power is on par with Commander Adrian himself. Adrian gets a dangerous glint in his eye, wondering if Magda is targeting Rowan for some nefarious reason, but he just smirks, deciding that if that old hag is finally acknowledging his rookie, there's no reason to refuse her. Adrian gives our boy a reassuring pat, telling him to go ahead and that they'll talk when he gets back. Walking away, Rowan can't stop thinking about the massive magical power head just unleashed. He realizes the fundamental issue with his magic has been solved, and it's all thanks to his familiar, All. Pumped up, he decides that as soon as he gets back, he's going to take a much closer look at his newfound strength. Soon enough, he finds himself standing before the imposing main building of the Honor Division. The moment he steps inside a lavish office, a sharp voice cuts through the silence, calling him out for being late. It's Commander Magda, arms crossed, who remarks that she heard there was a bit of a commotion just before he arrived. Rowan bows his head apologetically, explaining that he was practicing a new spell, and things got a little out of hand. He adds that he was inspired by her magic to create a massive downpour, which seems to catch her attention. Magda ponders for a moment before christening his new, unnamed spell with a fitting title, Fallen Fury. Rowan is absolutely buzzing, thinking the name Fallen Fury is the coolest thing he's ever heard. Magda smirks, complimenting his artistic sense and telling him he has a good eye for these things. This gets our boy thinking, so he asks if she also came up with the name for Sir Arthur's legendary barrier of blue flame, which she confirms she did. Hez totally geeking out now, admitting Hez always been fascinated with naming spells, which makes Magda realize they have some real business to discuss. Rowan is caught off guard, completely clueless as to what business she could be talking about. With a dead serious expression, Magda leans in and brings up the language of the demon world. She cuts right to the chase, asking him point blank if he can interpret Infernal, the tongue of demons. The question hits Rowan like a freight train, his eyes widening in pure shock. He admits he can, though not perfectly, explaining he learned it back at the branch office in Allen. Magda is left dumbfounded, wondering how he could learn such a complex language so fast, while Rowan confidently states he can decipher any text she throws at him. Without wasting a second, Magda slams a stack of ancient-looking tomes on the table, telling Rowan to get to work. She stresses that they need to decipher Lutel's formulas fast. But as our boy touches the books, a cold dread washes over him. They're bound in human skin. As the afternoon sun streams through the window, the two of them settle in for a long session of grim research. Rowan gets lost in the demonic texts while Magda observes him, swirling a glass of wine, her mind clearly on a bigger strategy. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she decides it's time to gauge his understanding of the enemy. She asks him flat out what he knows about demons, and Rowan can only admit his knowledge is surface level at best. Magda explains that demons only revealed themselves a century ago, and so far, humanity has only ever faced the cannon fodder, the ordinary ones. The term piques Rowan's interest, so she elaborates that while it's just a theory, it's almost certain there are different classes of demons. She lays it all out. Just as there are special humans with unique powers like him, there must be elite demons cut from a different cloth. The logic is undeniable, and Rowan realizes with a chill that if the summoning rituals get stronger, they might just be rolling out the red carpet for one of these special demons. Magda takes a sip of wine, declaring that before anything else, they must sever the enemy's roots completely. Our boy Rowan keeps his cards close to his chest, deciding it's best to keep certain secrets to himself for now. He then pivots the conversation, boldly stating they also need a way to deal with the ghouls, which seems to catch Magda off guard. She scoffs at the idea, saying ghouls are trash-tier threats for Union members, but Rowan insists that innocent people are still dying. He reveals his true, almost naive ambition, to find a way to turn the ghouls back into the humans they once were. Magda's expression hardens, her patience clearly wearing thin with his idealism. She shuts him down instantly, telling him straight up that what he's asking for is completely impossible. The curse, she explains, is cast by dark priests, with power akin to divine authority. Unlike other curses, it's irreversible. But Rowan refuses to back down, arguing that understanding this demonic power is key to breaking the summoning rituals themselves. With a fire in his eyes, he vows to find a way and formally requests the full power of the Honor Division to back his play. Against all odds, Commander Magda gives a silent nod, promising her full cooperation. With that crucial alliance secured, our boy immediately starts planning his next move. He knows he needs divine magic from Zion, but as a low-ranking rookie, he can't just request a mission there. For now, his only option is to head back to the Conviction Council and give a full report. He meets with Adrian, the head of the Creed Division, detailing how he deciphered the dark magic. Adrian listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face as he processes the complex information. The gears in his head are turning, realizing the massive implications of what Rowan has uncovered. He cuts to the chase, asking if his meeting with Magda went well, and Rowan confirms his success. Adrian leans back, relieved, admitting that while he doesn't get magic, he's just glad Rowan's work gives him leverage with her. But just as Rowan is about to leave, Adrian asks him to check one more thing. Knowing full well the kid pulled an all-nighter, Adrian lays out a map, explaining that the Creed Division is currently tracking Rettel's main headquarters. Rowan is shocked to learn the map's markings are Union bases built right over the sites of Rettel's destroyed human tree farms. Our boy quickly deduces that this means the enemy's main base is likely trapped inside this perimeter of outposts. He explains his logic. The bases were built from the outside in, a classic encirclement strategy to slowly tighten the net. Adrian is visibly impressed, a slight smirk showing he recognizes the kid's sharp tactical mind. He agrees with Rowan's assessment, confirming that finding Rettel's main base is now only a matter of time. Tapping a chess piece on the board, he gives Rowan a pointed look, implying there's a role for him in this. Adrian tells him he hopes he's grown a lot by the time the final operation begins, setting a clear expectation. Rowan promises to do his best, and Adrian gives him an encouraging pat, clearly pleased with his prodigy. But before leaving, Rowan decides to ask for some advice, and Adrian's curiosity is immediately piqued. Rowan finally speaks up, explaining what's on his mind. He wants a mission that will let him go to Zion and investigate the situation personally. Adrian gently denies his request, explaining he's not ranked high enough for a solo mission yet, which our boy already figured. Instead, Adrian offers a clever workaround. If he wants to learn about Xion, he should visit his old academy. Turns out, the academy's principal Gregor used to be an archbishop of Jean, a fact Rowan had completely forgotten. With the new plan set, Adrian dismisses him, telling him he's earned a rest for the day. But just as he's leaving, Adrian remembers one last thing. An official from the kingdom is coming tomorrow to hold a commendation ceremony for the Allen incident. Rowan leaves, thinking the ceremony is nice but not really a big deal compared to the real threats out there. His mind is already made up. Tomorrow, he's heading straight to the academy to meet the principal. The very next day, our boy arrives at the Union Academy, ready to get some answers. Principal Gregor is already waiting, welcoming Rowan with a warm smile. He congratulates Rowan on his achievements, especially his major contributions during the Allen mission. But the principal is no fool. He cuts through the pleasantries, asking what Rowan really came for. Our boy doesn't even flinch, his eyes set on his goal. He gets straight to the point, asking to learn about the authority of the Sion Orthodox Church. Gregor immediately understands, deducing that Rowan wants to use the church power as a benchmark to measure the enemy's strength. The principal agrees, but first, he needs to give Rowan a lesson on what authority truly means. He explains that it's not just divine magic, it's the very condition that allows such power to manifest in the first place. It's a mysterious force born from blind faith, something that appears as an incomprehensible miracle to others. The principal admits that showing the authority is impossible. He's under a restriction that prevents him from demonstrating it. Instead, he pulls out a brilliant golden brooch, one of the archbishop's sacred possessions. He hands it to Rowan, telling him to seek the answers himself in John someday, and sends him off with a blessing. Later, our boy and the other students head towards the Union's grand training arena for a ceremony. Rowan overhears some students buzzing with a rumor. The Crown Prince himself is coming to hand out the rewards. The gossip gets spicier. Turns out the prince is a real piece of work who loves to test people with random duels. Rowan walks on, already sensing this ceremony is going to be a headache, especially with royalty involved. But then, a brilliant idea sparks in his mind. A match against the Crown Prince might just be his ticket to Zion. Just as he's plotting, his roommate Lucas claps him on the shoulder, surprised to see him there. Lucas confirms the rumors, explaining that this is a huge deal since it's the first Crown Prince, the second in line for the throne. Lucas continues chatting excitedly, but our boy Rowan is completely zoned out, his mind already on the bigger picture. When Lucas asks where he's been, Rowan just gives a vague answer, his focus clearly not on small talk right now. Suddenly, an announcement rings out, and all the students, including Rowan, rise to their feet as the Crown Prince takes his seat. A figure walks out, his presence alone commanding the entire arena's attention. It's him, the first Crown Prince, looking every bit the part of powerful royalty. Rowan bows his head respectfully like everyone else, but his mind is racing. This is the guy he needs to beat, and his eyes of the heart are already analyzing him from beneath his bangs. But what he senses is bizarre. The prince's mana is incredibly bright, yet it feels murky and unsettling. The Crown Prince scans the crowd with a cold, calculating gaze, his eyes sharp and intense. In that instant, their eyes meet, and a silent challenge passes between the commoner and the prince. Rowan stands alone in the courtyard, feeling a strange gaze from the balcony above. He dismisses the intense stare from the prince as his imagination, just as an announcer calls for the governor to enter. A blindfolded elven woman glides past the seated crown prince, her presence immediately commanding attention. The moment she appears, the very air shifts, and a wave of overwhelming, pure mana washes over the entire arena. Lazarus, the administration director, steps forward to announce the names of the day's honorees. He begins by praising the heroes who dealt with the incident in Aulin, making Rowan wonder what it would take to earn such recognition. But as he's lost in his own ambitions, a name is called that makes his blood run cold, his own. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, thinking there's no way they just called a trash-tier student like him. He nervously approaches the governor and gives a respectful bow, his mind still reeling. From his seat, the crown prince abruptly stands, glaring down at the scene with a look of pure contempt. The crown prince's sudden movement cuts through the silence, his intense gaze fixed solely on our boy. Rowan realizes with a jolt that the fierce stare he felt earlier was no coincidence. This royal has been watching his every move. But instead of an accusation, the prince announces that Oz Rowan is being awarded for stopping the rebellion in Aulin. On top of a bonus, he's being granted the right to choose any rank, 4 item from the Union archives, an insane reward for a student. Our boy hesitantly reaches out, his mind struggling to process why this guy who looks ready to kill him is giving him a medal. Hez completely dumbfounded, admitting to himself that he doesn't understand this situation at all. The prince then drops the friendly act, sneering and questioning if a kid like him is even a real mage. Rowan states he studied under Dean Artur, but the prince just scoffs, saying he never heard of him, though he did know the beheaded mayor of Aulin. He reminisces about how the mayor was an impressive man who always knew exactly what sweets to bring to the palace. Then comes the real question. Doesn't it seem strange that such a loyal man was suddenly branded a traitor? The prince openly mocks Rowan, questioning how some unexplainable personal magic could possibly count as a real merit. Our boy finally gets it. This is the prince's infamous habit of picking fights just for the hell of it. The Union governor steps in to defend Rowan's achievements, but the prince just calls the whole reward absurd. He internally scoffs at the entire situation, wondering why the king even bothered sending him to such a backwater academy. With his mind made up, the prince declares he'll have to test Rowan's so-called merit for himself. He smirks, curious to see if Rowan is useful kindling, or just a worthless weed that can't even catch fire. And just like that, they're in the training arena, with the duel set to be pure, brutal hand-to-hand combat. The spectators start to sweat, knowing the royal family are masters of unarmed fighting, putting a telekinesis user like Rowan in deep trouble. Even the big shots Adrian and Oscar are watching, with Oscar admitting it's a tough fight to call. The match is announced as an instructional duel, but Lazarus knows it's just the prince's nasty habit of using people as a punching bag to vent his temper. Rowan stands his ground, formally introducing himself as a member of the Union Conviction Council. The prince just scoffs, telling him to come at him with everything he's got to prove his worth. In an instant, the entire atmosphere around our boy shifts, becoming cold and deadly serious. Even the prince is taken aback. He can't read his mind, but he feels an unbreakable will to win pouring from Rowan's mana. Rowan recalls some advice. This is a fist fight, so he needs to focus on his body, not his magic. The prince cracks his knuckles, settling into a textbook martial arts stance. He smirks and gestures for Rowan to bring it on, ready for a brawl. But our boy has other plans as his eye suddenly flashes with a brilliant blue light. In a blinding flash, he closes the distance between them, leaving a trail of pure energy in his wake. The prince is utterly dumbfounded, barely able to process the insane speed of the attack. The prince is stunned, suddenly realizing his legs are bound by some invisible force. Yet he still scoffs at the rookie's attempt. But before he can break free, Rowan is already inside his guard, slamming a vicious elbow into his chest. The impact sends the prince staggering backward, clutching his arm in genuine pain. He recovers with a cocky smirk, admitting it was a neat little trick for a first-timer. With a powerful stomp, he shatters the mana restraints binding his feet, ready to get serious. The prince clenches his fist, deciding it's time to stop playing around and show this kid his place. He lunges forward with a full-power punch, yelling that Rowan is still nothing more than a child. But our boy simply raises his forearm, blocking the haymaker as if it were nothing. The prince grunts in shock, his fist stopped dead in its tracks against an unbreakable defense. Rowan looks down on him with utter disappointment, thinking the more he sees, the more pathetic the prince truly is. He tells the prince he lacks both intellect and manners, a truly pathetic combination. The prince lets out a furious scream, completely enraged that the title of crown prince is being wasted on him. Losing all composure, the prince throws a wild, sloppy kick that our boy easily sidesteps. Rowan decides it's time to teach him some proper etiquette, gathering mana to make him look the part. An invisible force slams the prince down, forcing him onto his hands and knees. Dumbfounded, the prince accuses Rowan of using cheap tricks to mock him, but it's no trick. Rowan's power forces the royal into a deep, humiliating bow on the ground. In a final act of defiance, the prince unleashes a massive, uncontrolled explosion of mana. Rowan stands unfazed, noting that the outburst has dangerously twisted the flow of mana in the area. He looks back to see the prince collapsed, having completely burned out his reserves in that one pathetic tantrum. Our boy admits to himself that he's not one to talk. His own mana reserves are practically empty. Knowing it's too dangerous to drag this out, he decides to end it all with one final strike. But before he can act, the crown prince staggers back to his feet, not quite finished yet. The royal's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, absolutely seething at the humiliation. The unstable mana from his earlier outburst continues to whip violently around the courtyard. Having lost all composure, the prince starts screaming for his men to bring him his sword. But just as things escalate, a calm, authoritative presence cuts through the chaos. The blindfolded Union governor has arrived. With undeniable finality, she declares that this pathetic duel is now officially over. A powerful gust of wind and mana erupts from her, instantly separating the two fighters. Her voice echoes across the courtyard, ordering the administration to clear the area and ending the ceremony, leaving the prince stunned. With the governor's power washing over the field, our boy Rowan just stands there, completely unfazed. The crown prince, on the other hand, is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to process how he was just shut down. His shock quickly boils over into pure, seething humiliation as he grits his teeth in silent fury. Without a single word, Rowan turns his back on the fuming royal and begins to walk away. He strolls right past the prince, not even giving the trash-tier noble the dignity of a glance. A slight smirk plays on Rowan's lips. He's already put this pathetic child behind him. Later that night, the academy's dining hall is buzzing with students unwinding after the chaotic ceremony. At one table, the conversation turns serious, with someone suggesting that Xian's holy magic might be the answer to a problem. Turns out it's Lucas, who tells Rowan that getting to the remote kingdom of Zion will be a massive pain. He then calls the prince a twisted psycho for trying to humiliate Rowan in front of the governor and all the seniors. Lucas is still trying to wrap his head around it, wondering why a crown prince with access to everything would be so obsessed with Rowan's power. Our boy just stares ahead, cryptically mentioning that it's probably because of that incident. Lucas then launches into a history lesson, explaining that the current King Simon is the younger brother of the late king. Turns out, the late King William was a legendary ruler who brought an era of peace to the land. But that peace was shattered when the king's own son plotted a rebellion, and his uncle Simon tried to stop the bloodshed. The coup ended in disaster. The king was assassinated, his crown falling into a pool of his own blood just over 10 years ago. The current crown prince was just a traumatized child back then, forced to pick up the crown amidst all that royal bloodshed. Rowan seems to understand, and Lucas agrees that childhood wounds like that don't fade, they just… Suddenly, the class president, Sophie Doble, taps the table to get our boy's attention. She leans in with a serious warning. After that public humiliation, the entire royal family will be watching him now. She warns him that messing with the royal family is a one-way ticket to trouble, and our boy takes it to heart. The next day, Rowan finally has a moment to himself after all the chaos. He realizes he's been so busy he hasn't even spoken to his familiar, so he calls out for Owl. In a flash, the little creature appears, flapping its wings energetically. Rowan tries to feed it, but the little guy struggles to open its beak, which is weird. He can't help but remember how it easily swallowed a whole severed head, but now it's acting all picky. This gets him thinking, and he asks Owl if it had perhaps slipped off to the demon realm while he wasn't looking. Then it hits him since he purified its mana. Owl can't go back to the demon realm anymore. He sighs, realizing the creature has no memories and is basically a blank slate he can't learn anything from. Changing tactics, he asks if it can whip up another one of those water element mana orbs from before. The little owl just trembles, confirming Rowan's suspicion. Its power is now totally random, and they have no idea what element will pop out. Our boy just smiles and tells his familiar not to worry, since he's been hitting the books on elemental theory just in case. Suddenly, Adrian pipes up from his chair, remembering the specific item Rowan had asked him for. He rummages around, explaining he had to hide it somewhere because it was so grotesque he couldn't just leave it out in the open. With a triumphant little sound, he pulls out a hefty sack and asks if one of whatever's inside will be enough. Rowan gratefully takes the bag, confirming that one is all he needs for his little experiment. But Adrian isn't done. He offers to supervise, pointing out that having the captain himself present would surely be a big help. His eyes practically sparkle with excitement as he asks if he can tag along, catching Rowan completely off guard. Feeling like he has no choice, Rowan reluctantly agrees, and Adrian celebrates as our boy internally sighs, realizing he just got railroaded. The two of them immediately head off to Adrian's private training arena to get started. The owl familiar looks on, clearly terrified of what's about to happen. Adrian is so excited he's made clones to observe, finding the owl utterly fascinating as Rowan prepares to start. Our boy focuses, wondering which elemental attribute the unpredictable mana orb will produce this time. He begins channeling his mana, debating whether to tell Adrian about the orb's weird properties. In the end, he decides to just keep quiet and observe what happens first. Suddenly, the mana solidifies, and Rowan looks down at his hand, a little surprised. It's the same blue, blob-like form as before. He realizes he was worried for nothing. Rowan announces he'll practice the incomplete water spell, and Adrian agrees to watch from a safe distance. But Adrian can't resist a joke, telling Rowan that if he dies, our boy gets a field promotion to captain. He laughs it off, saying his aura shield is fine, and Rowan has to admit that despite being a weirdo, Adrian's skills are solid. Adrian smirks, accepting the challenge as Rowan declares his intent to break the captain's aura shield. Our boy gets to work, spreading the water mana wide to get a better handle on its immense power. He then circulates the mana, creating a massive, swirling vortex of water that fills the training hall. Even from a distance, Adrian is genuinely impressed, admitting the scale of this spell is absolutely terrifying. Rowan isn't done yet. He focuses on increasing its penetration by absorbing all the heat from the liquid. In an instant, the swirling water flash freezes into a colossal ice pillar, leaving Adrian completely dumbfounded. The massive icicle hangs in the air, aimed directly at Adrian, who braces himself behind his golden aura. But Rowan immediately realizes his mistake. Controlling such a huge object with telekinesis is still too much for him. Thinking fast, he switches tactics, deciding to revert the ice back into a more manageable water column. With a clenched fist, he shatters the pillar and unleashes the entire mass of water in one devastating blast. The tidal wave of mana-infused water crashes through the training hall with immense force. The sheer recoil sends our boy Rowan flying backward, barely able to shield his face from the blast. He looks up in pure horror, realizing his attack went way off the rails and was far too powerful. Seeing Adrian's glasses hit the floor, Rowan screams out for his captain, thinking the worst has happened. But Adrian just stands up, wiping his brow and admitting that was a close one, thankful his shield held. He even jokes that for a second, he thought Rowan was genuinely trying to usurp his position as captain. Rowan rushes over, completely mortified, insisting he only meant to lightly graze the shield. Adrian calmly picks up his glasses, telling the kid not to worry, because he actually jumped into the attack on purpose. He explains that he saw an attack of that magnitude coming and couldn't just stand by. He had to test its power himself. Tapping Rowan on the shoulder, Adrian laughs it off, reassuring the still panicked kid that he's totally fine. Rowan is still reeling, realizing he put some serious effort into that training spell. As they walk away from the massive crater, Adrian suggests a break, but our boy is just dumbfounded that his captain took the hit without a scratch. A few days later, Rowan strides through the main building, clearly on a mission. But he's feeling the burn, wondering if he's been overworking himself as a deep fatigue sets in. He remembers following Adrian's advice and feeding the two remaining monster heads to his familiar, Owl. The little guy is now stuffed with absorbed mana, which Rowan decides to keep stored for later experiments. He's been trying to visualize how to use different mana types, since he has no idea what attribute Owl absorbed. The constant thinking has left him drained and sleepless, his body feeling heavy as lead, but a fire lights up in his eyes. Turns out he was just too damn excited by his progress to even think about stopping. With renewed determination, he decides he'll test out another spell right after his meeting with the governor. But as he walks, a voice stops him in his tracks, and our boy is completely caught off guard. He turns to find none other than the first crown prince, looking down on him with pure disdain. Rowan, however, keeps his composure, not giving the royal the satisfaction of a reaction. He simply offers a slight, almost dismissive nod of acknowledgement. The prince sneers, muttering that he knew he had a bad feeling today, and seeing Rowan's face was the reason why. He then taunts our boy, telling him not to disgrace the union at Xi'an with his half-baked skills. Rowan fires back with a stone-cold smile, thanking him for the personal lesson he received, which will prevent any failure. The prince is left completely speechless by the comeback, only managing to call him an arrogant brat. Without another word, Rowan just brushes past the fuming royal. He leaves the prince stewing in his own anger, completely unbothered as he continues on his way. As the prince fumes, Rowan calmly reflects that the royal hasn't changed one bit. He can sense the prince's mana is still a mess, thrown into chaos by his pathetic emotions. Our boy recalls that when he first joined the Union, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The world, it turns out, isn't exactly rolling out the welcome mat for them. Even their supposed allies, the royal family, barely hide their contempt and hostility. He muses that it was always the powerless commoners who showed them more kindness than any noble ever did. For the Union to truly be recognized by everyone, its current state is just not enough. He and his comrades must become the foundation for that change. With newfound resolve, Rowan arrives at a restricted area, the main building's rear garden. The guards can only watch as he walks right through the gates, clearly on a mission. The guards are left gossiping, completely baffled that some low-rank rookie gets a private audience with the governor. They figure our boy must be some kind of special case, which would explain all the wild rumors surrounding him. Roan, however, is lost in his own world, amazed by the garden's atmosphere where the mana itself feels alive. A calm voice asks if it's his first time, and he turns to see the blindfolded elven woman, the Union Governor herself. She casually asks what he thinks of her private garden, a place of immense power and tranquility. He replies that it's beautiful, but more than that, he feels a sense of fullness and peace here. His choice of words makes her pause, and she wistfully wishes other places could feel the same way. She then leads him towards a massive, ancient tree, announcing that this is the Union's treasury. Inside, the place is an absolute treasure trove, filled with countless powerful artifacts and legendary weapons. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, staring at a collection of treasures beyond his wildest imagination. The Union Governor explains that everything here is grade 5, but the real gift is in the next room. Our boy gulps, realizing he'd underestimated what a treasure truly meant until now. Seeing it all in person, he finally gets why people would go to war over these artifacts. But then, his eyes lock onto a single necklace, and he's shocked to see it has the same pattern as his brooch. He remembers it's the exact same design as the one he recovered from the corrupt orphanage director. He picks it up, wondering if it's a noble family's crest, noting the faint mana flowing through it. The governor asks why, out of all the powerful items, he chose that seemingly simple one. Rowan admits he's not sure. It just felt strangely familiar, and pulled him in. She seems to understand, musing that some things have an unexplainable connection to a person. Holding the pendant, our boy asks if she knows anything about this mysterious symbol. The governor explains that the symbol represents the world tree, with the star inside symbolizing the sanctuary shared by humans and elves. Rowan pieces it together, asking if it's the crest of an ancient elven family, which she confirms. His mind races. If this symbol is connected to the orphanage director and now this pendant, it might be a clue to his own bloodline. She gently probes about his past, but he admits he has no memory of his parents, only of a nursemaid who cared for him. He recalls the painful memory of his nursemaid leaving him, yet finds it surprisingly easy to open up to the governor. Decisively, he declares he'll take the pendant as his reward, even as she reminds him he could have chosen a far greater treasure. Clutching the simple item, our boy insists that this is more than enough for him. He reflects that while it has no special mana, it called to him, and he thanks her, determined to uncover its meaning. A few days later at the mission hall, a scroll is presented to Rowan. He has a new mission. He reads the document, his expression hardening. It's finally his probationary assignment to Scion. Lucas is dumbfounded. His orders say Barcino, meaning the Scion assignment fell through for both of them. He can't believe our boy is coming too, since Rowan was a dead cert for Scion. But Rowan just says it's fine since Barcino has the stabilization division. In fact, Rowan sees this as a golden opportunity. The division is basically a second Scion, filled with ex-priests, making it a perfect training ground. As they prepare to depart, they're joined by a stern-looking elf named Sienna. She calls out to Rowan and Lucas, who are now cloaked up and ready to ride, though Lucas looks less than thrilled about the whole situation. Turns out, they're riding with a whole crew, led by none other than Lucas' own father, much to his internal dismay. While on the road, Lucas wonders aloud why the stabilization division is so secretive, admitting he's never even seen them. Sienna immediately shuts him down, pointing out that he wouldn't know, considering he skipped most of his training. Rowan clarifies their roles, explaining that their team handles reconnaissance while the stabilization division focuses on recovery and keeping local order. Our boy teases Lucas about finally catching on, and Lucas gets all flustered, insisting he's not an idiot most of the time. Sienna cuts the chatter short, reminding the two rookies that their destination is far more complicated than they think. She lays out the map, explaining that Barcino is an independent principality, and this is their first time leaving the kingdom. Lucas' father adds that they'll be passing through several of the Union's regional branches on their journey. Lucas immediately puts the pieces together, a look of realization dawning on his face. His father confirms their first stop is Duncton, a name that instantly sends a chill down Rowan's spine. The name echoes in his mind, tied to the dark memory of an imposing, gated mansion from his past. They soon arrive at the source of his trauma, the infamous Dunton shelter, looming under the full moon. Lucas finally gets it, murmuring that this must be the trash-tier place where Rowan grew up. His father puts a hand on Rowan's shoulder, saying he still vividly remembers the day they first met right here. The scene flashes back to that very moment, a grim memory of their first encounter in that desolate place. Rowan recalls that a whole 5 years have passed since that fateful day. Back in the present, the group arrives at the Union's Dunton branch, greeted by a lone figure. The man introduces himself as Boris, a runner from the practical division, clearly honored to meet them. He leads them inside the surprisingly lavish and empty headquarters. Lucas can't help but ask why the place is a ghost town, and Boris confirms he's the only one stationed here. Even Rowan is surprised, questioning how a single agent can manage an entire town's surveillance. Our boy explains to a confused Lucas that the practical division values stealth, so a solo operative is actually more efficient. Lucas' father cuts in, stroking his goatee and deciding it's time to get to the real reason they're here. Boris's expression turns deadly serious as he prepares to deliver the mission briefing. He reveals that a group called Rettel has been completely wiped out of Dunton, replaced by a new organization called Liberta. Boris explains that Liberta is one of the so-called Graves, a trash-tier mercenary band that thrives on chaos and instinct. Their leader is a 17-year-old prodigy named Balder, who shot up the ranks in just 2 years. Lucas' father cuts to the chase, asking about their numbers. Boris confirms they're still manageable but need to be crushed before they expand. With a heavy heart, Boris admits he met Balder 2 years ago but let him go because he was just a kid, a mistake he's regretted ever since. Shaking off the past, he pulls out a map, declaring it's time to deal with Liberta for good. He points out their 3 main bases, all clustered together in the city's alleyways. The gang's trademark is a red scarf, making them easy to identify, and Lucas' father immediately asks for a head count. Hearing there are over 20 thugs at each location, the old man doesn't hesitate, claiming the first base for himself. He pairs Sienna with Lucas for the second point, warning his son not to cause any trouble, which clearly gets under Lucas's skin. Finally, he assigns the third point to Boris and Rowan, making it clear that Boris's primary role is to support our boy. Our boy Rowan stays quiet, his face a mask of cold focus as he absorbs the final details. With the teams assigned, Lucas's father slams his fist down, giving one last, chilling order: leave no loose ends. The operation begins under the cover of darkness in the city of Dunton. True to the plan, Rowan and Boris land silently on a rooftop, beginning their approach to the third target zone. Looking over the grimy streets, Rowan remarks internally that the city has changed for the worse in the last 5 years. His gaze suddenly fixes on a particular shop below, a place that hits him with a wave of nostalgia. A memory flashes through his mind of Pauline's mother buying him his very first ice cream on that exact spot. He remembers this street used to be clean and full of life, but now it's just another rundown alley. Boris senses his partner's mood and asks if he's been here before, only for Rowan to confirm this is his old turf. He's from the Dunton shelter. Boris grimly explains that the ongoing famine has choked all trade, causing the city to rot from the inside out. He notes that even the street beggars have vanished, likely because the Liberta gang found a new, sinister use for them. Rowan listens in silence, his face a stone-cold mask as he takes in the decay of his former home. Noticing his partner's mood, Boris turns to him with a hint of concern. He figures it's been a while and asks if there's anyone Rowan wants to see while they're here. A flicker of cold memory crosses Rowan's eyes as he stares into the distance. He flatly denies it, admitting that while this place was once important, there's no one left for him. His mind flashes back to the good times, to Pauline and the other kids who were his real family. But then he remembers the trash-tier adults who used them, concluding that everyone from his past, both the good and the bad, is gone now. He thinks back on all the sweet memories, like walking with Pauline's mom, now tainted by the town's decay. Rowan concludes that dwelling on the past is useless. He must cut out the root of this darkness. With his resolve hardened, he takes a decisive step forward. He fights for the hope that one day, the laughter of children might be heard in these streets again. The scene shifts to the Liberta hideout, where a bunch of low-level thugs are just lounging around. One of the goons is so bored he can barely keep his eyes open, letting out a massive yawn. He's completely oblivious, just trying to pass the time, unaware of the storm brewing outside. Suddenly, the front door is blasted open as our boy Rowan makes a less than polite entrance. The thugs are snapped to attention, completely dumbfounded by the sudden violent intrusion. One of the thugs, completely losing it, demands to know what the hell Rowan is doing as his buddy charges forward. But before the charging goon can even get close, a spray of blood decorates the wall as he's taken out instantly. Our boy Rowan stands there with a dead-cold expression, a corrupted blue crystal pulsing with menacing energy at his side. The remaining thugs are just dumbfounded, their minds struggling to process the sheer speed of the kill. Snapping out of it, one of them screams for the others to catch that bastard, but Rowan is already walking away. Without even a backward glance, he unleashes a wave of power that absolutely decimates the entire charging mob. The commotion finally reaches the boss in the back, whose hand clenches, annoyed by the disturbance. The leader, Balder, calmly surveys the bodies of his men, musing that he didn't expect the Union to show up. Rowan, having dealt with the small fry, looks at him with a slight smirk and confirms he's found his man, Balder. Balder confirms his identity with a smirk, mockingly asking why the Union cares about a dump like this. But Rowan's gaze is fixed on something beyond him, his unique eyes seeing the truth of the situation. He sees the people this trash-tier gang has been preying on, terrified women and children. Turns out, after absorbing another gang, Liberta's new business is human trafficking. The sight reminds him of Pauline protecting the orphans, fueling his rage against those who trample on the weak. Balder gets up with a predatory grin, telling Rowan he's welcome to talk if he can stay alive. With a single command, he orders his boys to give their guest a warm welcome. Our boy stands his ground, completely unfazed as the corrupted crystal by his side hums with deadly energy. A cold, determined look hardens his face. He's about to unleash hell on these bastards.